as it's being built, that's another aspect of opportunity. Sometimes what one person can do for you can beat years of preparation. Having that in mind should make sure that that reputation you are building holds fast. Relationship carries opportunities. Don't underestimate any relationship. Somebody, said something. He said that if he said you don't know the barber of the president, you don't know the person that washes his clothes. Sometimes the person you need is not usually the person in suits or the person in fine clothes. No. I met someone, and I might just met the person by chance, And by the time I did the little finding, I was like, okay. I mean, you find out that sometimes people that have those really great connections that you are looking for are not hidden in the people in suits or in fine clothes, but are the little people that you just meet by the roadside. And these are people that actually take a lot of notes to your reputation. They take a lot of notes to your character. They can observe you at a much more closer level and find out whether or not you are qualified for what they have to deliver to you. So that attention towards the fact that people are watching, and that your relationships really matter a lot, whether in quotes huge or little relationships, that attention is really important. Because as I've said, people can open doors that effort can't. And when you have a genuine connection with people, you can create, that connection itself can create the value that you need. Now, I've talked about a lot of things. Preparation. I've talked about the downsides, or the other side of not being prepared for that opportunity. I've talked about the risk associated with opportunities. That the risk, you should not run away from the risk, but you should also pay attention to the risk, because it can be a signal for you as to whether it's actually appropriate, that opportunity is appropriate for you. Now, I've also talked about the fact that your reputation and your relationships can help you get that opportunity, can sustain you in that opportunity. But you see something about opportunity. One reason why many people lose the opportunity they have is because many of them don't have the heart to be a servant or to be a steward. You see, when you get an opportunity to do something, an opportunity to be a leader, an opportunity for you to be in a place of high standing, failure to pay attention to stewardship can ruin that opportunity. Now, what aspect of stewardship am I talking about? Number one, excellence in service delivery. Excellence. You want to do so. You want to be in that position in such a way that when people see your work or see what you do, they don't want to let you go. And I'll tell you, excellence is not innate. Excellence is not genetic. Excellence is not which other word can I use? It's not hereditary. No. You actually intentionally develop that excellence. So you have the opportunity at that moment. Now it's there, beautiful. You have prepared. It's come your way already. You are now given that platform to serve. Yes, you are serving. But how much, or what's the quality of your service delivery? What's the quality? I gave the illustration of the 3 levels of existence: the grass, the herbs, and the trees. And even at trees, you have levels. There are some fruits you can't do without. Even on the same fruit, you have levels. There are unripe fruits. You can't eat unripe fruits. Well, some people eat unripe plantain. But how many unripe fruits can you eat? You can't eat overripe fruits. So you can see there is even at that point of harnessing that opportunity, you still need to pay attention to things. And one of them is excellence in the delivery of your service or your products. Many people fade out of opportunities, fade out of that platform over time. Not because the opportunity wasn't there, but because they lacked that quality of excellence. Why we are here, it's a beautiful platform, amazing, to talk, to explore ourselves, develop ourselves and everything. But while you are delivering that service of talking, giving your speech, how much efforts behind the scenes? You're getting the opportunity now, but how much are you putting in to ensure that once you are done, your excellence is always shown? While you are given an opportunity to serve as a leader, even if you are not familiar with that environment, how much would you give to be excellent in that field? That excellence is what defines people who stay in opportunities and create even more opportunities from that, and people who just fade away from it. It is that stewardship that will turn whatever you are doing into abundance. I'll give a reference to that story I talked about. The one defining factor yes, of course, we see the struggles before the promotion. We see the challenges before the promotion. But one thing you always discover is that despite being a slave, he was the number one slave. Despite being a convict in the prison, he was the number one convict. Of course, not in terms of, not negative, but he was the one person they were always looking up to solve problems, to deliver results. And you see, if you are always the number one person in that particular area, of course, if somebody has an opportunity, who do you think they will call? You. Excellence is something. You see, let me bring the illustration back to our normal academic something. Many of us went to school, and you had the opportunity to be in a class whereby there was always the top students. Now, if there was going to be a competition, or if there was going to be an opportunity to represent the school outside, who do you think they always refer to? The number one students, or at least the top students. So, taking that analogy from the school environment to life, whatever you are doing, if you don't add that notion of excellence to what you are doing, opportunities would leave you. You might have one already. If you don't develop that mindset of excellence in whatever you are doing, it would leave you. It would leave you. And it's the same with businesses. It's the same with a lot of things. Even with your personal goals, your personal career, everything. If you fail to align excellence with what you are doing, then you will fade out. Now, how do you build excellence? How do you build excellence? Now, I want to give reference to my own story, because I've had low moments, I've had high moments, of course, like many people. And when I mean high moments, really high moments in terms of academics. Now, let me use academics for example. And this is actually what translated. Many of my experiences are very, very simple, but they've translated to a lot of things that I hold on to dearly. Now, there was a time I had a grade. I mentioned it here earlier. I had 20. I can't remember the grade because I didn't check it, but I think 29 or 20 or 28 over 100 in a particular course while in school. And that already, a lot of people already sidelined me for, I was in medical school already, so there's this aspect of repeating a course, or you repeat the year, or you get withdrawn from the college. Now, very, very low moment. At that point, nobody would even me myself, I found it difficult to even conceive getting a distinction from that pathway. Now, by chance, I call it by chance because for me it was a lucky break. I discovered the pathway to excellence building. And I discovered that applying this pathway actually, of course, is never easy, of course, but it ensures consistent levels of excellence. Number one, identify where you need to get to. Now, when I mean identify where you need to get to, I'm not just talking about one particular destination. I'm talking about a kind of picture in your mind that always ensures that you always stay afloat. A kind of picture that ensures that you're not just static. I want to be this. No. A kind of picture that ensures that you are forced to grow 2 levels consistently. Number one. Number two is find out the pathway that will lead you to that destination and really find it out. Because you see, bringing the reference to my journey in medical school, I was going to my what I wanted was not just to have a good grade, but I wanted to prevent myself from having that kind of grade again, ever. And so I was not just building a pathway. That's why I said it's not something static, but something that ensures that you keep growing. So I was looking for a pathway that will not just give me that result at that moment and make me feel good. Yes, I've passed. But we ensure that in subsequent times, I would not fall to that level again. And so, if you think that way, you discover that the pathway you build will be far different from the one that someone else will build. Now, what made the difference? Now, if I was going to just prepare for just that moment of brilliance, yes, I would devote my time, be very obsessed about the books, read it, and pass the exams. But since I was after growth, I was after, something that will keep recurring over time, I knew that one moment, that obsession at that moment will not suffice. And so, I knew I needed to build habits. Habits that will ensure that even while I feel down, or it feels boring, I'll keep on reading. Translating it to excellence in life. The pathway that you want to build, or that you are looking for to get you to your destination, should be a pathway of habit building. I've mentioned this previously, and I'm re-emphasizing it again. Ensure that the pathway you are building, or the pathway you are developing towards that level of excellence is not just you're not just I want to do this, I want to achieve. No. I'm talking of pathways that ensure that ensures consistency. A pathway of habit building. So rather than saying I am going to do this, no, you are going to say you want to look for a sort of an avenue to ensure that you can do that thing even without thinking about it. So that's the pathway. Now, the next thing is to actually step on the pathway, because what's the point of having the pathway and not doing it? Now, that process, stepping on it, building excellence takes time. Trust me, it takes time. When I had the first class in my first year, people attributed this, this guy is a genius. This guy is this, this guy is that. But I remember that the reason why I had the first class was not because I was a genius. Before I entered 100 level, I had done pre-degree. And I remember what I read. I read like Shaggy. And of course, I was not even the best. I scripted, I passed. I remember when I was in SS3, I almost failed some courses. I remember when I was SS2, I didn't struggle in SS2 like that, but I remember SS1, I almost repeated the class. But when I remember these pathways, and then you have this moment of brilliance, someone calls you a genius, and like, oh, no. So excellence takes time, but it should always be a goal that you seek to achieve. Because if you don't stay in that level of excellence, you will fall out of that opportunity. Remember, we're talking about opportunities. We're talking about getting prepared for opportunities, taking advantage of opportunities, and then staying in that opportunity. What will qualify you to stay in that opportunity is ensuring that you are not obsolete. If I'm going to bring it into my journey through tech, at some point I was even confused, because I remember when I was way back then, I wanted to start learning Python. And in the process of learning Python, I was like, I had to stop because I didn't have a system then. And now when I was going to go back to it about 10 years after, I was going back to the same to the same Python. The way I was going to learn it then is completely different. In fact, the skills you require then for someone who is a Python programmer is completely different. That shows that the world is moving very fast. So while you want to develop excellence, while you are on the pathway to developing excellence, to stay in that opportunity, you need to ensure that you are not obsolete. So that's why I said your goal is not static. Your goal is not to be this. To be a particular thing. Your goal is to ensure continuous growth. Your goal is to ensure a personality that achieves the same result consistently. That's why I said in your pathway, one of the things you want to pay attention to is the habits you build. Excellence creates repeat opportunities. Because the next thing I want to talk about now is creating opportunities from previous opportunities. If you don't stick with excellence or pay attention to excellence, then it will be very difficult to create another opportunity from that. Very, very difficult. Because you're already doing something. People are already seeing the value. To now create another, in one of my earlier speeches, I talked about the fact that some businesses are lazy in something. Now, what are they lazy in? They are lazy in the fact that they stick, or the leaders of those companies stick to repeatable processes. What do I mean by that? There are some things that they do. If you look at the course of time in their tenure, you discover that they've been doing that same thing. There's really nothing new. It's just the same repeated processes. They are just doing the same thing. Of course, they feel good about it. They feel that they are working. But the actual truth is that they are stagnant. Yes, they are getting results, but they are not growing. And with time, they will fade away. But true discipline is being able to delegate those tasks, those repeatable tasks, and develop a structure in such a way that you can be absent from them and stick to the actual task, which is creativity, innovation, developing new things, and that's excellence. So if you are going to be able to create another opportunity from a previous opportunity you've had, you need to be able to detach yourself from repeatable procedures. Now, I've talked about this scenario of public speaking. I've said after we are done here, this is although it would be better if you from now you'd have already cut your videos already and edited them by now at least. But after you are done, you get your videos and then you post. Now you are doing this by yourself, or probably you prepare your speeches, repeatable procedures that right now you do it. After we are done, you do another recording, you do the same process. If you are going to really, really grow, you discover that the process of editing that you are sticking to personally, or the process of trying to ensure that your speeches are well structured, some things that that is too, you are just doing it over and over and over again. If you can actually detach yourself from those things and focus on the actual creativity that you need, then you find your excellence. Now, you see, if you stay in that opportunity without utilizing or thinking of a way to create a new opportunity from that, you get stuck. And that opportunity won't last forever. Rather than see opportunities as destinations, see them as pathways. See them as doorways. Now, I already talked about taking advantage of little opportunities. Now, sometimes the opportunity you are looking for will not just come to you bam like that. It will come in the form of those small opportunities that are a bit related. Now, once you start with that one, figure out the way to transit from that to the next. Now, once you enter the next one, figure out a way to transit from that to the next. Those consistent motions of transition will ensure that you are consistently growing, and will actually take you to that big opportunity you are looking for. So, figure out a way to create opportunities from your opportunities. Figure out a way to ensure that the result you have gotten can stay consistent. We've talked about a lot of things. We've talked about preparation. We've talked about being unprepared. We've talked about the risks associated with opportunities, taking risks. We've talked about the fact that these risks can be a pointer, to stay away from them. We've talked about excellence. We've talked about relationships. We've talked about creating opportunities from opportunities. Now, I'll just say this. Opportunities do not always announce themselves. They often whisper, and only the prepared can hear them and respond. Now, we've explored opportunities. We've explored how to take advantage of opportunities. I want to go to a concept that is really, I've mentioned this, but I want to really expatiate on that. And that is the concept of time. The concept of time. Time is the one factor that takes you from where you are to where you want to get to. It is the structure into which all your plans, everything you have, is built into. And as a doctor, I've had the opportunity to witness time across all ages, beginning and ending. Being in the labor room, seeing life come out. Sometimes when you watch that process of a child being born, no, it's not easy. So, you admire those children when they pass through that birth canal outside, the struggle they face through everything. That's why it's, one thing about delivery is that delivery is bloody. That's one thing. There's no day I enter the delivery ward and I don't come out with blood on my gloves. It's a bloody process. Just to start the process of time. You think about, that sometimes, of course, not all of them come through normal delivery. Some of them will have to, go through operations. And just recently, about 2 days ago, we had to resuscitate a child, that was already in distress. Now this child begins, and many times, not all of them make it. I'm now talking about time and how delicate it can be, especially as human beings. Because you find children at 26 weeks, 24 weeks, 28 weeks, many of them can't survive. Many of them die at that age due to different factors. You find people or children at much later ages, 1 month. I've seen a case whereby they brought, say, a 1 month old or so. Child was dead. I've seen other cases of 3 months, 6 months, brought in, child was dead. See 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, child dead. You see 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, child dead. You see 18 years, now they are in their adulthood. 19 years, 20 years, brought into the hospital, dead. And I've experienced, sometimes when I think about these different aspects of death occurring, I can begin to wonder, really? Is this how fast life just goes? Time. I'm saying this to kind of reiterate one notion we should already have in our minds. And that is the importance of the time we have. See, every time we have is extremely precious. Every time we have is extremely precious. Your most valuable asset is time. And I'm bringing it from this perspective to just bring in you that solemnity that you see this time you have that you're utilizing to just do whatever. Time is sacred. Very, very sacred. Some people currently are in the hospitals right now. I'm talking from, like, I left them in the hospital before coming here, and they are practically begging for time. begging for time. Time, as I've said, because I know I spoke about time in the aspect of utilizing opportunities. See, once we understand the sacredness of what time really means to us, you discover that every moment you have to be in a preparatory process of, seizing an opportunity, or every time you have to take advantage of an opportunity, or every time you have to just be by yourself, that time is really precious. Very, very, very precious. Talking about the value of time. Time is the currency that we all have access to. We are all given equal amounts of this currency. Yeah, okay, will I say equal? No, okay, let me not say we have equal amounts, but we have a relative limit to it. Some have it in abundance. They live up to 100 years, 150, 200. Some people have it in just 5 years, 10 years. And you see, when God was designing time, that was his first creation, not light, as we all know. Time was the first thing he created. And he ensured that everything in this world is placed inside that structure of time. It's placed inside that framework of time. That's why everything all operates within time and seasons. Now, looking at how sacred time is, that even a 6-month or a 1-year-old child has no choice but to be within that framework. A 40-year-old man has no choice but to be within that framework of time. Once you understand how sacred time is, you discover that you have no excuse for where you are. No excuse. I already mentioned that what separates you from where you are to the opportunity you want to get to is your ability to ensure that the use of that time is appropriate, either in preparation or in evaluating risks or in building excellence. Either of this, time is a critical factor. Time is a very, very critical factor. Very, very big one. Our ability to take advantage of time is what determines whether or not we succeed. See, opportunities are timely. Our ability to take advantage of the time we have at different seasons in our life determines how well we handle opportunities. And you see, once we understand, as I've said, the sacredness of time, and know that time is actually the most valuable commodity we have, you will ensure that every single aspect of your life is tailored towards preserving the time you have. Now, what do I mean by that? As a regular person, as a regular, employee who works 9 to 5, the actual thing we trade is time. And when we do that frequently, of course, we get paid. But you see, the moment a such person realizes that this time we are spending in such a manner is actually really precious, and that we could develop and build something better with this same time, then you just realize that no, you need to do something different. I looked through the story of a particular multi-millionaire. In 2016, he was very poor. In 2024, he was a multi-millionaire. I looked at myself within that same framework of time. In 2016, I was an 100 level student. In 2024, I was a medical doctor. I look at that same framework from another person's perspective. In 2016, I was an employee. In 2024, is an employee. And you ask yourself, time. See, once you understand that time is invaluable and that your time is limited, you will know that every other thing is obsolete. See, the number of things that can kill a man are innumerable. When I mean innumerable, in fact, living itself is a risk. Because sometimes, oh God, living itself, even in developed climes, I'm not just talking about Africa now, no. In developed climes, living everywhere, the fact that you can be alive is a privilege. And so, I would say that if that time is being spent on something not worth it, then please, just have a rethink. Have a big rethink. A very, very big one. I've talked about opportunities, and I had to just bring in the value of time a bit so that we could understand that despite the fact that yes, you're working towards opportunities and everything, building, preparing, not understanding the value of time would just make everything obsolete. Because you find someone pursuing a particular goal and at the end of the day it just goes. So let's understand that value and ensure that within that framework of time we have maximum impact. Within the framework of time that we have to ourselves, we have maximum impact in whatever we are doing. I've come to the end of my speech, and it's really a privilege to have to talk to this very prestigious group of people. And you see, it's been a very great moment with us here. And with that, I'd like to welcome our next speaker and hand over the mic to him. Thank you very much.
Good day, everybody. I'm very happy to be with you today, and I want to speak on the topic: hard work alone will keep you broke. Hard work alone will keep you broke. Let me start with this uncomfortable statement, and I want you to listen. If hard work alone made people rich, then all construction workers will be billionaires. Think about it. The kind of work they put in, the kind of sweat, the kind of difficulties that they pass through from morning till night. But that is not the reality. So hard work alone will not make you wealthy. In my country, Nigeria, a lot of people work so hard. They wake up early in the morning before sunrise, and they work hard all through the scorching sun, only to get back home tired, get back home exhausted. And they still complain, and they find it difficult to make ends meet. So what is missing? Let me tell you what is missing. Many of us were given a wrong formula. And what is that formula? As you're growing up, get education, get a good job. I'm sure you are following me. Get education, get a good job, earn some money, spend the money, repeat again until after 35 years, then you retire. That formula is faulty. Because when you repeat something 35 times, it's only 1 year you have just done it. You only repeated it for 35 years. So that is very, very wrong, because that system that we have been taught only rewards your efforts. It only rewards your effort. It's not rewarding all your resources. And once, in fact, let me ask you a question. If you stop working today, if you stop working now, will your income still continue, or will your income stop? Did you hear me? If you stop working now, will your income stop, or will your income continue? If your answer is no, then you are not wealthy. Yes, you are working, receiving good pay, but if you stop work and your income stops, then you are not wealthy. You only have what we call active income. And active income is very deceptive. It only rewards your time, and time is limited. So if you do not put in time anymore, the money stops. And that is why that formula that was given down to us is very faulty. Go to school, get a good job, earn salary, spend it, and repeat it for 35 years. It is not a complete formula. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not against hard work. I am not against hard work. Hard work is good because it will open doors for you. Hard work will help to build character. Hard work will also build you and discipline you. But hard work alone will not give you financial freedom, because the question I just asked you now is that with hard work alone, when you stop work, your income stops. So that is only active income. So the real problem is what will give you financial freedom. Okay? That is not trading your time. And I want to quickly tell a story. And I experienced it because I worked with so many people when I was in the banking industry. So let's give an example of Tunde and Chika. So whether you are Tunde or Chika, I'm only giving an example, so I'm not referring to you. So Tunde got a job, a good job. He went to good school, got a good job, and he started work. Do you know what Tunde said? Tunde said, "It's now my time to enjoy. I will begin to enjoy." So he earns his salary. As soon as he earns his salary, what will he do? He will just begin to lavish it. Begin to lavish it. Begin to lavish it. Then there is Chika. Chika said, "I am working now, but I matter more than any other thing. So I will reward myself first before any other." So Chika will earn salary just like Tunde. And then what will Chika do? Chika will pay herself first. That is, she keep some money aside and invest the money, and the money started multiplying. So she was now having other streams of income, the money working for her and she not working for the money. 5 years down the line, Chika already have other streams of income working for her, whereas Tunde was still hustling. Let me give you a practical example that I had when I was working in Victoria Island here. I was working in the bank, and we were asked to apply for car loans. So I asked myself one simple question: what do I need a car for? Mobility. But some of my colleagues never asked that question. So as soon as they gave them the car loan, they even went to take more loan and buy big cars, BMW, Mercedes Benz. And because I answered that question, I need a mobility, I bought a small car. Those of you in Lagos, know that car they call Sokinso, only 2 doors. I bought that small car. I had enough money for other things. And watch it. 4 years down the line, when I finished paying my loan, those who borrowed and bought those big cars, they are still struggling to pay, and their cars have packed up. 7 years later, that Sokinso, that small car I bought, because of the valuation of Naira, the amount in Naira that I sold it was more than the amount I bought it 7 years before. So what are we saying? So from the story of Tunde and Chika, there is something that will change, that changes the formula altogether. And that formula is pay yourself first. Pay yourself first. Pay yourself first. And that is the principle of wealth building. That is the principle of wealth building. For those who are in the side of Chika, and of course I'm sure many of us will repent today, it is not earn, spend, repeat, or if there's money left. No. It is earn, then do what? Pay yourself and live on the rest. Even if, for example, you are in debt right now, go and renegotiate your debt and begin to pay yourself first. Because even nations, they are into debt. So it is important that you remember this formula that changes everything for wealth building. And what it is, and pay yourself first, then live on the rest. Because do you know one thing about expenses? Expenses always expound to meet your income. I'm sure you agree with me that the day you have some big income, that is when you enter your house, you say, this house is dirty. I need to paint it. It is because the alert has entered. When there is no alert, will you say this house is dirty? No. Then you notice that this my shoe is not good anymore. And in fact, it's not even matching. That is the trick. So when the money, in fact, before the alert hits your account, plan for it. Plan for it to pay yourself first. There are several investment vehicles that you should begin to look at. And the truth is, some of us will now say that, oh, you are saying something very good, but I will wait until I earn more. If you cannot plan on 1,000 naira, you cannot plan on 1 million naira. That is the truth. So it is not a matter of I want to earn more. It's a matter of mind shift. It's a matter of mind shift. That when you pay yourself first, you are telling money that money, I matter, and my future matter. But if you do not pay yourself first, you are trivializing with your future. Because when you stop work, then what now happens? Your money stops, your income stops. So people who are broke always do the reverse of people who are wealthy. Those who are broke, they are the ones that will say, what will happen will happen. Let me just enjoy myself. And before you know it, they are retired and they'll begin to wait and depend on people. Now, once you start paying yourself first and you begin to live below your means, the next thing is you must begin to think of, what do I invest in? How do my money multiply? How do I, even if I stop work or business within the next 6 months, I can still continue to go on? you must ask yourself those very, very pertinent questions. Another thing is that when you learn to pay yourself first and money stays with you, then the money will begin to grow. And once it begins to grow, you must begin to see how you continually make it to grow. And once it becomes a lifestyle, then you are no more bothered about it. So now, let me give you the definition of wealth. Because we are saying that if you work hard alone, you will remain broke. But if you work hard and you pay yourself first and you invest it, then what you have invested will also be working for you. So now let me give you the definition of wealth. What does it mean to be wealthy? It means that even when you are not working, your money is working for you. Did you hear that? To be wealthy means that even when you are not working, your money is working for you. One of those things that I want to encourage everybody that even helped me a lot is that you can buy land anywhere in your village. It is a village today. In the next 20 years, it will become a city. Yeah. Real estate. So if I'm not saying you must buy from somewhere very expensive, buy somewhere else and you can sell it later or you can build later. So don't forget that definition of wealth. Once you are able to do that, that is you not working but your money working for you, and you keep compounding and you keep growing, then you are on your way to be wealthy. So it's not what you earn. It's not how much work you do. Yes, they are all important, but the most important thing is how much of what you are earning now that you are investing so that you can secure your future. So my wake-up call to every one of us is very simple. Don't wait for perfect time, because there will never be a perfect time. Remember the analysis I gave of our hard-working Nigerians, especially if you live in Lagos. They wake up before sunrise. Then the sun will meet them, the scorching sun will meet them while they are working. The sun will set on them while they are working, and they will go home tired, they will go home exhausted, and they will still not have enough. Yeah. So let's not fall into that category. We have too many of Nigerians already suffering in that group. So the next thing I want you to know is that if you want to pull out from that category, you give yourself a time limit that I want to do this for this period, save, invest, and move into something better so that your money will continue to work for you. And when we say pay yourself first and invest, one great investment that I want to advise is that you invest in yourself. Build skills that are relevant, not the one that is past. Permit me to give a good example. Can you go to school now and say you are learning secretarial study? Secretarial study. And you now come back and say, secretarial study for what? Or you want to go and do shorthand when I can use my phone to record any meeting. So it is not just study, but build skills for the present and for the future, so that you will remain relevant at all times. So every investment you invest in yourself is very powerful. Invest in yourself. Books. It was my Smuro that said that if you want to hide something from an African, put it in a book, give the book to him as a gift. He will put the book on the shelf and he'll still be looking for the solution. So invest in yourself, in what you know you can now use to begin to create more wealth, especially in our Nigeria of today, you should have nothing less than 4 streams of income. So when you're able to do that, then you can actually plan your exit. You can actually look at several areas where you can even begin to buy. You can buy into shares of companies, or you can even come with friends as a group, crowdfunding, and buy into shares, and the company will continue to work. And apart from that, it will also help you to create fortune in the future. Why is it that most Nigerian companies don't go beyond first generation? It's because many of them don't have this idea. So when you have this idea, it is not only for yourself, it's even for your generation unborn. It is even for succession. Because it's often said that when you are not succeeded by a successful successor, that is also a sign of failure. So as a wrap up, I just want to let you know that you should make sure you start now. Whatever it is, pay yourself. It can be whatever income that comes. It can be only 10%, no problem. It can be 5%, no problem. And let me shock you, it can even be 1%. But any income that comes to you today, don't let that income just go. Because Warren Buffett, one of those rich people in the world that is so good in investing, started investing from the age of 11. Warren Buffett said, and I quote, he said, the discipline of always keeping something aside for the rainy day is more important than the amount you keep aside. Did you hear that? The discipline, that attitude, that mindset of always, once income comes, you keep it aside. You keep it aside and you are investing it. Once you have that discipline and you maintain it and it becomes a lifestyle, it's more important than the amount you keep aside. Oh, okay, you have 10 million today, you now kept 1 million aside. For the next 5 years, you are still looking for another 10 million. The guy that is always keeping 10,000 naira every month, before you know it, will outsmart you. So I challenge you again, don't wait for any perfect time. The next income that comes, the first thing you must think of is pay yourself. Even if it is 1%, even if it is 5%, even if it is 10%, make sure you pay yourself. I will pay myself. I don't know about you, because my future matters. And when we begin to do that, we will now have more earners, people that earn more than people that work hard. We have too many hard workers. Let's move away from just working hard to earning more. And when we do that, from our own little corner, we'll begin to expand, we'll begin to enlarge, we'll begin to make sure that we are already building a nation that is strong enough. I hope I'm clear. Okay, so this is what I want to leave with us today. Pay yourself, work hard, but pay yourself, because when Nigeria speaks, the whole world will continue to listen. All right, thank you so very. So okay, so now another thing I want to let you know is that apart from paying yourself, what about the job you are doing? Do you know that in every job there is a business in every job? Okay, so you don't just wait until you retire. I give you an example of Lagoon Hospital. Many of us know about Lagoon Hospital. The husband and wife were medical professors, and they thought they were doing well until one of his daughters just went to Harvard, studied how to manage family businesses, and took over the hospital, retired the father and the mother, and started doing the business of running medical facilities. She never studied medicine. And the level she took Lagoon Hospital to, the father and mother who were professors never dreamt of it. So in every profession, there is a business in that profession. Make sure that you don't only just earn, but look at what are those businesses. You see that there will be more than 15. For example, in Agric, the people who are closest to the soil, they are the poorest.
True. True.
Those are always there digging. They are the poorest. But those who are far off, who can project, who can invest, who can look at what are the seasonal crops, how do we buy this and go and sell, how do we move them, logistics, how do we store them, storage, how do we export. Those are the people who are doing the business of Agric. They might not even touch soil. They might not even know anything about the science of Agric. So whatever it is that is your business, whatever it is that you are doing now, make sure that you go for the business in that career. And everything that you are using to pay yourself, begin to push it to that business. So begin to push it to that business. When you push it to that business, you will not only pay yourself, you will do businesses that are in different careers. And as you do those businesses in those careers, you will see that you will begin to see yourself becoming captain of industries. We have several of them today. So please don't forget, pay yourself, then do the business in that career, and make sure that you are always taking it to another level. Another thing again that is very, very important that is attached to that is that you should learn to make yourself irrelevant to the business. What do I mean? Build systems. You understand? Build systems. Because when you build systems, those systems will be running without you. Then you also now begin to make sure that you work towards succession plan. You have several people. So on each point in the system, 2 or 3 people are doing the same thing. So that if one is not here, another one is there. So learn to build systems. And when you build system, you should also put a proper procedure in place. That is standard operations manual, whereby everything that needed to be done, everybody knows it. And let me tell you, never you have only one champion. If you have this guy who says, without me, the company will not work, and he refuses to teach others, sack that person, because he is not doing you any good. So it is important that we make sure that we replicate, we build systems, we invest, and we reinvest again and again, and keep multiplying. When you're able to build systems and then you have all the processes in place, then you make yourself irrelevant at the operational level. Then you now move to the strategic level. So at the strategic level, you should begin to look at how do you conquer more lands, how do you take more territories, how do you expand beyond your present horizon, how do you move into alliances and begin to take even the global spaces. But if you do not start from that principle of paying yourself, of investing, of doing business in the career or in the business that you are doing, if you do not move into making yourself irrelevant, then you might not be able to think of even taking territories. Another thing again is that some people, they are afraid of taking, even doing anything. They'll say that, no, what about if I lose? The fear of not taking risk at all is a greater risk than taking calculated risk. Because the water you drink today is risky. So people drank water and they died. But you are still drinking it. So the fear of not taking calculated risk is even more riskier than taking risk at all. So don't even attempt it. All you need to do, like I said, is calculated risk. If I invest in this and the return comes, yes, some might bust, but even when you have such experience and you see that there was a failure in one area, my mentor John Maxwell said that failure is necessary in life. What does it mean? He said, if for example you are climbing on the ladder of life and you miss a line and you fell, don't jump up in a hurry. Make sure you clean the mess. It is a proverbial statement. What that means is that even in that failure, there are lessons that you should learn. So learn your lessons, take note, and then prepare that if such experience comes again, you will not make the same mistake. And once you have learned from it, then you are already growing. Another thing again that also helps with regards to building wealth is that we should learn to pass our experiences on. Pass your experiences on. That is, whatever knowledge you have had, you can put it together, maybe in form of a book, maybe in form of a course, so that you can teach some more people, so that you can begin to use it to replicate yourself. And there are several ways with our digital age now. There are several ways that you can actually move your experiences, whereby you can begin to share your knowledge. You can begin to teach other people about what you know. Because what you are doing, you are now building legacy. The wise man said, the things you do for yourself, they go with you when you are no more. But the things you do for others, they remain as legacies. So you want to build legacy, move to the next step of putting your experiences together, maybe in form of a book, maybe in form of a lecture, maybe in form of a course, and then begin to replicate and begin to build it. Another thing again is that we must learn to give back to the society. You must learn to give back to the society. What do I mean by that? You should know that the community you are working with, they are all part of the determinant of your success factor or your success story. So you must give back to them. How do you give back to them? It is your customer. That is, you must be able to community service. You must begin to render community service. You must have a proper budget for it. Make the people within your environment relevant. You must also remember that the ecosystem is very, very important. If the environment is not safe, if the environment is not healthy, then it will also affect the business. So how do you do that? If it means employing people from that community, if it means doing community service, join to clean the environment, if it means even helping to tar the roads, whatever it is, you must be relevant in that community. You must also give back to them by making sure that whatever their needs are, when they come to you, you don't just throw them away with a wave of hand. So when you render those community service, the interesting thing is that you begin to build what we call intrinsic security. So it is not the security of the military man or the police or the soldier, but the community becomes your security. Because of all the things you have done, because of all the things you have been doing, things like scholarship, things like cleaning the road, things like joining them in their programs, and you are always there for them. You move around and you stay with them, and they can actually count all the different things that came in through development because you are there. The community becomes an intricate society. Let's give an example. Let's assume the youths in the community were angry that that there are so many companies around them and the companies are not doing anything. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? And they now listed companies that they are going to burn down. By the time they list your company, if there are 10 youths, 9 out of them will say, are you making a mistake? It is not the company that gave you scholarship. They will remove that one and even go and tell the owners and tell them that on so date, don't come to work because you are going to strike, and they will even stand at defense to make sure that nobody comes to affect you. That is the power of intrinsic security. So we should always make sure that we give back to society in terms of community service, in terms of making sure that we are relevant, and we and the community, we are one at all time. Also, I want you to know that as a wealth builder, over time, you must also begin to make sure that the people around you, they are also growing. Because if you are the only wealthy person in a community of everybody is poor, are you with me? If you are the only wealthy person in a community where everybody is poor, I want to let you know that you are the poorest person. You are the poorest person. They will keep dragging you. They will keep pulling you down. So you must also build everyone. That is why John Maxwell, my coach, used to say that you must become a leader who knows the way, who is showing the way, who is also following the way. You will know the way, you will show the way, and you follow the way. And how do you do that? You must begin to look out for those people who are talents, and then you begin to train them, you begin to mentor them, you begin to groom them, and then you begin to also invest in them. One best way to do that is even in the organization, for those of them who you know that are very, very good, you can even make them shareholders. Give them a few percentage of shares so that they will have what we call sense of belonging. So they now become part owners of the business, because you are looking at succession. How come you see companies like Ford Motors that have stayed over 100 years, and things like Thomas Edison's and the rest? They have their different businesses, but they were able to build systems. They were able to build people. So you should build people, invest in them, allow them to begin to take leadership in some levels. Of course, some of them will make mistake, but because you have invested in them, let them learn from their mistake. Let me give you a practical example. There was a lady in an organization that was very good. That is, I would call her, she was a catalyst. Anytime she's around, there's a way she pulls people along to work. She knows everything almost about everybody and can always encourage and motivate people. So the management noticed her. But her own job, which was PA to the MD, she was not doing too well on that. But remember, I said invest and grow people. So they called her and took her for a special course to be a very good PA. And she went, and studied and came back. But remember that natural gift she had, being a catalyst, bringing people together and making sure that as long as she's there, everybody is working together. Those who are quarreling, she will just say, don't worry, this guy said he will not do it. We'll go and meet the person and I'll tell the person, why are you quarreling with this person? Why are you not doing this work? It is me that's telling you to do this work. Can you go and do it? Do you know why that person must go? Because she has some credits. She has some credit in the person's emotional bank account. So, let me wrap up with this story now. As soon as they finish training this lady, as a PA, together with that gift as a catalyst, one day she made a mistake. And a mistake that cost the company some thousands of dollars. So she was ashamed. So what did she do? She wrote a resignation letter. She picked the resignation letter. She went to her boss and told her boss that, I am sorry, I have disappointed you again, because you just spent so much in training me and I'm making similar mistake again. I think I'm not worth working here. So the boss smiled, took the paper, tore it, and said, we have just invested in training you. We have not gained the money we invested. You want somebody else to go and gain? No, somebody else will not gain from you. Go back and do your work, learn from your lessons, and build on with it. So that is what it means to be a catalyst. Okay? So you can see from where we are coming from. Don't just work hard alone. Work hard, but pay yourself first. As you pay yourself first, you invest. As you invest, you multiply. And as you multiply, you begin to build systems. As you build systems, you also begin to see how you make yourself relevant in the community. You make yourself relevant in the community. You build structures whereby there are procedural, there are standard operations manuals, whereby even whether you are there or not, your money work for you. Until you get to that point where you are not there and your money working for you, you cannot call yourself that you are wealthy. And then beyond that, to build succession, you must begin to build other people. You must also begin to make sure that you have succession plan in place. And then you look at for people who are like catalysts, who can run the business. You invest in them. You even make them part of the business so that the business will begin to grow. So this is where I want to stop at this moment. Once again, I want to thank you so much as I'm ready to pass on the mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ogayo. You know this is my boss. Most people will not know we started this journey together. It used to be with Chartered Bank. This was 2000 and what? You know, I mentioned 1999, 2000. I don't know, where were some of you back then?
No laptop.
Maybe there was still some negotiations about whether you make an entry into human history.
And you will be using my desktop in the office to type Achievers Magazine.
Achievers Magazine.
I'm proud
Thank
of
you so much.
Thank you so much.
Truly honored for the encouragement, the support back then.
We thank God.
And that's how it should be. And that's why I'm equally committed to these younger ones, passing it on, paying it forward, and lifting them as well.
Thank you.
So the work that you started, you are seeing it in multiples.
We are grateful.
Well done.
Thank you
very much.
right.
Truly great man. I remember his book back in the day, the one on purpose, The Miracle of Purpose. It was a bestseller. I think I used to copy that book. You know, back in the day, we didn't really have a lot of copyright, whatever. We'd literally lift. It was plagiarism, but in a friendly sense, and used it in the Achievers Manual. Well, first things first, I want to announce, guys, we have hit 380 hours! So, who could have imagined when we were wobbling and fumbling on day one, wondering what on earth have we gotten ourselves into? But here we are, thankfully. And we've got to thank God because we've experienced a few miracles. You know what happens when your electricity shuts down and then your generator packs up and it rains heavily, so no room for solar to work your inverters, and you have to literally scrimp and save off of every energy from that battery, shutting off everything. Yesterday was a nightmare, but we still got to give it up to for the registrar because she really she did what Napoleon could not do. Yeah. And here we are, and so we're really thankful. For me personally, I'm grateful to God for the grace to do this, and to also have such a fantastic group of young men and women who have followed a man that was leading them to nowhere, because they probably were wondering what's going on and how are we going to do this. But here we are. We have a special guest in our midst, and before she comes up, I was reflecting some 30 minutes ago about one important story I learned far back as 2001, when I was publishing the Achievers Manual. I learned the story from the book, the Speaker's Quote book, written by Roy B. Zock. For those of you who know the story, I practically had to write out every quotation from that book because I couldn't afford to buy it, and that inspired me to start up that publication. They asked a young cattleman a question, that in all your years, over 10 years of managing cattle on this ranch, what has been your most impactful experience, perhaps the most critical lesson you could share to teach us how cattle behave? And he said, there's a breed of cattle, because he was managing different breeds. He said there's a breed of cattle known as the Herefords. And that when the storms would come and hit the ranch, very massive expanse of a ranch, most of the other breed of cattle would essentially turn their backs to the storm in a bid to avoid the storm. It was much more convenient, and they would continue to move downwards, because as you know, when you're going downwards, the path is that of least resistance, and they would continue avoiding the storm. And he said after a few days, when the storm would have subsided, they'd go to the ranch to look or take a look at the cattle. And he said, we found them all piled on top of each other. Because like every ranch, there's always a boundary. All piled on top of each other. It was one humongous mass of dead cattle. But the Herefords, he said, were different. That whenever the storms would come, they would turn and head upwards, facing the icy blast. It did not matter how challenging, how difficult, how excruciating, they just turned. They faced that icy blast. It hit them on their faces. And they continued to go. And he said, after 3 days, especially when you're out there, exposed to the elements at such high altitude, you know that storms can last for days. Not the little breeze that will blow here and will start running helter skelter and think after 2 hours all is back to normal. And he said, look, we always found them alive. We always found them alive. And his conclusion for me was the coup de grace. He said they saved themselves by facing the storm. I took a very important lesson. I was very young then, because I really didn't know what I was doing. I was doing motivational speaking, I was doing publishing, I was looking for who is who to interview. People thought I was crazy. I would go, Patutomi, send him letter, I want to interview you. And my magazine was just one tiny piece of paper, literally. And then, for some reason, a Patutomi would say yes, a Bumioni of Cadbury would say yes, Cecilia Ibru. It looked stupid, it looked so difficult. But I learned how to discount difficulty. They are given. They saved themselves by facing the storm, period. And so it taught me something very important that has helped me over the last 20 years of my life in business, as a professional. I even did government, worked in government for 3 years, and sometimes people wondered, why are you going after this? This is what people don't touch. I'm like, I just want to do it. Now, it's not that it's a license to be reckless, but the point is, difficulty is a part of life. I just don't know why we don't get it. It is a part of life. They save themselves by facing the storm, meaning that avoidance can avert bright futures. So let's embrace the difficulty. Now, I agree, some, if not most of our difficulties presently as a people is self-induced. But it's difficulty nonetheless. My principle is you orient and adjust. Orient and adjust. Figure it out. Do your battlefield analytics and keep on, moving. But face the storm. And I say this as a tribute to every one of you, especially these young ones who have held the line. At 2 a.m., you've held the line. You faced the storm. And we're on the verge of saving ourselves with a Guinness World Record. And as you can see, against the existing record, we have not only doubled our money, we have tripled our money. And I don't think we've had enough, have we? We haven't. So we forge ahead like these efforts. I think last night, the last 24 hours, give or take, was quite testing. We thought we had survived it in the morning when the generator belt cut off, and it was a Thursday. So Thursday in Lagos means you can't open any shop before 10 a.m. So you had repairers who couldn't do anything until about 12. We survived that. And thanks be to God, we survived it. And only for last night. Usually about midnight. Now I'm not saying there is anybody from the village before we go there, because I know our minds. We had power, but the power wasn't getting to the equipment. Our timer went off. Thankfully, when it came back on, the memory was strong enough to just continue. And in the conversation this morning with our adjudicators when we had our online meeting, we updated that, it's in our report. But all is well. What is required of us is the last mile effort. So this is not the time to worry. This is not the time to wane. This is not the time. In fact, this is the time to wax even stronger, to finish strong. So get out those fantastic speeches. You younger ones, you've literally marginalized me. I had a ton of speeches over 27 years of work in achievement, motivation, maritime, all those sectors, but you prevented me because you are trying to phase me out. I know that's what you're trying to do. But that's the joy of leadership. That's the joy, and I've found so much fulfillment that you have all done so well. It's such a joy for me personally. But at least I still need a few more hours. And I'm sure you guys will avail me. So it's to encourage us, let's be the Herefords, let's hold the line, and let's get this baby home on Tuesday. Safely, and we will have cause to celebrate. It's going to be one heck of a big party. So at this point, I hope I've spoken for 5 minutes. I was just trying to buy 5 minutes. I hope I've done 5 minutes, timekeepers. So at this point, it is truly my honor to invite our next speaker. And I shall be passing the baton. She's a special guest. I shall be passing this baton. Thank you so much, ma'am. What's her name? Huh? Folashade. All right, Honorable Commissioner. Please, over to you. Thank you very much for honoring us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am delighted to be part of this dream team, amazing team. And I really want to congratulate you all because as far as I am concerned, you have succeeded already. And I think it's important and polite for me to first of all say who I am. So my name is Folashade Kausarabaja Ambrose Medebem. I'm the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment in Lagos State. And I would like to say that I can speak too. I like speaking, but it did not come naturally. So before I tell you what the topic I'm going to be talking about, I think it might be useful for you to hear my story. And what I'm going to be doing is observing your body language. Because that's one of the tools that I've always used in my many years of having to speak. So who am I? I am a leader, multifaceted at that. I've worked for circa almost 27 years in the private sector in a number of disciplines. Starting in finance, which is what I did for a number of years. After that, I was bored, and I felt that I really wanted to go into something that would not just allow me to be challenged all the more, but also allow me to use my current financial experience. So needless to say, I realized that I wanted to solve a problem where I was currently working at the time. If I remember correctly, it was at PricewaterhouseCoopers. And I remember then I used to manage the management operating reports, and I realized that it could be improved. And I went to my boss and I said I'd like to make an attempt to try and fix it. And he gave me, and I will forever be grateful to him. You know, when somebody has shown you kindness, you never forget their name. Mr. Rudin, I will never forget his name now, over 20 years ago. And so I was able to re-engineer the entire management operating system, which I did. And thank you. It was outside of my department, so totally out of my comfort zone, and there are big bosses I had to go and be speaking to. And I did it, and I realized that I had a knack for project management. And needless to say, I went and qualified as a qualified project manager, financial systems. So that was my niche. And I really enjoyed that, and I did that for a number of years. I moved to another company and was in charge of Europe, and I continued to do that, enjoyed that for many years, after which I then moved into another arena. I'm giving you all this context because all of that was in the abroad. But when I decided to come back to Nigeria, guess what my first company that I worked for was called? Who can guess? Guinness. So I worked for Guinness. I needed to do that. I felt it's important. So my first job in Nigeria was as head of strategy for Guinness Nigeria, which was part of Diageo then. And that job was a job that, quite frankly, I totally enjoyed because my job required me to transform and really make sure that we won in the marketplace. So I really enjoyed that job. And after that, a number of years, I can go on and on, but I really want to get into the details of this topic. So the reason why I'm mentioning Guinness is because, quite frankly, all the experience I learned as a public speaker, I really more or less learned more of it there within Guinness Nigeria. Why? Because my job was to really encourage the salesmen to sell. And you can understand that when you're on the field. In fact, I started speaking with myself at some point to connect to them, and it was good fun. But what I remember vividly is my boss at the time, Mr. Devlin, telling me literally a month into starting my job to go out and speak to over 800 salesmen and get them to be encouraged, motivated to go out in the marketplace and win. I said to myself, but what did I do? One thing, and I was really interested in what I'm hearing, so I think this is where I'm actually going to also ask us to also applaud the Dean and the Registrar of the School of Eloquence. because what you are doing is remarkable. I also want us to give a round of applause to Mrs. Shoemimo, who actually invited me here as well today. Why am I saying that? Because back in those days, I'm talking of over 15 years ago, there was no, well, I didn't know of any school of eloquence then. But what I did know is that the tasks that I've been given are not going to fail. So what I did was I actually had a video, and I had a guy that trained me, and I actually had to have my husband on a Saturday after work. I owned the whole. And I went and spoke to that person, and I said, you know what, this is what my boss has asked me to do, and I am going to do it, but I know I need to practice, I need to understand, and I need to learn. And he said, the first thing we're going to do is stand up like I'm standing now, and I'm going to record you. And then when he played back what I'd said, I was mortified. My hands were literally shaking. I could hear my heart, you know, when it's going bing, 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 bing. It was beating terribly. And I was really, you know, sort of nervous. But needless to say, after 2 days, I spent the whole Saturday and Sunday there. When he recorded me after, I was really quite impressed with myself, you know, dare I say. Why? Because I realized that when you put your mind and you believe you can do it, guess what happens? You can get it done. So I hope that's one lesson that you've all taken away from what I've just shared in my story, because I was able to do that. And years later, I'm happy to say that I hope I've been able to improve. So what do I want to come and talk about? So that was another a pause of inflection for me. And I said, well, I would like to talk about leadership. I'd like to talk about women's economic empowerment. And I'd like to talk about inclusive governance. So that's my topic today. Leadership, women's economic empowerment, and inclusive governance for women. Why have I chosen this? Quite frankly, I felt that when we're talking about what does leadership truly mean, leadership, I'm sure, has many definitions for many people, but I'm sure when we encapsulate everything, it's really about, you know, ensuring that you're solving a problem, you're inspiring and motivating people to give their best in all that they're doing, and it's really about vision, determination, excellence, and the courage. And I repeat, the courage to challenge thinking. And quite frankly, again, I'm delighted to be here because when we're talking about breaking the Guinness Book or World Book of Records, it's about challenging, isn't it? Isn't it about challenging convention, challenging the norm? And quite frankly, that's really what leadership is about. And then when we're talking of a society where we all know specifically that I know, for instance, that globally, and I'm probably going to try and use a few statistics, women are like 49% of the global population. Men make up 51% of them. However, when you look at the overall power dynamic, or should I say leadership dynamic globally, there's a huge imbalance. Do you agree? Yes. We agree. So when you're thinking about that, you start to ask yourself, why so? And I felt, okay, well, Folashade, they always say the journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. And I know that the biggest battle, as Plato often says, is the battle of self. I have no business challenging convention unless I challenge myself. So one of the first things I did was to challenge who I am. Who am I? Who is Folashade? And I realized that I needed to have clarity of purpose. And my clarity of purpose is to inspire best in myself and others. That's what I stand for. I live, eat, and breathe it. And I know also that I'm human, so I don't always achieve that every day. But the good thing is that I hold myself accountable, and I have a very, very loud inner voice. And that inner voice guides me. I'm sure we're all familiar with that. Something was telling me. I'm sure we all say that. And a lot of the time, because I'm very in tune with my intuition, I really try and be a leader that leads from a position of intuition. And so when I'm talking about women, I also realize that when we're talking about economic empowerment, how can a society truly prosper? You can't really have a society saying they're doing well when there's an imbalance of women not doing so well. Do you agree? And so that's what the definition of success of a society has to be, where there's equity, not equality. And the reason I give you that distinction again, when we're talking about equality, it's right, essentially making sure that everyone has a pair of shoes, right? But when we're talking about equity, it's about making sure everyone has a pair of shoes that fit. There's a distinction between the two. And so what we're saying is, yes, we women, we have a number of variables we contend with in the a place of work. Case in point is when you have kids. I'm speaking about myself. I realized that there needed to be some tweaks that I needed to tweak, and that's really about working in a company whereby what? They have some allowances for women that have kids. Do you understand? Etc., etc. I'm just giving you a few contexts to illustrate. So women's contribution, women already drive growth across markets, they drive growth across farms, they drive growth across factories, businesses, technology. Quite frankly, anywhere women are, we succeed. That's a proven fact the world over. And I'm happy to say, yes, please, let's applaud ourselves. So why do we still have barriers? We call it unconscious bias. I'm sure we're all familiar with that. Unconscious bias. And the key thing is doing what we're doing today, challenging that, sort of normative thinking. And I know some countries have been able to do that, countries such as Rwanda, and they've demonstrated the economic power and difference that women have brought. And so when they always say that saying that when women rise, economies rise, we've known that it's not just a statement, it's a statement of fact. And so in Lagos State, I'm delighted to say that the boss that I work for, who is my boss, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, is a true he for she. What do I mean by that? He stands for women. His entire executive council has a very good balance. I won't say equitable balance yet, but a good, equal, to a degree, balance of women. What we do have as well with the what we call them permanent secretaries is an imbalance. So I'm really happy to say that there's a huge number of women as permanent secretaries. One thing I would like to say is that this is his second term. In his first term, he had what we call the themes agenda. So in his second term, he called it the themes plus agenda. Guess what the plus stands for? Youth inclusion. To make sure all the youth are included. He also tried, yes, applaud him, please. Applaud him. And he also was very, very particular about women as well. Gender equity. So that was another reason why. And for me, and I'm sure a number of us, whenever we want to go and be led by a leader, we do go and do our due diligence, don't we? Yeah. Who is this person? What does this person stand for? Does he resonate with my own values? Etc., etc. And certainly, I'm happy to say that he does. And a number of other things is that it doesn't just, those examples I've given is not just at the higher level, it percolates. You know when you're making coffee and you put the grains in, it's percolating, it percolates down. So we have a number of enterprise support programs in Lagos. We have skills development initiatives, cooperative strengthening, market access, support for business growth and formalization. We have a number of ministries. I'll start with mine, the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment. We have women's poverty alleviation. We have wealth creation, etc., etc. We even have an SDG, which is the Sustainable Development Goals Ministry. What does G do is really about ensuring that that is actually not only imbibed within Lagos State, but across Lagos State. So she works with a number of businesses to try and drive that. Governance is another part of it that I wanted to talk about, which is inclusive governance. Economic empowerment alone is not enough. I've already alluded to that. Women must always be represented in policies. Women must also ensure that we have seats at where? The decision-making tables. And I think each and every one of us owe it to ourselves. As they say, I'll say a bit of Yoruba and I hope we all understand it, but I'll also say it in English. They say that Ile Latin ko Eshorode, charity begins at home. So all of us in your spheres of influence, try and ensure that everyone not only understands it, that are aware that what a man can do, a woman can do better. And even if we say we want to go one step further, we can say that yes, women can really be at any table wherever any man is. And so that's context setting, really. It's all about fairness. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's all about inclusion. And it's all about ensuring that we're expanding those leadership opportunities wherever there is a woman. And that's why I really wanted to mention that. And with that further context, I think it's important that it will be amiss of me not to mention the fact that there is currently in the House of National Assembly the second reading, and in fact we should even give her an applause that in fact got to the second reading, of the Women Reserve Seats Bill. And what is that bill about? It's really about governance. Remember, I talked about my topic today is about leadership. It's about women's economic empowerment, and it's about inclusive governance. And so we're currently at the second reading. Why are we at the second reading? Because quite frankly, they have to understand it in order to vote legislatively and ensure it becomes law. Do you understand? Now, in order for it to become law, I can assure you there will be challenges, but time and time again, I'm delighted that so far we've passed the first hurdle, and it's about passing the second hurdle. And what is this bill right? If I just simplify it, it's about ensuring that at every state there's one seat reserved for a woman. Not reserved because she's a woman, but reserved because the woman is coming to bring value. Do you understand? She's coming to actually deliver value. So it's not just something that will just be given automatically. It's definitely going to be merit based, but irrespective, there has to be that seat. Can you imagine in Nigeria, a country of 30 million people? And we're actually going to have that new law. That will be groundbreaking and transformational. So I'm hoping that as you're all here, please become advocates and try and ensure that that is something that we hold our leadership accountable to agree and sign. And I'm happy to say that as Lagos is the economic, financial and commercial capital of Nigeria, that is something that we will certainly be supporting. We're all about inclusive governance. We're all about equity. You remember, I'm not saying equality, equity. We're all about ensuring that every young girl, every young woman, their voice matters. Every young girl and every young woman's ambition matters. Every young girl and every young woman's leadership matters. Every young girl and every young woman's time matters. And the time is now. And so I really want you to say that the lessons that you have taken from today are really about, yes, let's break those records. And I want us to start breaking those records, starting with us making sure that as women, wherever we are, we challenge convention. We stand for each other. Do you understand? And yes, when I say we, I'm including men. Men, you are he for she's. So we're adopting the dean of the school of Eloquence as our he for she in everything that he's doing. So in terms of your board, in terms of everything that you're trying to do, let's just try and make sure that we have a very, very equitable representation of women. And yes, you're pointing to your wife who we are applauding and are stood for us. So it's about challenging limits placed on women. It's about building a Lagos and indeed our beloved Nigeria where leadership has no gender and prosperity is shared where we are. And I really just want to say that I'm about to round up, but I really just want to say that I'm really delighted to be here. I'm delighted to be here because quite frankly, the art of public speaking is something that I have found to be very, very, motivating. Because it requires me to do my research. It requires me, as I'm looking at the audience, you don't realize, but you're actually giving me feedback. What do I mean? I'm looking at your faces, and you don't know that your expressions is what's guiding what I'm going to say next. And I use a lot of frameworks. I can share a few of my frameworks that I use. It's called Boost. Boost is about, and I hope my memory and my menopause does not let me down here. It's about being balanced, observed, owned, structured and timely. So as I'm listening to you, I'm trying to see, am I landing, am I boring them, should I sort of move? And quite frankly, when you're speaking, it's like an emergent strategy. You're reading the audience. If you feel it's not landing, course correct, be agile enough to adapt, involve them, and try and see whether what or not you're saying is making any sense. So what I would love to say is thank you all once again for inviting me. I will be following you assiduously, and on Tuesday I look forward to a text saying we did it, because what I'm already doing now is congratulating you ahead, and I'm going to make sure that I will do my best to speak to the CEO of Guiness and make sure that they will be here to really celebrate with all of you here, because what you're doing is truly remarkable, it's truly inspiring, and I think right now our young ones need to do more of it. I was telling the dean earlier and Mrs. Shoemimo that I remember when I was back in the days in schools, in those days we used to call it literary and debating society. Hey, in fact Even just the hearing of the topic, you're already looking at the competition. Oh yeah, ìwọ lọ ṣe báyìí, ìwọ lọ ṣe báyìí, ìwọ ni kò ká. Oh yeah, ìwọ ni kò mú exhibit. You bring the exhibit. And in fact, even when they sometimes tell you to come up and close, just because you've listened to what they said, you're already researching again. And we didn't have phones those days. It was either your brain or your textbook or your research or the newspaper. So we were forced to be reading newspapers on a regular basis, listening to the news, understanding what's going on around us, etc., etc. Because quite frankly, when we're talking about Nigeria, you realize Nigeria, in fact, Africa is the only and key frontier right now. Do you understand that? And I'm happy to say that Nigeria is, quite frankly, the new bride. The new bride around the world. Why do I say that? Because you youth, all of you, you're amazing, you're everywhere. In fact, anywhere I go, I hear, oh, Nigeria, oh, Lagos, yes, we know you, I have so and so. And I'm always proud to hear that. So I really just want to say, God bless Lagos State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And thank you all for having me.
Okay, I mean, that deserves another round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Awesome. Right, so as we begin my session, I just like to open with something really quickly. It's a quote that has carried me through many years of decision making. And as a young lady who, in her first year in a private university, as I walked up the stairs with my bags and hopes and dreams and assumptions as to how my school fees will be paid, I gave myself comfort in knowing that I was born in a bakery doesn't make me bread. I can be a wedding cake. And to start that, using that to open as we continue the session, I know there's a lot going on at the moment, but it was not just a story of resilience, it was a story that birthed hope. And I hope that at the end of this conversation today, you leave with a decision, something to take away with you as you move on in the next phase or the next part of the life that you're choosing to live. My name is Olajumoke Olashimleniola Akindolire, and my topic today is Own Your Next Move. How to recognize, prepare, and grow into it. Many times people make the assumption that your next move is something that will be convenient, something that pays more, is more glamorous, does better for you, maybe is more visible, your profile becomes better, it's easier. Your next move should be something that is, bigger and inspiring, so that when you post it for the gram, everybody is applauding. However, it's not always true. Sometimes your next move is more humbling. It requires you to unlearn and relearn. It requires you to go from a place of mastery, I was at the top of my game, I knew what I was doing, to a place of humble questions. And I'll tell you how it has affected me. But to fully understand the saying that I started out with about the bakery and bread, let me give you a bit of background. Like I said, my name is Olajumoke, and I was born to a family that is quite big. My father was in the army, and my mom was a businesswoman. I was number 10 of 10 children. And so I could hear the expressions, and so it was a place that was full of many voices. And one thing I have in common with the commissioner, I like to say, is we had to read newspapers and listen to the news and summarize them to my dad. Why? Because he wanted us to be current. But what that did for me was expand the way my mind thought. And when I closed my eyes and imagined a world, I didn't imagine myself as a dot in the world. I imagined myself standing side by side with the globe and thinking of how can I change this world that I'm living in. I didn't know what international relations was at the time, but I knew I wanted to study it because it sounded international, right? So it meant I would get international opportunities, right? Wrong. But it was a dream that I had, that I carried. And how is this relevant to my next move, you may say? It is that from an early age, we've been making choices and next moves, whether the ones that were made for us or the ones we made by ourselves. We've been moving through life. Now, if you've not been consciously making choices, today is the first day of the rest of your life. We can start now. Right. So, moving into it. Why does this matter? Many of us drift through life. We delay decisions that are important, maybe because they're scary, or we have imposter syndrome, or whatever else that our culture has told us to do. Shrink, avoid eye contact, don't ask for too much, you'll be seen as aggressive. Don't ask for too little, you'll be seen as, having a beggarly mindset. Or dress a certain way, look a certain way, behave a certain way. And these have shaped the choices that we have been able, or should I say, allowed ourselves to make going forward. But like we said, today is the first day of the rest of our lives, and we'll start to make better choices. Now, so many don't. Why is this important? Many people drift through life, delay decisions, or are delusional. Yes. Have you heard someone walk up to you and say, "Oh yeah, I will not work out"? Like, okay, so what do you want to do? Like, what do you like? Do you have ambitions? Yeah. Okay. What do you want to do? I'll do something. Okay, great. If you have $1 million right now given to you, how many of us have actually thought about what we'll do with it? We say there are no opportunities, right? We say, oh, the economy is bad. But if today I stand before you and say, I'm going to write you a check of $1 million, I need you to tell me what you will do with it now. How many of us have actually thought that far? Okay, so again, not to judge anybody, because we are all in a learning curve, and we can always start to do better from today. I'm going to be talking mostly in the professional context, because that's really been a large portion of my experience. But I think these things can be translated into real life situations, and I hope that we can find lessons that are universal to all of us. Now, how do you recognize when it's time for a next move? We say life is in phases and men are in sizes, and all those other beautiful quotes that we have to make ourselves feel like we're part of something that is moving. But when you begin to experience discomfort where you are, and there are so many different levels of discomfort. Discomfort can be the growth discomfort, meaning where I am, I've finished learning everything that I feel is valuable for my growth, and I can't seem to be moving, meaning that I've plateaued where I am, so I need to grow. Growth can be a form of discomfort. Another form of discomfort can be misalignment. Imagine if you're that person who likes structure, process. I need to plan. I need to know what's going to happen tomorrow. And then you walk into an organization where they are moving at neck-breaking speed. Every 2 minutes there's a new policy, and someone labels it, slaps that label of agility on it and says, we need to be agile. So by tomorrow, everything has changed, and then next month something else has changed, and you are sincerely uncomfortable in that type of setting. Or let's flip it. You are the innovative type. You want to do things a new way. Because it has been working doesn't mean it cannot be improved. And you walk into an environment and they say to you, if it's not broken, why fix it? Why are we trying to go against the norm? Can we just leave things the way they are? Discomfort when it comes to misalignment. You're not a bad person. The organization is not bad. It's just that maybe, there's no sync when it comes to culture and your internal values. The third aspect that I would like to speak about when it comes to discomfort is undervaluation. Now, many people that I know of have experienced this, and many people that I've worked with have experienced it as well. Okay, a brief background. I've worked in multi-sectors, consulting, financial services, a little bit of oil and gas here, and manufacturing. I've moved around a little bit. And in moving around, I found people who are genuinely excellent at what they do, but are truly undervalued. Now, undervalued does not mean that, my organization, does not just mean that my organization doesn't pay well. There's also the possibility that my organization can pay, but they're choosing not to pay because they don't see the value in the work that I do or in the person that I bring to the table. So being undervalued has different layers, but it can bring about a level of discomfort that is signaling to you that it is time to make your next move. Whatever that move is, whether from a career to an entrepreneur, whether from one type of relationship to another, or whether it is how to edit your circle, knowing what to do. I need to grow academically, or I need to grow in my relationships, or I need to grow in my career, Whatever these signals or wherever they are coming from, discomfort can be a sign of growth. Right. So it's like a baby. When they are teething, it's very uncomfortable. The gum is warm, sometimes they have fevers and run temperature and they're cranky all the time. They're not sick, they're just growing a new part of their bodies. So let us also see discomfort sometimes as a signal for growth. Now, how do you prepare for this growth? Let me give you an example. When I started out working, I worked in a financial services firm, and it was great because I was hired as a human resource person. So I'm going to take care of all the humans in the organization. Yes. And then I get into the organization and I realize, oh, okay, there's more to do. So as I continued my HR work, added corporate communications to it, added HNI wealth management to it. Because why? I have capacity, I'm growing. But it got to a point where it felt like I was consistently overwhelmed and I wasn't learning as much as I needed to learn. So what did I do? I thought about it. Now, this is one of the best advice I've ever gotten. When you are uncomfortable, the first thing you should do is calm down and seek clarity. I know, when we get uncomfortable, it may feel like there's that pent-up energy, I need to move and I need to move now. But the best thing you can do for yourself is to pause. Why? So we don't jump from what the proverbial frying pan to fire. Aha. So you need to watch. Look. When they say teach us how to cross the road, they say look left, look right, and look left again. Right? So don't just jump from where you're going or where you are coming from. Know what you are going towards. I was in Lagos, in Ikeja, when the infamous, it's been a lot of years ago, infamous Ikeja bomb blast took place, right? And we were hearing a lot of the sounds, and the first instinct was to run. And my mom looked at all of us and said, run to where? And I think that question literally saved our lives. Like, run to where? Where are we going? Why are we going there? Are you sure you're not running towards danger? Are you sure? So all those questions helped us stay calm and be like, okay, even if there's something coming, we will face it calmly. So it's important that before you jump from one situation into another, you calmly evaluate and be clear. Where am I going? What do I want from my career? What do I want from my life? What do I want in this next phase? Right? The next thing I would like us to do, if we're evaluating as we prepare for a career move, is capability. You need to evaluate, right? Because awesome, as a young girl, I wanted to be the next Oprah. Still working on it, right? But if I say today, from where I am, I'm going to jump and become the next Oprah, is that even possible? Literally, I don't think so. But can I take steps to improve myself to get there? Yes. So the next is usually a set of rungs of ladders or a staircase, as opposed to, we'll go bungee jumping into destiny, right? So always know what your capability is at the moment and what skills you require to be able to get to where you need to go. Evaluate honestly. Where am I? From the graduate trainee that I am today, am I ready to be the MD in 2 years? Because many times when they ask you what's your goal for the next 2, 3, 5 years, we're stating the almost impossible. So it is important that you understand, do an evaluation. What am I capable of now? What are the skills required to get to where I need to go, and how can I start to build them? Next will be context. Understand the context of where you're going. As one of the people who spoke earlier said, if I decide that I'm going to be the best typist in the world, is that even relevant right now? Do you need typists in your office? Do you use typewriters anymore? Do you use shorthand anymore? And very soon there are some roles that will be extinct. So why is your vision of the future something that will die with the past? It is very, very important that you know where you're going, you're clear, you know your capability, but you also understand the context of where you are going. Will it reward me? If I want to be the richest person in the world, in 10 years time, and I choose that my career path will be cleaning floors, how many floors do I need to clean to get there? So know the reward for the future that you are aiming for. What is possible in there and in that context. Set your expectations and have standards, right? Don't fall below the standards that you've set. Another thing is visibility and relationships. I spoke to us about the fact that I started out in an army family in a military cantonment in Ikeja, and what it did for me as an individual was, since my dad was in the army, he was always moving. And because he was always moving, and I was growing up at the time where we didn't have mobile phones. Yes, I just exposed my age. We didn't have mobile phones. We had to literally write to people. I think it was a form of self-protection to be able to detach. So I made friends easily, but I left them behind easily because I had to move. And it was a survival technique for me. Now I get into the workplace and realize, hey, my work will speak for me only lasts so long. You need relationships. And so here I am struggling with, how do I build genuine connections that are not transactional, because people can spot fake people, right? So I had to relearn how to genuinely build connections, to be really interested in people, and to stay in touch, right? Because the way that I had trained myself was, we're here together, great. We're not here, awesome. If I see you in 2 years' time, let's pick up from where we stopped. Don't ask me where I've been, why I didn't reach out to you, all that and much. No. Let's not do history. Let's not do that mushy stuff. Let's just keep moving, right? But then you get to a point in your career where you realize relationships are important, because these people will speak for you in rooms that you're not in. So you need your mentors, you need your sponsors, and you need those people that can speak of the work that you do. But how would they know the work that I do if I do not interact with them? How do I stay top of mind if I don't stay consistent in my interaction? So it's one thing to interact, it's another thing to stay consistent in that interaction. So it got me thinking about a system of networking that would help me be, 1, visible, 2, genuinely connected to people, and 3, just not be transactional, to be deeply invested in those relationships that I have. So when you're preparing for your next move, remember, clarity is important, capability is important, context you need to know, and then visibility and relationships are what will get you there. There are some rooms that you may not be in, but you can be. The price of entry is an invitation. There are rooms you can't buy your way into, right? That somebody has to invite you into those rooms. So do you have people inviting you into rooms that you cannot buy your way into? Are you inviting others into rooms that they cannot buy their way into? Very, very key. And another thing is, one of my most interesting opportunities when I worked with Total Energies, the closed pension fund, was sent to me by a friend at work. He just saw the vacancy and was like, hey, apply. We were working in the same organization, and I was like, apply, okay. What do you mean? These people, you have to know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody to be able to. He just said, apply. What's the worst that will happen? They'll say no, and then we'll move on. And we laughed about it. And about a month in, I got the job. By the way, what made this opportunity more interesting for me is, at the time that I got the job, I was pregnant. So I was going to go on maternity leave. And so before I could accept the offer, I called the HR person and I said, I hope you are aware that in about a month and a half, I will be going on maternity leave. Are you okay with giving me this offer, or you want to wait, let me go and burn shine and come back before you give me the offer, right? And then the HR person said, don't worry, I'll call you back. And that was like the longest 5 minutes of my life. I was anticipating, I was pacing, I was sweating, I was like, oh, why did you even tell them? They saw you during the interview. Why did you have to go and expose yourself again? And all that. And after 5 minutes, they called back and said, yeah, sure, resume. I was like, huh? What? And by the way, it paid maybe a little, at about 8 to 9x what I was earning at the time. So it was a leap, right? But what did that teach me? If I didn't have a relationship with that person, would they have even thought about me when they saw that vacancy? Would they have even been able to encourage me to say, you know what, even when I discounted myself, would they have been able to push me and say, you know what, go ahead, just do it, just try, right? And that became one of my most exciting work experiences, and I'm thankful to everyone who was supportive. They even threw me a good baby shower and took my laptop from me when I was going on maternity leave, right? So I wouldn't be tempted to work. Okay, so the last part is emotional readiness. What many people don't realize is a new opportunity can sometimes make you feel like a rookie. Like a rookie. It can sometimes make you feel like JJC. Like, I'll give you an example. I'd worked in a couple of organizations, like I said, in consulting, in financial services, and I felt like, okay, you know what? I need to work in manufacturing because it's a big operations-based type of setting, and I wanted a new experience, a bigger, opportunity, and all of that. So I applied to an organization that has presence in 29 countries. Many of us have interacted with their products. It's a little company called Coca-Cola HBC, right? And when I resumed, because I was at the top of my game, I was already presenting to boards and doing all that before I resumed there, I felt it was going to be a walk in the park. It's normal. I'm excellent at what I do. And I resumed to work, and my first week of meetings felt like they were speaking a different language. You're listening to English and it's not sinking. They're speaking English, but it's not making sense. Like, what is RTM? What is RED? What is DIA? Yeah. What exactly are these terminologies? And how do I figure it out? So you're there in meetings, BPMS, stuff like that. And this is me in senior leadership, so I'm expected to, throw my weight around, but I am deeply confused. And so many times when they say a new acronym that I don't know, I write it down. And after the meeting, I go to my body and I say, sorry, what does this mean? And she would laugh sometimes, and sometimes she'll just be like, seriously, I understand the transition can be hard. This is what it means. So many times we're not ready for the emotional toll that it will take on us when we start something new or when we move on to our next, because we feel like we're good at what we're doing, but this brings us down to the level of we have to learn again. Now, after about a month, trust me, I was proficient in the lingo. Yeah, we could, circle back and redesign the frameworks using the enhanced RTMs and the DIA reports to ensure that our route to market was great. And I could speak all of that. But in the first 2 weeks, it felt like hell. Now, the next part of it was even the bigger part of it, stakeholder engagement. It's like when you move into a new world and all your friends don't work where you work. So now you're having to figure out, is this person temperamental or are they kind? Is this person interested in preambles or do they just want me to go straight to the point? Is this person, is this person even bothered about me as a person, or they just want us to get the work done and move on? And if you apply the right tools, you can get good relationships from it. But when you start to apply the wrong tools, then there can be backlash. Imagine I had started working with someone. I was someone who believed that, it's work. Let's get it done and move on. I would have the engagement and the interactions when I need to, but when it's time to work, let's do work. Then I met someone who I had to work with who likes to tell the story of their lives, talk about their family, their pet, their this and that before we get into work. And I find that I'm spending hours in a meeting that could have been an email. And now I'm thinking, what did I just get myself into? Did I make the wrong move? Should I go back to where I'm coming from? Should I stick it out? Maybe I'm wrong. What's going on? Is it me? It's not me, it's you. Those relationship breakup lines, like, should I break up with them? Should they break up with me? Right? But again, it's part of your next move. So you need to be ready for the emotional toll that it will take when you make a move. Now I'll move on as well. How to grow into your new move. Because many times we talk about how to recognize, how to prepare, but we don't talk about how we can grow into it. Business context is important. Again, I said I was going to talk about it in professional terms, but it can apply to our relationships and everyday lives. Context is key. Even though I was highly technical, I was coming into a room that I needed to understand the business context. If not, I will misapply my technical skills and it will not work for that setting. Because what I always say is best practice is only best practice when it's what's best for your business. Right? So, understanding the business context. How does my business make money? How are we going to stay with our relevant? How will our doors be open tomorrow? How do we ensure that it is sustainable? Those are questions you need to ask yourself while you make your next move. Also, you will feel like a beginner before you feel like an expert. It's just normal. Recently, I made the move from paid employment to entrepreneur, started my own business. And while it felt like a great thing when I wanted to start, now I started and I felt like maybe I should go back into paid employment. So every other week I'm thinking, did I make this move too early? Should I go back to the steadiness of a paycheck? Or should I worry about paying people's salaries? Right? So you will always feel like a beginner. And so now I'm having to seek out mentors in the business space so that I understand where they're coming from. I can learn from their experience. Because again, experience is the best teacher, is good. But when it's other people's experience, I'd rather learn from other people's experience, right? And not make the mistakes that they've already paid for. Come on, they've already paid for. Why am I wasting their experience? Yeah. So let me go ahead and learn from people with experience. So I'm having to seek out mentors and coaches and people who run their own business to see how do you even survive in a business environment. Because the employee mentality is this, even if it's a superstar employee mentality, it's very different from a business owner. Now I'm thinking, how do we build products that the market wants? Is there a market in this market? Or will AI change the face of the market? That one is a whole different conversation entirely. So you will first feel like a beginner before you feel powerful. So stay with it if you know you are doing the right thing. Be teachable. Understand your business model. Ask as many questions as possible. Ask as many questions as possible. We have a rule. We have a rule about asking questions and making mistakes. Feel free to make mistakes, but don't make the same mistake several times. I have a friend who, anytime in her business an employee makes a mistake, they celebrate it. Why do they celebrate those mistakes? So that others can learn from it and so that they don't repeat the same mistake. Awesome. So be teachable, ask questions, take notes. And discomfort does not necessarily mean that you're going in the wrong direction. It can sometimes mean that you're starting something new and you are going through the discomfort of growth. Now, why do some of us delay? Decision making, skillful procrastination being hidden as preparation. Why do many of us not want to take those steps? When and how we should take them? Sometimes it's the fear of starting over. When I was going to make the leap into entrepreneurship, the first thing I asked myself was, so these steady paychecks that I'm used to, where will the money come from? So I built a financial runway for myself to test, to say, okay, if after 1 year this is not working, I will dust up my CV and go and apply. Right? So sometimes the fear of starting over. Now I walk into rooms with HR and corporate communications and I'm seen as, oh yeah, she's a leader there. And then I walk into rooms where entrepreneurship is being discussed and I'm the new kid on the block just listening to what everybody else has to say. So in some rooms you'll be the boss, in other rooms you'll be the learner, but be comfortable with the adjustments that it requires. Next is status. Loss of status. It's a real thing. I remember after I left my job, I was filling out a form and they said, what do you do? And my first instinct was to write CEO. But the question was, CEO of what? And of who? And where? Right? So I humbly wrote self-employed, because that's really what I am, self-employed, right? When the business grows, we can grow with it. But at this point, this is the reality. So a lot of people are afraid of the loss of status that will come with the next move that they are waiting or asking for. Another thing that can delay is perfection. This one is a procrastination dressed up as preparation. It's not right. We're not done yet. I don't have all the data points. I don't have all the research. I don't have, and the focus is everything you don't have and not what you have. So it's important that you take stock. What do I have? What don't I have? What do I need? Because what I want can be very different from what I need. Starting out as an entrepreneur, I would have preferred maybe an office, in Banana Island. Yeah, maybe with a couple of 25 staff to start with. And let's all just be busy and be moving around each other and just feel very important. But what did I have? I had the skills that I had some mentees that were willing to work with me, and I had some clients that trusted my expertise, and that was enough. So many times the look or the search for perfection stops us from making our next move. It's important again to take stock of what do I have, what don't I have, and what do I need. As long as I have everything I need, everything else that is outside my control, we will build it as we go. Okay? So sometimes fear of starting over, fear of loss of status, and perfection can be a reason why we don't make those next moves. And of course, sometimes it's loyalty to our old selves. I know who I am. It's comfortable. Some people, you say, oh, why don't you? Nah, that's not me. I'm not a sales. I can't sell. I used to be that person. I used to be you. Where I would say, I can't sell. Sales? No. I know the technical bits of the work, but sales? Now, I'm a full-time salesperson. Why? Because now I run my own business, right? It's a skill I have to build. So sometimes, right, loyalty to who we were and not allowing ourselves to evolve into who we can become is one of the reasons why we don't make those moves. And so, how do we make decisions? How do we ensure that we're making the right set of decisions? Let us use a very simple decision framework, right? It's a 4-pronged approach. Recognize your current situation. Where am I now? Am I experiencing discomfort because I have moved into a new space and I need to grow into it? Or I'm experiencing discomfort because I'm undervalued? Or I'm experiencing that discomfort because it really is time to move on to something new. Understand the current. That's the basis, right? And then the next phase is to prepare. We've said this over and over again. It is important to prepare. You need to be prepared for where you are going, because sometimes people are promoted into a place of incompetence. I'll give an example. There is this seriously technical guy that we had in one of the organizations that I worked. Brilliant young man, does the work by himself, but because his role was super technical and he was so good, everybody was so impressed with his work that year, he was promoted to team lead. Here's the challenge. Nobody prepared him for leadership. So we expected this star performer to translate into a star team leader. We were shocked. We set him up for failure because we did not equip him for what he was about to do. So it is important that we do not promote people into a place of incompetence. We do not promote ourselves into a place of incompetence. We need to prepare. Next will be enter. Now, while we may not have everything figured out, we're going to adopt the global slogan of this brand that we all love, Nike. And we're just going to what? Just do it. Just do it. Start from where you are and build. If you don't start, you can't finish. Right? 100% of chances not taken is a chance of 100% failure. So it's important that you even give yourself a chance to succeed, even if it's 20%, even if it's 30%, even if 50% that you are sure of. Start with what you have. Enter into those rooms. We're never ever fully prepared. And then the last thing I'd like to say when it comes to decision making is be ready to grow. So that you've walked into a room does not mean that's the best version of you that is possible. Let us be ready to grow. Be ready to put your hands into the work that you're doing. Get to know what you're doing. And if you need additional skills, don't be afraid to ask for help. There are a couple of courses that I'm running at the moment to help me be a better entrepreneur. Why do I need to do that? I can say, oh yeah, I have so many years of experience under my belt. I really don't need it. But if I want to succeed in the new move that I am in, I need to grow professionally. Right. Now, finally, to close this out today, again, 10 out of 10 opportunities not taken is 100% failure, right? So give yourself a fighting chance. And while I was in university, taking us back to that day when I packed my bags, I went upstairs and said to myself that I was born in a bakery does not make me bread. I could be a wedding cake. It took courage to keep at it because I was surrounded by affluence that I was not used to. But another thing that I thought about in those moments was, what will future me say to present me? What will future me say to present me? Will future me thank me for this behavior, this attitude, these activities, these decisions that I'm taking? Or will future me question the decisions that I'm taking? That seemed to be like a motivation point for me. And while I felt completely out of place, by the way, in this private university, I went on to be an early council member for my 4 years. I played in the basketball team for the school, took on a couple of leadership roles while I was at it, because I knew that there was more and I was going to step into it whether I felt comfortable or not. Now, in those moments and in these moments where we're about to take decisions about our next move, we may not feel comfortable. We may feel even uncomfortable with the spotlight because we feel, oh, I don't look right. I don't feel like my business feels right. I don't know that my work is up there yet. Maybe the spotlight is exposing things instead of celebrating you. But the opportunity is there to do better, to be better, to grow, to earn the skills that will help you in the future. So, as I close out, like I said, sometimes some people already know what to do, and we are dealing with inertia, meaning the fear of movement. And sometimes you really don't know what to do, and you need clarity. In all of this, your next move will not be defined by drifting. If not, life will just keep happening to you. Your next move should be a conscious decision that you take. It should be one that you are fully aware of and may be in control of. Your next move should scare you, but should also motivate you, because there's a future self waiting to thank you. So as I step away, it is important that we do what? We decide, we prepare, and we grow. Once again, that you were born in the bakery doesn't make you bread. You could be a wedding cake. Thank you. Okay. And while we're at it, really quickly, we could have a quick conversation about those decisions that we make and how they affect the future that we build for ourselves and the generations that come after us. Remember, the decisions you make are never really about just you. The decisions you make affect your entire ecosystem. So, decide, prepare, grow, and we will engage again at the top. Thank you. I'd like to pass the mic. 2 hands. Oh, Wow, how are we holding this? Thank you so much for the opportunity. Awesome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was simply awesome. I have enjoyed myself. I keep talking about the amazing brains in this room, and this is why I ask that once again we applaud ourselves. You are the real engine of this whole sessions. Thank you. Once again, I'm Olushola Showemimo. I started out as a lawyer because I love people. I love anything to do with people. I'm fine with it. Never mind the people who ask me that unless I bring out my certificate, they will not believe that I'm a lawyer. But please be rest assured that I'm actually a partner in a law firm, and they pay me a salary, so I better justify my being here. When I left my job, I had always wanted to, have something to do with food, because I just thought, there's something about good food. Having been raised in a home where my mom was very particular about the kind of food we ate. In fact, on Wednesdays, we ate salad with chicken. Do you know that my cousins don't come and visit on that day? You know how some of us, when we're growing up, your cousins will come, they stay over, then you too, you go to their house, you stay over. When my own cousins choose to come, they come on a Thursday. Because the gist is that if you go to the Shemowa's house, it's grass. It's grass they're going to feed you. And since they believe that they're not goats, they wouldn't come. At that time, we didn't know what they were doing. Because honestly, it's still the best form of food. I'm telling you, if you can incorporate salad into your food. I'm not talking of those salad with all those heavy creams and all those erujao. I'm talking of the ones that have more vegetables. Then you would really be feeding your body, because whatever we do, uncooked food is still the best for our bodies. So if you are not incorporating uncooked food in your diet, no matter what, I'm not a nutritionist, you remember I told you that, but it is from the lessons we've learned. Your skin will glow, you won't have all these pimples and things because your body is making use of very fine food. So that was my journey into food. Law has always been there. If anything, I enjoy the law, especially when you can give me a 1,000 document to read and proofread for you. I'm fine with it. It just gives me joy, and that was why I thought, you know what, while I might not go to court every day, at least let me practice law the way that I can. So I went to learn to become a mediator. Let me tell you a secret. If you ever sign an agreement, and that agreement says go to court of law, tell them that they should please put a mediation clause inside. You know why? Mediation is cheaper. Mediation is very straightforward, because at the end of the day, it's going to hasten the time that you're going to spend going back and forth, because right there they mediate, and maybe in a few weeks is all sorted out. So it's always a clause that I tell people to please ensure that they have in the agreements they do. Now, I no longer even tell people I'm a public speaker, because I think I have moved a bit from there, and I work more with people who want to build their influence. And how did that come about? Because in 2013, I decided to leverage on something that I had grown up with. My dad had schooled in the US. He went to Forabe College. His classmates were people like the late Dr. Christopher Collade and quite a number of people. From there, got a scholarship, schooled in the US. So you can imagine those kind of days when somebody goes to school in the US. In fact, how we ate, how we spoke, how we dressed, everything. My dad was particular about it. And he always reminded us that he is raising ladies, not just any girl. So you had to be a lady around him. You would wear a dress and he would say, this dress looks, So people used to tease that, come, You people, are you Nigerians? We say, yes, we're Nigerians. But that is also the impact of other people's influence on your life. I remember my dad had a garden of roses in the front of our house. And in those days, let me use the word Oyimbos, they will park their cars and ask, please, who is doing this? And he will proudly come out and tell them about his roses and things like that. So you can imagine why, people will say, your own Oyinbo is too much. But guess what? I validated mine when I joined the company, and I noticed that, yes, people were very well paid, but there was a lot that could be done in terms of behaviors, manners, and things like that. So I made an appeal to one of my bosses, and I said, sir, do you know that I can actually take some courses within the company to show people how to appear better? Because I was in the training department and I used to have to follow them to their own training. And then you get there. In fact, I remembered one. Each time I remember that particular one, it still gives me goosebumps. It was at the LBS. And how many of us have done any course at the LBS? The food is good. The food is good. And when they serve you the food, what do they tell you? What do they tell you when they feed you? What do they say? Enjoy. So you can imagine somebody gives you good food and then adds enjoy. You will truly enjoy it. On this particular day, they had made, most of the things they serve you are made in-house. So they had made these lovely looking donuts. I looked, but I told myself that I wasn't going to eat that because I was going to be there for maybe like 8 weeks. Every set that came, I will be there. So I thought if I keep eating these donuts, by the time I leave this place, so. But guess what? As soon as they brought this hot, piping, lovely, sugar-coated donuts, am I making you hungry? I apologize. Your food is on the fire. So everybody came round, they took it, and in the middle of the donuts was this lovely bowl of jam. That jam looked deadly. Guess what? Other people came, took a bit of the jelly. This gentleman had started eating his donut. So, do you understand? So, there was a part that he had beaten. Guess what? Dunked it inside the... I didn't know that the people were watching, those who were serving. And inside me, and other people were coming. I just picked it because it would be wrong for other people to now, still use it. And they were not going to use the part they had beaten, but all the same. Somebody had kind of polluted it. So the lady just did an eye to me. Immediately they brought another bowl of jelly and all. And there were a few, incidents like that. So I just went to the office and I told my boss, I said, I grew up, learning very many things in the line of etiquette, and I don't mind sharing what I know with other people. So I will share with them the socks to wear, the belt, how it would match, those kind of little details. And the company said, yeah, why don't you do it? Then I started doing it, and guess what? It became a company-wide thing. They saw so much value in it that they now incorporated it into the onboarding of every staff that came in. And that was how I notched up. So when I tell people I've trained X number of people, where did she find them? Amen. I've been doing it since, and the company really encouraged it. But when I left the company in 2013, I now decided that this Nigeria, one day somebody is going to ask you for your certificate. No, you can imagine, some of you are going to enter rooms for interview and you're going to mention that, I was a 10-time speaker at the... I said, really? Do you have proof? Evidence. So it's always very important. Everything you do, document, keep, and all of that. And that was why when some ladies came out, I said, yes. I told her, I told the commissioner, I said, if they all had the opportunity, they will all have jumped out, run after you, and have a photograph. But unfortunately, because of the numbers, they can't leave. Said, you know why? Because one day you're going to post that photograph, and somebody say, who dashed you? Are you sure it's not AI? Yeah, in the time of AI now, anything can happen, and you're going to say, no, I was there when she was speaking. In fact, she said this, that. where is this leading me to? Is visibility. In everything we do, we need to be mindful. And that is why my topic is this discipline of speaking for yourself. The discipline of speaking for yourself. You know why? Many of us, we do phenomenal things every day. And I keep talking about those of you who have constantly been here and been speaking. Somebody is going to see you online, I'm telling you, and say, that person, we want to speak with her. I have posted a video of me speaking at the IFAM event in Nuremberg. Just that video, and it was a short clips. In fact, it was Google that just did tatafo and brought it up that day. I had completely forgotten that that video was there, because it was somebody who sat down that just recorded that little bit for me and gave me. I was so appreciative of it. I now posted it on LinkedIn, and I was teasing. I said Google won't even let you forget, and I posted it. That week, 2 different companies approached me as a keynote speaker. Incidentally, the 2 of them are in Dubai, so I'm hoping their dates will be back to back, so I could sit down there, you know. So this is why everything you do, first of all, log it. The reason why you should log it is because you will forget. Do you know, I met a lady one day and she said, "Ma, your voice is very, very familiar. I don't think 2 people sound like you." I said, "My sister sounds like me." So maybe this is the one you know, right? Don't we sound alike? It got to a point where when we call my mom was, you know, she'll just slow down. You know what she's doing? She's trying to pick out which of us is. So I didn't believe it until one day I left a message for someone, and I said, "What message did I leave? Did I even tell her why I called?" I now listened to the voice note. I'm like, whoa, we really do sound alike, you know. If you deserve credit for something, say it. If you deserve credit for something, say it. Don't sit down and say, the day School of Eloquence is talking about those who were here 10 times and 15 times, they will mention my name. I'm not saying they wouldn't mention your name, but guess what? You mention your own name. Let me tell you what happened recently. I needed to send something to someone. They had asked me for my profile, and I get that all the time, but I never ask whether something will come back or something will not come back. Once you ask me for my profile, I just go and look which one suits you. And that's another thing. Please, when you have your profile, have different types. Have different profiles. Madam Yoruba, you do the one of Yoruba. Madam Poetry, you know, just have different ones so that when they pick it, it is what they're looking for that is on top. Do you understand? So if, for instance, now they want to make me a speaker for World Agri something, I'm not going to send them the one showing that, you know, I've trained 5,000 people or something, because they're going to say, this is she was a farmer, which one is this one again? Up till now, the people who find me on LinkedIn and say, "Ma, I said, go to Okwe Farm page is there. Go there, you will find Okwe Farm." So you need to be conscious of the fact that everything you do matter. Did you hear the commissioner and the things she said? It didn't even dawn on her when I said, "Oh, the Guinness World Record." But she said, "Yeah, I would have gotten in touch with Guinness. Even if it is their drinks that will be flowing here, at least it will be something." Do you understand? And that was something that even I didn't factor and she did not factor. But what has happened today, she's come a full circle. She told us how every year they give her a copy of the current book. You know, there is this GWR books. Yes. Every year, all the records of that year, they publish it. She said every Christmas they actually give them. So for her it was like, "Oh no." She said, "Don't worry, I'm still going to go and harass them. You still have 1 week or a few days left." Now let me start with something very uncomfortable. How many times, or have you ever done something you didn't think was significant and many other people think it was? How many? I've done. Yes. And guess what? You just keep quiet. Like that. Quiet girl. Humble. Doesn't like wahala. One day somebody will see it and talk about it. It's a lie. They need to hear from you. Let me tell you what happened. There was a time in my last job, we're going to have a retreat. And they all concluded that, Mrs. Shemo, she likes fine things. Give her accommodation. And they gave me a group of about 4 other people. Of the 4 other people, I think all the other 4 were men. As soon as we sat down for our meeting, of all the nice things that retreat has, is only accommodation. Accommodation? I looked at them like this. I said, who is coming with me? I've earmarked about 5 places for us to go and visit. Only 1 person followed me, out of about 6 people. And we went round. As we were going around everyone, I was writing, jotting down and all. Then I gave my boss the report. At the delivery stage, everybody had to come and deliver what they went to look for and all of that. People had been getting up, talking about different things. Even people who were supposed to be talking about the real. When it was time for accommodation, my boss said, Mrs. Shemo, honestly, I will tell you one thing. Even me, I don't understand this accommodation part. I think you should be the one to go and do it. I looked at her like, for real? I said, yes. And I got there. I said, first of all, we would like to thank each and every one of you, for seeing us as deserving of finding you your comfort during the retreat. We don't see it as accommodation, food, no. We know that it takes a lot to leave the comfort of your home, the comfort of your bed, to go and stay in just any other location. And because of that, we believe that we are at the heart of this particular retreat. What you will eat, where you will sleep, how you will jog in the morning, your comfort, in short, rests on us. And we are not going to shortchange you. I then started, if money is an issue, let us stay at XYZ. If money is not an issue, but distance is an issue, let's stay here, here, here. If we have the money, because we believe that only the best suits our people, then we'll recommend this particular one. And so, I am going to leave all of you with the option of deciding the level of comfort you want to give all of us during that retreat. Hey, I have touched the core of their being there. How many people like to leave home and go to a place where it's not as good? You say, oh, this bed is hard. Oh, you'll be complaining every time. They give you the breakfast. There's water in the egg. There is this, because you're not at home. Sometimes it's not even because that thing is bad. Sometimes it's not because it's bad. It's just because you have already, your mindset has shifted from my home to retreat and all of that. And do you know that that particular incident made someone who I don't think I had even ever spoken with him before, we just meet along the corridor, smile and go away. This guy called me and said, today my respect for you has gone double. I'm like, why? He said, you pulled it off. Just to come and talk about accommodation. See how you dressed it, garnished it. I said, that's the life of a speaker. I had to make it interesting for everybody. And that was how we became friends all throughout till I left their company. So what I'm saying is, whatever it is, however you think it is small and insignificant, you can blow it up. And that's why they say there are no boring topics, right? There are no boring topics. I went for a program, train the trainer. When I became a certified CIPD trainer, we had to go, I think it was in the UK, and we had to do a demonstration. So you come out as a speaker, you come and deliver your speech. So there was this lady, I had made friends with her, and when I asked her, what's your topic? You know, excitedly, I said, what's your topic? She said, how to make a cup of tea. And I had had to quickly smile and say, oh wow, that's going to be interesting. I would love to hear it. I'm telling you, when she started, if a pin drop, you will hear. That was the first time that I learned that when you find an expensive tea, it is not expensive for nothing. No. That expensive tea, it is the most current leaf that came out of the whole stem that they have harvested. So when you are drinking tea that is cheap, yes, there are levels to tea. So she first educated us on how to, identify even the tea leaves and all of that, the size, the age, everybody kept quiet. Then she now went on to the different cups, mugs that we used to drink tea. The shape, the year, the this, the that. Then she now started. Do you know that when you make a cup of tea, you're supposed to steep the water and do this and do that? When she left, I'm telling you, we must have clapped for like 5 minutes. And you know why? Because she was teaching all of us something completely new. Meanwhile, some people had almost wanted to rubbish that topic. That was when, at that Train the Trainer, I told myself, I said, truly, there is no boring topic. It's only the level of research that you can do to get you out there and make a difference. Because another person could have just come, oh, tea, you do this, you boil water, you do this, and that's it. She even told us the temperature, told us it was really lovely, and we all learned from her. Now, when you make that significant achievement, please don't go mute. Don't go mute. Because you delivered the results. You solved a problem, big problem. You are in a whole team and people are knocking their heads together as to how something can be done. And you were able to do it. But you went beyond what they expected of you. But when it's time to come and talk about it, what do you say? It's team effort. It's not a big deal. Because we are so used to, just keeping ourselves small. I was a speaker on a LinkedIn Live. And one of the speakers said something that was very remarkable. She said, at a time when she was looking for work, she started learning how to build funnels. You all know now, funnels, when you want to sell your... She now started learning it. She didn't give it a breathing space. It was like, this thing, I must be the best in it. Then somebody, she just mentioned it casually, maybe in one of her posts or something, and a guy approached her. The guy now gave her a big deal. Oh yeah, help us put this, package this together, blah blah blah. When the man said, how much would you charge? She didn't even know what to say. The man said, please, I only have ₦1 million. She said, she was like, never in her life. If she had opened her mouth, she didn't even think she would ask for 200,000. And before she knew it, the man had paid her. She now go home excitedly to go and tell her mom. Her mom said, Take, keep quiet. Don't let anybody else know you have such a quality. They will think you are proud. She now said, I know where my mom is coming from. You know those traditional mothers. She said, no. If I stay with my mom on this world, I will go hungry. How can I do something that if that man offered her $1 million, how much do you think she probably would have deserved? Maybe at least 1.5, Abby. Me, I always think that when people are eager to give you a figure, is what they have, that they are quickly pushing at you. This lady said that was a turning point in her life. And she now had to turn back and tell her mom, Mommy, those days are gone. Those days are gone. I know it. Let me let people know that I know it. And let me earn good money for it. And use that money to take care of you. She said she just had to do that because her mother was terrified. She said, people will be talking that, your child, you're this, you're that. And this brings me to a book that I I could almost say that that book changed my life. Yes. The lady is on LinkedIn. In fact, I reached out to her maybe late last night or early in the morning. I said, I am going to talk about your book. When I found her, the day I found her on LinkedIn, I was so excited, you know, but she doesn't post much. She's not really. So I told her, I said, I am going to mention your book today at the Guinness World Record attempt because I'm going to speak. If you would like to write the title down. Her name is Peggy Klaus. Peggy as in P-E-G-G-Y, and Klaus, I hope I'm right, is K-L-A-U-S. Peggy Klaus. The title of the book is Brag. B-R-A-G. You know bragging now? I want to brag about something. Brag. But guess how she qualified it? She said, the act of tooting your own horn without blowing it. That's deep. That is very deep. The act of tooting your own horn without blowing it. How are you going to do that? How are you going to do that? Now, I had a very close friend whose NGO used to, she just spoke with me. She said, you're a speaker, you know, I have these young ones in my church. Many of them are very well qualified. They're doing amazing things, but they're not, they are still unemployed. Please come and help me talk to them. After I spoke with them, we now formed groups, and each person had to collate what they've ever done. What is the one thing that you've ever done, or what are those things that you've done that you can say you are proud of yourself? That was what I asked them. Come and see paper. And I asked them, so if you all have this much to write down and share with me, how come you don't have jobs? You know why? You can guess. They didn't attach those things they've been doing, they didn't attach it to the interviews that they were attending. So it's possible that you want to employ me, let's say they're looking for a lawyer and they want to employ me, and I go there and sit down. And my mindset is, hey, law. No way. See, I used to be, I've forgotten the kind of interviews we used to conduct when I was working. But the kind of interviews we used to conduct, we observe you. We ask you questions completely out of the line because we want to know you. What are those things that you've been doing? But most people, what do? They trivialize them. There was one of the people I still remember that guy. Do you know that by the time I was having those one-on-one sessions with them, he had trained about 15 children who had gotten admission into universities abroad. Wow. I'm like, are you doing this with somebody? He said, no, it's me. He brought out his diary the day he goes to Mrs. Kidiko's house. The day, in fact, there were some, they would pull their children together so that they can make it convenient after school. And each of those, he could tell us the universities and all. He could show us pictures of the children arriving in the university and say, Mr. Taiwo, thank you so much. I've now resumed that so college in the US. Thanks to you. Canada, Germany, everywhere. I said, you have really shortchanged yourself. The next interview he had, after my session with him, he got a job. I said, you just have to, because what people are looking for, we mistake what people are looking for. And I said it earlier, I said there are some of you here who it is because you stood here and spoke that you will elevate yourself. Yes. See, what you're doing, how many people can do it? Do you know how many people have asked who will say, you know how to talk? I said, but you know how to talk to that. You know that your own is different. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's just a matter of that mindset that you can attain it, you can achieve it. And so this was how I went through all those unemployed. In fact, when my friend came back, I think after about maybe 6 months, she said, in fact, the church, we want to give you an award because all those children, I think I took about 18 children, and guess what I did? At that time, there was a newscaster in Channels who, very, very good. She used to speak very well. I brought her in. There were about 3 people that I brought in, and then those ones too started, they shared their own experiences, told them how everything matter. Everything that you do is going to come round and, you know, be something for you. How do you do it? Please, you speak value. It is the value in what you have done that you will enlarge. It's not, oh, I was at the Guiness, if I spoke for 15 minutes, I did. No. What was the value? You know, late in the night, when most people are in the comfort of their homes, on their beds, enjoying their deep sleep, that is when people like me, who are the owls, come out to play. And this is how I stand, and I give value for 4 hours in a stretch. You are getting the drift. So don't go headlong. I did this, I did that. No. Extract the value in what you are doing. Imagine somebody saying, let's say the person who's been cooking here, my goodness, yes, people were standing up and speaking, but guess what I was doing? I was cooking 24/7. You know what that means? It meant that I had acquired the skill in preparation. I have acquired the skill in knowing what they would want. I had acquired the skill in cooking meals that I had never cooked before. What am I giving? Value. Value. I keep admiring the dress you wore the first time I met you here, and even though I asked for the price, one thing I wanted to ask, which I didn't have time, was how many hours it took you?
Let's say 2 weeks.
When you're going to sell the value, who cares about the price? In fact, you may never even mention the price. By the time you give the value, then somebody will say, I'm going to wear a dress that took 2 weeks to hand, not machine, you know, and that is going to be the value. Just yesterday, my daughter-in-law sent a photo of my grandson on a quilted fabric. They were talking to me about something else. All I could see was that thing, because it was handmade. They were little tiny things like this. I said, this person must have taken quite a long time to put it together. If that person had to sell what they do, it should be the value. You know, how to even put the colors together. Putting the colors together, the designing it, you know, that value in everything you do. First of all, ask yourself, what is the value in this? The work I have done, what exactly did it cost me? You know, I know someone who said when she was trying to do something, I don't know what she said she was trying to do. She said the first thing she did, she filled her house with juices. Because she said the 3 days that she was going to dedicate to that thing, she would not have time to go to the kitchen to go and cook. So she stored her fridge with different juices. So when hunger pan come, she would just go open another bottle, because she couldn't take out the time to cook, you know, out of what she was doing. If that person is going to rate what she's doing, you can imagine how she will put it out and how she will describe it. Now, usually, value is hidden. Please, what did I say? Value is usually hidden, because most of us, we enlarge the bigger picture, but the real value, look at it. A commissioner in Lagos State stood here and spoke. How did he feel? Like one of us, right? You may say, oh, that's a commissioner and all the hype, but she didn't give us that. She gave us the core of herself. We were able to see value in what she had brought. If she was talking now, some people were holding gun like this and everything, would have just said, hey, let this woman just finish and leave, because all this hype, you know. There was no hype. What we felt was one of us came to speak, and she gave of herself. Please banish the fear of bragging. Banish the fear of bragging, because when you now brag, you are going to bring value. You are going to bring what? Value. See, I sat in this room with a young lady and we got talking. I can't even remember what we said. The long and short of it, I'm going to look for her mom who sews. Guess what she said? She said, my mom is good. I said, my mom is good. My mom is good at what she does. Is that not value? Yes. And I was like, okay. I sewed for over 10 years myself. If I see a well-made outfit, I will know. If I get your mom and I see the things she's made before, I will know if she's good enough for me. Guess what? She was good enough for me. Wow. So value. Always ask yourself, what is the value of what I'm doing? Don't think of it in terms of the money or anything, just the value. There was somebody I met her here, and they were talking about her NYC and all, and the dean said, how much are they paying you? She mentioned the figure, and he said, how much do you think they will pay you? He said, I don't even know. But even if what they are paying me now is what they're going to pay me, is going to be worth my while being there. Sometimes the exposure we get is, the value is priceless. And that's the way we need to be looking at many more things. What is the value? Look at it. You've been sitting here since morning. What is the value of having sat here? You have heard this speak. You have learned that from this leadership. You have done. There are things that you have harnessed out of here, which when you are speaking, people will be like, But guess what? You heard somebody else say it. Yes. And it doesn't matter. You earned it because you were in this room for hours to be able to learn it. While some people were sleeping. That's the value. The value you take away from here. Some of the speakers, you probably would never have met them in your life if they didn't come here to speak. Yes. Now that some of them have come here to speak, the day you see them outside, you're going to walk confidently to them and say, oh sir, nice to meet you. And have we met? Yes. We were together at the Guinness World Record attempt. The man will give you respect. Respect. And he said, so were you a speaker? Oh yes sir. I was a speaker, and not once. Probably you faint forgiveness. You faint like as if you've forgotten. Probably maybe about 25 times or something. And then the man will even give more respect, because the time when you were burning the midnight oil here, he was asleep in his house. So please, let's remove that traditional barrier. This me standing in front of you, guess what somebody told me once? The person said, Mrs. Shremo, I think you're too visible. I said, visible? How? What does that mean? Oh, and I said, sir, you're mixing them up. Humility and visibility, they're different. Which one do you want me to be? You want me to be more humble or to be more visible? By the time I gave him small lecture, he said, okay, I understand. Because, we associate being humble with being invisible. No, you can be humble and still be visible. Because we said what? You can toot your horn without what? Blowing it. You can toot your horn without blowing it. There are ways of going about it. I remembered once at work, then I was very new, and I was very, very upset. It was performance appraisal time, and my boss had said, go and write everything you've done so that I can use it for your performance appraisal. And I sat down that evening, racking my brain, what have I done? Then one guy just walked in. I said, madam, what's happening? He used to be my guy. I liked him very much, but he died in one of the plane crashes. So he came and said, madam, just log your work. Everything you do, be writing it down. Everything you do. So that the day that they want to do that performance appraisal, if they give you 10 lines, you will fill 20 lines and let the man go and be choosing which one he wants. And that was when it occurred to me that truly, if you don't log the things you do, you will not remember all of them. Because, see, nobody is going to help you remember. Oh, the day we saw Elizabeth Akifenwa doing, oh yes, it's true, she... No way. Nobody will speak for you if you don't speak for yourself. Nobody will speak for you if you don't speak for yourself. In fact, I think the Yoruba adage says that Tinoba Joni Jomweni. Oh, so I will enter one room now. They will come and tell me, come and do this, and I say, no, leave me alone. I know somebody else who can do it. In fact, you see, on that note alone, they've crossed your name. Yes. So many people, they actually confuse humility with invisibility. The fact that you are humble doesn't mean that you should not be visible. Apart from logging your work, who else knows what you're doing? Let me tell you, within about 3 years or 4 years of being on Instagram, I had 20,000 followers. And my children called me, Mom, what are you doing? What's happening? I said, I didn't buy them. Oh, I didn't buy them. Even me, I don't know where they're coming from. But do you know where they were coming from? When I started the organic farming, I didn't understand what I was doing. I didn't read Agric in school. I got to a point where I said, who sent you self? This amoga is too much. You don't want people to eat chemical and you don't know what you're going to do. Guess what? On social media, I started asking questions because I couldn't find anybody in Nigeria, but I knew there were many of them abroad. So I started asking, please, if you wake up in the morning and you get to your cucumber farm and you see that cucumber beetles have invaded it, what do you do? I'm telling you, people are out there to help you. They will just be dropping. Do you know this thing? Mix this with this. Since you're an organic farmer, do this, do that, do that. And that was it. So I now had the younger ones who were coming up, who also wanted to do what I was doing. What do you think they were doing? Of course, they too were following me now. Doing lesson, writing. Okay, she said. You know, that is it. They were learning from me. And it didn't cost me anything to get those things. Even when my children were doing tatafo and they were saying, so how did you get all those followers? Then I said, I didn't buy them. I would just wake up, 100 people have started following you. I will do one LinkedIn live, not LinkedIn live, Instagram live. That Instagram live is just to go there, talk about maybe when those cucumbers came, how somebody said I should use liquid smoke, and I used liquid smoke, and all of that. That was it. I'm telling you, that was it. Guess what? From there, people started inviting me to come and talk. Even in this Lagos. When I first started talking about all these things, Dean will say, how much have they paid you? I said, Mr. Chairman, all this you're talking for free. All this you're talking for free. You should be talking for money. I said, Dean, don't worry. That time of money will come. You know why? I wanted to establish myself first. You know, people don't like it when they don't know you and suddenly you start, you know, so they're just wondering, who is she, where did she come from, kind of thing. And then you will not be able to command the kind of money you deserve. Do you understand? You will not be able to command the kind of money you deserve because you were playing too small. They'll say, when did she start speaking that she's, you know, already charging that kind of money? What's she going to say? I did, there was something, I went somewhere. I was invited to speak in one room. And I went into that room, I spoke. I thought I was going to leave. I spoke in 4 other rooms. Why? Because they had all listened to me. Guess what? If any of those people call me back again and they're asking me how much is my charges, what do you think I should charge them? Good money. Good money, because I think of value, and that is why the same program that maybe somebody else will run and say, oh, come and pay 30,000. I won't ask for 30,000. I don't care if there are 2 people or 3 people. I know the value that I'm bringing there. Sometimes all I tell people is, you know the School of Eloquence? I've been with them for X number of years. You know, there was a year when the dean insisted that you people cannot be speaking. Come to the National Speakers Association in the US. I'm telling you, we got ourselves together. We did our job. We got visas and we followed him there. You know, they say that, what's that proverb? You don't kill it in his village, in his own homeland. Oh, you don't know of a person in his... Hey, see, in fact, there's another lady who, well, just two ladies, Mrs. Clara Norom. I'm hoping she'll come here to speak. If you listen to her, you'll enjoy her speech. It was the two of us. Ha! Suddenly, we were on this pedestal because we came with the dean. CSP, CSP. That is when you will know the true value of that CSP. Hey, you know, then they always have this. They had this competition where you will just come up. They won't tell you ahead. Just impromptu speech, and then you come up and you speak. Then you'll be asking yourself, come, if this thing is impromptu and these people can speak like this, if it is not impromptu, what would they say? And I'm telling you, this is not a stage of must have 12 people. You are looking at a stage of probably 2,000 people. You cannot afford to go and fumble. How many of you have watched Dean's recording? That one that is so what was it? Thank you. NSA opened my eyes to so many things. You had speakers who had their own, different speakers had their own style of opening their speeches. I'm telling you, we went inside one, you know, they gave us program. So myself and Madam Clara used to share. She will go to this one, I will go to that one. If you are in one and it's getting boring, you just go there and say, you follow her, go and listen to the one that you are enjoying more. Guess what? There was a particular one, when the woman came, guitar. So we're asking ourselves, is this supposed to be entertainment or what? That's how she starts her own speeches. Yes. And good music. So when she's on her guitar, you find everybody nodding, swaying and all. Will you not listen to her when she starts to talk? You will. So we learned so many different styles from different people. It was just amazing. There were two guys, they told us, they said they had their signature wear. Every time you see them speaking anywhere, they are in plaids. You know plaids, the lines that look like your 2B exercise book. Every time they have to speak, they are in plaids. Another one told us that they use some kind of gesture that is unique to them. What do? They will lift up their leg. But guess what? When they're taking photographs, they lift up their legs. And when they lift up their leg, what do you think the cameraman will do? So they say that there is no event that they attend that they don't appear in the papers. Just because they lift up their legs. What are they doing? What are they doing? They are tooting their horns without blowing it. So you must think, what is it that I am going to be doing that will position me without me being loud? It's not about being loud, shouting and you know that kind of thing, wanting to command every attention. It is just the art of showing the value that you will bring to the table in a way whereby you're not oppressing anybody. I mean, somebody was talking to me, the gentleman, yes, he had a very, very fun, wonderful speech that we had, discussion that we had today. And he was telling me how there are youths who are cashing out on TikTok because they are innovators, they are, they are achieving. And in our own side here, what are they doing? They are dancing. But some people are using it to advance their own progress. We were using it here to... In fact, one lady told me, she said there was one particular one that when the lady was dancing, all she could see was the very untidy room in which she was in. And after that, she just she just swiped off. So, what can you achieve? You can achieve on your work. You can speak for your work. Whatever you achieve, it means you can speak about it. And you bring it out in a very subtle way. That's why you will find some people, when they're talking, they're going, and I did this, and I did that, and then one person will come. That person will just slide in one sentence. So that one sentence will now sway almost all of you to that particular person who just dropped that one single sentence, because it had value, it made sense. In fact, the other one who was already bragging, you just be like, And this is why people have continuously enjoyed this book by Peggy Klaus. She gave different examples. People who, maybe a fireman who have saved people from fire incidents, things that they just think, oh, it's in the course of my work. That was value. We're talking of lives. You saved lives. And that is why you know that usually abroad, if you ever saved a life, see, try boarding a flight in the US. Sit down and say, oh, I'm going to take this flight to, let's say, Maryland. Who are the first people they call? The military. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever been in the Marine, in the Navy, in the Army, we ask you to board because you are the ones who have fought for our nation. You didn't fight for their nation now. So you generally sit down. What are they doing? They are appreciating the value that those people have brought in. The next thing, they ask you, pregnant women, women with children, because they know what it means to be carrying a child. They also know what it takes to be a mother of, maybe you are traveling and you have 2 little children, and honestly you're just going, hey, who sent me on this one? But when you get there, they make you feel good and they let you go in. Even some of the embassies have started doing it now. In Nigeria here, some of the embassies have started doing it. The minute they see you and say, oh, this one is fairly, older, they will call you. They just come and meet you, ma'am, please go in. Because they appreciate that there is something. And I think one of the speakers had mentioned how when you talk about the older ones, you say, those older ones, what they've gathered. In my former office, we had a very young lady. I simply love her. We got along very well. And she used to say something. When she enters the office in the morning, because we, the older ones, used to be the first ones that get to work. So once she comes in, do you know the word she uses? Old age, no filter. What is new again? But despite the fact that she uses that word to qualify us, she was one of the most, what would I use the word, grounded. Because every time we were talking, she wanted to be a part of it. She always said, I'm learning. She said, I'm learning. Because the Yorubas have a proverb. They say, there is no amount of clothes, new clothes that you have, you will never have as many rags. Thank you. So as you go through life, believe that you are worth a lot more than you imagine. You need to start bragging in a manner whereby you do what? You toot your horn. Have you all forgotten? Yes. So when somebody asks you, and what do you do for a living? Please, number one, eliminate that word just. I can't stand it. Anytime you have to talk and your mouth wants to make just, swallow it. Adjust. Thank you. Adjust. I have sat on interview panels for about 8 years. And I used to be very sad. That was why I could do that job for that NGO, helping them to coach people on how to get jobs. Because when you sit on an interview panel, you'll be hearing things that person can use to gain, and then you just put it under the table. I was like, oh, come on. See, people want to interview you for a job, not because you've done that job before. You'll be surprised that you will have done that job before. The person who has never done that job before will get that job. You know why? Because that person is going to sell themselves. There's a particular question we used to ask. Have you ever been a volunteer? Or have you ever found yourself in a project and supporting that project? What did you do? Guess what? We will tell you as simple as, even if it is church, give us an example. And then people will just go, mute. Sometimes you'll be almost wanting to make, in secondary school, did you not take part in one something that, you don't understand? And that is why I say, don't trivialize the things you do. Then somebody will come in and say, oh, you know, there was a time we had planned this event, everything seemed well on paper, but guess what? 2 days before the time, the keynote speaker declined. We had 4 other speakers, 3 of them declined. Wow, we all had to go back to the drawing board. Sleepless nights, looking for the most appropriate people who can take over that. See, as you are speaking that one, hey, the interviewer is happy. You know why? Because if we recruit this one, she will know how to, you know, build the gaps, close the gaps for us. I had an event once, and my facilitators had come from Shell in the UK. They had stayed in their rooms and all, and it was meant to be at one of the top hotels in VI. The evening before, I went there, we spoke, I went to see the room, I was happy. Guess what? In the morning, with my facilitators, they gave me key downstairs. I won't mention the name of the hotel, top hotel. They gave me key downstairs. As soon as I put the key and opened door, I just found one man bare-chested with a towel on his. I said, I shut the door, ran back downstairs. Guess what? Oh, madam, sorry. And the clinical executive something, they said if we didn't give them that place. I said, but you gave me key. I opened the door. I was in a state of, you know, my head was just going, what to do next. I just called the guy in the office. We can't use the suite that we booked. Please get me XYZ hotel, which is also around the corner, and see if we can get a place. He called back in less than 2 minutes. He said, I've called them, the place is ready, let's go. That was how I carried my entourage. We got there. And I settled them down. We were ready. Participants started coming in. Guess what the head of the delegation said? He said, you blew my mind. He said, and what he told me, I have never forgotten. He said, it is not that things will not go wrong. It is how you handle it if it does go wrong. All my fear that when they write their report, they will mention that they took them to one place. It didn't even come up. They said the way I immediately got another place. And that is one thing. Every time I'm thinking of something, I'm thinking of a plan B. But that one, because I came the night before, looked inside the place, we're going to put this here, we're going to set up this, and then we come here in the morning, we find somebody there. You know? The man, when he had to send his report, he gave a special commendation to me. He didn't even say, oh, because of what, because at the end of the day, what he was looking at was the value that I brought into that space. And if I had to speak concerning or regarding that kind of thing, it would be something that I would leverage on. I would definitely brag about it, but I won't blow my horn. I will not. Please, all of you here, maybe except 1 or 2, you still have the opportunity to, to recalibrate, reset, and give value in everything you do and you say, because that is what is going to sell you. It is usually not the activity itself. It's the value that you're going to bring to the table. That is what people want to know. We're running a company and we're asking ourselves, if we recruit this person, how well will she run with it? What are we looking for? Somebody close to me told me recently that she got a job on LinkedIn. Nothing to do with what she read in university. But guess what? They said they loved her style of organization. That every time she showed anything, there was always this organized thing about it. So they were not looking for the person who could do the job. All they needed was a person who had the skills that would enable them succeed at doing the job. So once again, please go look for Peggy Klaus's book. I'm not promoting her because I'm selling her book. I do not have her book for sale, but I just need you to find it. If you can even get the downloadable version on maybe Amazon, you will be amazed what this book does. Every time I have to sell myself, I always remember the fact that that was one of the books that actually really helped me. So once again, can we echo brag? So I believe that at this point in time, I can leave you with that particular phrase. Remember to always, always toot your horn, but please don't do what? Don't blow it. Just give value. Once again, I'm Olushola Shwemo. I sign out of here, and I am handing this mic over to this gorgeous lady who is going to do another wonderful job. Well done. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Brag. The art of tooting your horn without blowing it. The art of tooting your horn without blowing it. So, good afternoon this morning to the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Governor, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, our senior citizens across all government parastatals, African and our global community. My name is Felicia Adegoke Oluwatoyin, and I am going to be talking about experiential knowledge. Experiential knowledge. Focusing on what you should have done, the milestones you should have marked before you live your life on the average. Experiential knowledge. So firstly, just like Mommy, the previous speaker has talked about, there are some things we live for, that we brag for, the things we, whenever I'm having a conversation with someone that I'm meeting for the first time, like of a quality friendship that would actually last for long, I used to ask, what is the thing you love most about yourself? Most people used to actually want to, we like to celebrate people, Mr. Okpe, he's actually vast in, when he speaks English, when he actually comes here and he gives contemporary ways of actually using the language. When Mr. KSO comes here and starts speaking Portuguese, we actually like to bear the shine for others. But what are the things we like about ourselves? What are those big flexes about ourselves that, wow, I think I love this about myself. I think I love this about myself. So number one, I'm going to be talking about milestones you should have, experiential knowledge of what you should have before you live your life on the average. Before you live your life on the average. Number one, you must have a mentor. You must have a mentor. Many a time we do confuse a mentor for a role model. If I ask the average Nigerian, who is your mentor, we are sure to mention someone who we do not even have access to. Someone who we do not even have access to. So how can someone mentor you from afar? The person could just be your role model. The person could actually be someone who influences you. The person could even be a teacher, could even be a coach. A coach can actually prescribe a book for you to make a review of. But mentorship cannot happen from afar. Mentorship is someone who you have access to close enough. It is someone who is living in the reality of your expectation. Someone who is living in the future that you are picturing. That is your mentor. So are you very sure that you're not actually putting a round peg in a square hole? Is your mentor really your mentor? Is your mentor someone whose present life is the future that you see? Future that you see. You must have a mentor. Before you live your life on the average, you must have a mentor. You must have a mentor who is ready to watch you grow. No matter how much success you think you've achieved today, no matter how high your horn has been, there are people who are a unicorn in that business dimension. There are people who are a sage in that business dimension, and their horns are actually going higher than yours could ever be. So you have to go closer to them. You have to get access to them. Before you live your life on the average, the experimental knowledge you must have is having a mentor who is ready to watch you grow. Number 2, the next one is you need to build a supportive community. A supportive community, either inorganic or organic community. You need to build a supportive community. A supportive community. One of my boss I still respect so much asked a question in a meeting, and he said, if you needed help today, if you needed help, maybe financial help, you needed money today, aside your family members, aside your friends, your family members, those who know you, aside your family members and your friends, who do you know that can actually help you? If you needed help today, aside your friends, your family members, who can actually help you? Can you just chat a random person on your phone, and that person will see you valuable enough to help you? I followed this lady online. Okay, it was just the Facebook algorithm that brought it. So she actually she posted she had a post where she asked her friends for 500,000 naira loan. So virtually all her friends were willing to actually loan her 500,000 naira. Then in the comments you discover that this person is not just someone who you are willing to give money to. She is someone who has actually stood by them one way or the other, because that is what will make people be able to. You just message them, please, could I get a loan of 500,000 naira from you? And she asked averagely 6 of her friends, and all of them were willing to actually pay her to actually loan her that amount of money. That means the quality of that person's life is bigger than 500,000 naira. So there's a way we look at you and we're able to, if this person is asking of this, it actually means this person's value is beyond this. Someone who is a billionaire in dollars or a millionaire in dollars is now asking for a loan of 500,000 naira. You should know that what could have gone wrong. So they were willing to, is that how bad it has become? For someone who you know that is a forex trader, a successful forex trader, then it's asking you for urgent 2K. So there is a way you just rise to help this person. Experiential knowledge to have before you live your life on the average. Before you live your life on the average. The third one, before you live your life on the average, you must have attained to a level, financial literacy. Financial literacy. I don't want to dabble directly into the story of a man, the sower. He actually went and he was spreading seeds all around. Some fell on the wayside, some fell on the stones, some fell on the rock, some fell into the water. That means the flow of money, your cash flow,
is like a rainfall. Your cash flow is like a rainfall. So most of the times, because there is abundance of rain, we tend to let out all the water in our reservoirs. Like a Yoruba proverb once says, we have a Yoruba Agboye CEO here. Like, so you just heard the rumbling of the rain, and you poured the water in your drum away. What if it didn't later rain? What if the rainmakers just pushed the clouds away, like it's very common in cultures? You just heard the thunders, the rumbling, the clouds, then a little drizzle. So you just said, oh, let me just. So there are some monies that get access into that account. You can't even believe how they actually got there. They are a very big win. Then you feel like, oh, I've arrived. First thing first, I'm going to give myself the princess treatment. Then you squander your seed. You squander your seed. You must have financial literacy. Most people who end up poor are not people who didn't have access to money. They are people who actually ate their seeds. There are people who actually squandered their seeds. So it is not the access to that money. It is not because you are not saved money. What exactly do you use that access, that money? What exactly do you use it to achieve? What exactly did you use it for? The next one. The experiential knowledge for you to have before you live your life on the average. So on the average, you're expecting to live maybe 80-year-old, 90-year-old, so on average from your 30 to 40, 45. The things you must have known how to do. Experiential knowledge you must have had as a stable adult, as a stable human being. You must be able to know how to navigate relationships. You must know how to be able to navigate relationships. You must be able to navigate relationships. And this is a subset of if you will not accept yourself for who you are. If you don't even, you cannot pour from an empty cup. If you don't like your space, there are many people on planet Earth who do not like their space. They are so scared of being alone. They're either pressing their phone, they're either reading a book. Have you even sat down to listen to your own breath? Like you should just sit down alone for an hour, because it is that is what will make you see quality in human relationship. If you have not seen quality in your own space, how would you see the quality in having a human being around? Build quality relationship. So I had a chance to actually help someone. I saw a lady cooking for a large number of people. So I just offered, and I saw that nobody is even trying to help this person. So I offered to help. So and she was like, why is it that I did it so easily? I was like, oh, okay, this is the point. I've had to handle a project which is not even cooking some time ago, like about some 4 years ago, and I didn't have anybody to help me. So if I see someone who needs help, I know that it is not a luxury. Being helped is not a luxury. It is not supposed to be a luxury. So I understand it when you are actually struggling. I understand it when you are expecting help and you do not get it. So you need to be able to build relationship. And the next one cannot be overemphasized. Yes, we know that you are master of all trade. We know that you're multi-talented, but you need to have a niche. You need to have an identity on this space. You need to have an identity. We know that you can actually, we know you can sew, you can bake, you can make hair, you are into fashion, you are a content writer, you are into thrift, which is very, very okay. but there is something that will project you to the world. There is something that will project you to the world. If you don't stand for something, you are going to fall for anything. If you don't stand for something, you are going to fall for anything. And if you don't know who you are, people are going to tell you what you are. They will define you. And that definition, you are not going to like it. You are not going to like it. You should be able to build a niche for yourself before you live your life on the average. You should be able to build a niche, an identity around your purpose. An identity around your purpose. You should be able to build a niche for yourself. The next one is build a business dimension of your passion. Build a business dimension of your passion. So I was listening to, is it a Nollywood actor? I think he has actually left acting in Nollywood. Then he was in an interview, and they were asking him what is his advice to young people who are coming, because as a creative, you've been a creative for like quite 10 years, 20 years, 25 years. Now it is a cycle. You actually met some people there, then you are the young people on this stage. Now they have to make you find expression. In the next 10 to 20 years, you are going to be the oldies in that same stage. So, and you are definitely going to have new talents coming into that industry. So what would be your advantage? Your advantage is building a business dimension of your talent, a business dimension of your passion, a business dimension of your purpose. So you would notice that you will see many of people who have been actors. They might go into having a foundation, they might go into training young talent, they might go into supporting young people, they might even go into scholarship, something that keeps them relevant even when they're no longer on that stage. Build a business dimension of your passion. The next one, you should know that your passion should bring money. It should not just bring fulfillment. Yes, it should bring fulfillment, but if your passion is not giving you money, it means there is a knowledge you don't have about that passion. There is an aspect you still don't understand yet. If your passion is not giving you money, if there is something you love so much, that takes your time, that you are happy doing, what is this thing that you're happy doing, and you're not getting money from it, then it means there is something else you still need to know. There is a skill on how to monetize this passion and get people to pay for it. So experiential knowledge for you to know before you live your life on the average. Like I always say whenever I'm on this platform, if you are 60-year-old today, you've spent 20 years of your life sleeping, because we have 24 hours in the day. You spend the average 8 hours sleeping. Let's not even talk about when you were a child as a toddler. We sleep more than 8 hours. So, but on the average, you have slept for 1/3 years of your life. So, whatever you want to do with the remaining 2/3, please make sure you use it in getting a business dimension of your passion. The next one is you must be able to understand the liability and the asset of people in your cycle. You must be able to discern the liability and the asset of people in your circle. That is how to build relationship. So for example, I know that there is a very good friend of mine. She's actually good at what she does. She's quite professional. She's a good speaker. She's multi-talented. she actually sells courses online. But the downline of our relationship is that if she does not want to talk, she is not just ready to talk to you. So no matter how much you call, no matter how long you text, no matter how long you send a message, she's not just going to respond until she's ready. But the advantage is that you have access to this kind of person. You know that, oh, if I have to keep this relationship going, I have to understand that I might not have access to this person all the time, or she might be busy, but to another side, I know that I get to learn a lot from this person. So you must be able to discern and understand and cope with and learn to live with people's assets and liability. But most of the time, we always want to go into a relationship with people because we only see their assets. So when we begin to see the liability, we want to draw back. We want to draw back. You are not so you at before you live your life on the average, you should have discerned either as in a romantic relationship, in a business relationship. For those in the organization, maybe the person is actually working opposite your desk. Okay, maybe this person is actually a business partner in another part of the world. You must understand that this person as this asset is bringing to you, there is a liability lying down there that you need to understand and cope with. This is what I've noticed with people who have handled transgenerational businesses, transgenerational friendship. They have discerned the liability and the asset of this person. I know that, okay, this is who I am, this is who this person is. In these areas, we quite complement each other, and in these other areas, we do not agree, and that is just okay. Before you reach the average years of your life, you need to have a library. You need to have a library. I know that in this age and time, many of us have e-books. We have soft copy of books. But at the same time, you cannot overemphasize what an hard copy of a book could actually do to you. You need to have a library. So that we won't be an empty mind that is completely dressed. Because we actually have lots of individuals, they are fully dressed, but their minds are empty. What is the quality of your life? The quality of the books you've read. Okay, so one of the speakers was saying, okay, I think he's here, that as an adult, he would recommend book, and you have to spend to go and get that book, because if it is the truth, you have to sell your garment to get it. People would actually respect you from how you look. When they look at the collection of your perfume, your hair, your jewelries, your dress, your handbag, your Queen's English, when they assess you in those ways, the next thing that would determine how they value you is whatever comes out of your mouth. That means, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So how would you think if you do not read? If you cannot read. And there's a particular quote that says, he who will not read is not different from he who cannot read. I really want us to change the narrative. Like one of my lecturers would always say, he say, hide a $100 bill inside a chemistry textbook. No one would ever open it. If it's a storybook, or an entertainment, or a novella, they might still even attempt it. Hide a $100 note inside a chemistry textbook. No one would want to risk opening a chemistry textbook. But I put it to us, gentlemen and ladies, that we can change the narrative. We can change the narrative. We can build a reading culture in the little ones, because it takes a seed, it takes a generation to ensure that the culture remains. To ensure that the culture remains. We should stop using reading as a punishment. You know, when in the average Nigerian home some 10-20 years ago, when the child hears something like, go and read your book, it sounds like a punishment. So when they finish from school, when they graduated from school, and the necessity to read begins to reduce, they do not see any reason why they should punish themselves and go back into reading, because they do not see reading as a way to widen their mind. They do not see reading as a way to stretch their brains. They see it as a punishment. So reading, please, to the parents, teachers and educators and guidance cross cultures, please, reading should not be a punishment. Reading should be fun. If we really want individuals that will question the status quo, that will bring innovation, we need to restore the reading culture without coercion. The next one, before you live your life on the average, you must have an entrepreneurship mindset. You must have an entrepreneurship mindset. You must be a producer. What do you produce? What is your contribution to nature? What is your contribution to life? What is your contribution to living? Do you just want to come into the earth like, do I have to speak Yoruba again? Okay, I will just use it in English. Like seemingly a snake that passed over a rock without trace. Without any trace. The trace that you actually leave are the testimonials of what you have done. Either as an entrepreneur, as an artist, as an educator. Humans are the best and the best of products. So in some other speech, I was talking about people who have contributed to life, and we don't even recognize their faces anymore, but their names can never be forgotten. So I was asking, is there anyone in this audience who recognizes Confucius? When you see Confucius, can you recognize him? When you see Aristotle, can you recognize him? When you see, okay, we can still recognize Albert Einstein. When you see most of the philosophers that actually propound all this law, when you see Pythagoras, can you recognize him? No. But there are names that even when you use hypo, you can't erase them. You can't erase them. Will the force of your name be so strong that the waves of the sea would not be able to carry them away? That the waves of the sea would not be able to carry them away. The next one, before you live your life on the average, you must be able to cook. You must be able to cook, irrespective of the gender. Irrespective of the gender, you must be able to cook. Cooking, washing, cleaning is a survival skill. It's a survival skill. It is not a gender thing. If you have lived in a house where, in case you're not domesticated, I want to implore you to try to develop that skill of being domesticated. It is a life skill, and it will really, really help you save a lot in terms of cost and energy. It will save you a lot of heartache. The next one, before you live your life on the average, you must understand dining etiquette. So the previous speaker was talking about how to make a cup of tea. Yes, how to make a cup of tea. There are lots of things that when I tell the young one that when it comes to cup of tea, and I tell them, okay, it is this way, it is that way, they feel like it's outrageous until they get to those rooms where it is very important. Where it is very important. And life, your business, is a battle that if you do not know how to win, you will surely be defeated. If you do not know how to win, you will surely be defeated. If you do not know how to answer the question that life throws at you, you will surely be defeated. You surely be defeated. The next one, before you live your life on the average, you must be able to handle an emergency. You must be able to handle an emergency. You must be able to handle an emergency. What is the first thing that make a dog bark at you? The first thing that make a dog bark at you is whenever you are afraid, you begin to produce sweat. You begin to produce some certain sweats that smells offensive, and the dog begins to bark at you. Sees you as a threat. So it means that in an emergency, it is not actually what happens at the latter end. It is how you handle it. It is how you handle it. And most of the times, victim of accident, I know of someone who is a survivor of a very ghastly accident. When the accident happened, she was actually asleep. She was actually asleep. For those who used to sleep in long distance buses, she was actually asleep. So most of the people who died in that accident died from high blood pressure, because they were the one that witnessed how the bus was actually turning and somersaulting. Thank you. How the bus was somersaulting. But those who survived were those who were asleep, who did not see it. They were those who did not see it. You need to train your eyes, train your ears and your mind how to keep calm in an emergency. So something happened when I was in the penultimate years in school, and when everyone heard that news, they were shaking, they were scared, they were like, they were frantic. And I just sat down. I was very calm and cool. I just sat down, and my roommate just came, and she's also a classmate and a roommate. So she came and met me. I'm like, why are you so calm? Why won't I be calm? You're not even worried. You're not even. I can't control what is happening, but I can control my reaction. So if you are frantic, you are worried, will it solve what is on ground? When you are calm is when you will be able to take decision on how to get out of it. So you don't need to be worried. You don't need to be frantic. Oh, what would we do? Oh, everyone is in trouble. No. The first thing first is calmness. It is calmness that will tell you the next best thing to do. That will let you know the next best thing to do. Experiential knowledge of what you should know before you live your life on the average. So, gentlemen and ladies, our international audience, before I call for the next speaker, I'm going to conclude by saying, build relationship. Life is what living at its best. Make sure you live and let live. Make sure you live and let live. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time, because it is an aspect of a currency that you cannot get back. So, and at this point, I would like to pass on the microphone to the next wonderful speaker.
Yeah, I could see the building excitement in the audience. All right, I am energized already. We've just had a very great meal, and I think that's enough reason. So today I want to explore a very significant topic, and I'm going to be linking this topic in relation to life. And this topic, I came across it when I took a course in the university taught by my Professor Adeosun Oyenike. And you must have heard me mention her, sometimes here on this podium, because she actually contributed massively to the erection of my knowledge on this aspect. So kudos needs to be given to your mentors, those who have founded your, who have grounded you in these concepts. And when we look at the philosophies of education, they are majorly 4, but could be expanded to 5. This philosophy, life, for everything that you do in life, there is a philosophy that guides it. Whether it is your education, whether it is your career, whether it is your relationship, there is always a philosophy behind everything. And when you realize that philosophy is everything, is the perspective at which you look at everything, then you begin to have a better understanding of life. Are we following? Yes, now, from these 5 philosophies, I would like to start with the one I consider very interesting, most interesting, existentialism. Can we pronounce that word? Existentialism. Now, in the realm of philosophy, existentialism is unique. Why? Because it is a school, it belongs to a school of thought that is of the idea that life is meaningless. Everybody's here, all of us here, our lives are meaningless. Meaning is made out of your life from the interactions, from the moment you build. Existentialism as a philosophy of education believes that when a child is born, the child is not born with any purpose. You are just a meaningless entity. It is your contribution in the world when you are now born that gives your life a meaning. As against what we believe that I am born to, someone will say I am born with a lot of talent, I am born to do great things. Fine, it is very good when you are very positive and positively affirmative. But being into the school of existentialism, you know that there's nothing like maybe destiny, something you have to come to fulfill. Your purpose in life is defined and identified by how much you are able to contribute to the life that you get into. So this school of thought does not justify destiny. There's this popular saying that religion and common sense hardly go together, and you might find it quite ridiculous because sometimes when we talk about religion, there's this hormone rising in us, and I know. But you realize that if you want to be too logical, there are some things in religion that you frown against, that you don't understand, because there are some questions that you even have for God. Like sometimes I find myself asking that, why is there supposed to even be a life whereby some people have to commit sins and some have to do good for as a criteria for we make heaven? And I'm like, why can't God just say, devil, die, let everybody enter heaven, and there's no need for us to say, okay, some people have suffered and some people are retrieved. But you know something? Every religious leader would have something to back up whatever the counter it is that you bring up, and that is the truth. So this essentialism is a very key philosophy, but it says that although meaning is attained through our contributions in life, there are also consequences. So the consequences you reap from the life you have led is not as a result of any divine or spiritual entity. It's as a result of the way you have lived your life, when you are alive. There is a popular Greek text, Oedipus Rex. I'm sure that it must have rung a bell now. Yeah. Oedipus Rex. It was later adapted by Olarotimi to what? The gods are not to blame. Yes. And what goes on in this text? It is believed that the Greek gods control fate. When you are born, they can say that, okay, you are born to become a madman, and there's nothing that you will do in your life, you end up becoming a madman. I think Barrister Gabriel spoke about hubris sometime. I think that has to do with, we have anaglorisis, hubris, and catharsis. These are Greek, terms. And what happens in Oedipus Rex? When this child was born, Oedipus, this was his fate. He was to marry his mother and then kill his father. That was the idea of fate. So the the parent now know that it doesn't matter. He didn't choose the faith himself. It was what he was born with. So no matter how much he tried to avert it, it will come to pass. That is the Greek belief about faith. So when the child was born, the parents, they went ahead, they gave him out to somebody to go and kill you and throw away in a very far land. But the person was being compassionate, and this is just a child. Why should I kill this child? Because they said that he was going to come alive and then kill his father and then marry his mother. So that person took him to a very far away land where he would not be able to come back again to see his parents. But one day Oedipus was just going, and then I think he saw a drunk, and the drunk informed him that the people that he was staying with in his newly found home, they are not actually his parents. And they even told him this. First of all, he heard the prophecy that was going to kill his parents, kill his father, and then marry his mother. So he was thinking that maybe the place he was his actual home. He didn't know that those ones just adopted him. So he ran away from that place so that he would not fulfill the prophecy. And on the road, he met a king with his guide. He fought them and killed the king, not knowing that it was his father. Then he now ran away to his new home. And then the oracle chose him because he belonged, the lineage blood was in him. So he was wise and he was easily chosen. And when he was chosen, what happened? He became the king. And then the custom there was that the king could marry, the queen. No matter what, he could be eating the work of the queen, even if she was older. And then he did do that. And his mother had children for him. What abomination could be more than that? Your own mother should have children for you because of a faith that you have tried to avert. But if you look at that word, some critics have said that the idea of faith in Greek cosmology is exaggerated. That probably maybe Oedipus' faith was not as difficult as it seemed, because one of the things that affected Oedipus in the long run in that play was his pride. There was a time whereby, when it was because there was a calamity in the land and he was consulting the priest of the land, and he was telling the priest that whoever was found to be the one that is causing all of this calamity, the person's eye should be plucked out. He didn't know that it was the one that the oracle was going to point out in the end. So what I'm trying to say is that why some set of persons believe in the idea of faith, as in the Greek mythology, some did not hold this essentialist class or school of thought. They did not believe in this. You are the one who is the architect of your life. Sometimes we over-rely on what we hear. And then we let this prophecy change our life. At the point in time, you must just hear that you have money, that you brought a money-making head to this world. And because of that, you just say, maybe I don't even have to work again. They told me that I brought a money-making head, There was a point in time when I was young. I don't know when the prophecy is going to come to pass, but somebody told my mom that, that he doesn't see me in Nigeria, and that I'm going to marry, a white woman, that is my destiny, that I'm destined to marry a white woman, But unfortunately, so far, the talking stages and everything has been typical Nigerian black women. So I'm still trying to look at the connection, but he was so sure when he was saying this. But I now had in mind that, okay, whatever it is now, it's not going to be serious, it's going to be a white woman, Yeah, I know, but let's see how it plays out. But do you know that we so much believe in that faith? That's why some people say, they said I have money, that I don't have to work. Anyhow, they say I'm going to have money. But is faith actually something that is it situational? And what is the veracity, the authenticity of this statement that accumulates to what you believe to be faith? And another thing again that I want to know is that, do we think that when God created everybody, was there anybody that God created with the faith that you are going to work to suffer or not to have money? This is probably where the essentialist class of philosophy are not coming from, that if God will not in his infinite mercy create anybody to be unfortunate, probably maybe the criteria that is going to now justify whether you make it in life or not is going to be by your own performance in life and not just by an existing fate or destiny. That is why they scrap out the idea, of maybe an already existing destiny or fate. Are we together? So this is the belief of the essentialist class, that life is void, life is meaningless. You are not going to become anybody, and you can become anything. But what matters is, how do you live your life? Are you going to just wake up one day now and they say, okay, I want to be smoking from morning to night. They said I'm going to live long and have good health. You can change your destiny. I don't believe in the concept that sometimes people change their own destiny. You can the same way we always believe that you can redirect your step. You can misdirect your step. Probably you are supposed to go one direction, but through your actions, and your inactions, even your steps can be misdirected. As in the case of Oedipus Rex, married his mother and then killed his father. Even at a point in time, he got that inside. He said, "He eyes had seen evil. Yet I seen evil, that this eyes must not see, any dawn again, because something very terrible has happened to him." Even if you look at, there are some things. If you look at Antigone, still written by Oedipus Rex, by Sophocles. Antigone. In Antigone, for instance, now there was a battle between divine law and natural law. Somebody died. The natural law encouraged that when somebody died, the person is supposed to be what? To be buried. Even if it's an enemy, you are supposed to bury the person. But somebody who was seen as a traitor to his country, it's believed that the person should not be given a befitting burial. And that was even the argument between Creon as a king and Antigone. You may want to read Greek mythology. It's very interesting. Greek mythology. I enjoy reading Greek mythology because it helps you understand the idea of fate better. You can read the stories of the Titans and the Olympians. We know of Zeus. Venus. Zeus was the god of heaven, and then Hades ruled the underworld. So you understand all of this Greek mythology. For instance, there is one creature in Greek mythology. How many of us know Cupid? Not stupid, not DJ Cupid. Cupid is one foolish boy with an arrow. So he goes about with the arrow, and then if he fires the arrow at your heart in the right place, you fall in love. But if the arrow misses and it fires it at your head or anywhere else, you fall out of love. So that is why people will say that, may Cupid shoot me, the arrow in the right place. So these are what we learn from Greek mythology, and then we see how the ideas of faith play out. So that is what we refer to as existentialism. Now, another thing again you look at for, which is also a philosophy, is progressivism. And progressivism as a philosophy believes in the idea of experiential learning. Do you know that the best way you can learn something is through experience? I used to give an example, with university lecturers, for instance now. And one of the problems that many students have as to why they don't do well is because when it comes to university learning, the ways the lecturers teach are actually traditional. The reason many students do not make better grades is not because they adapt. I do give examples that, how could somebody who has written JAMB and have gained admission into university, for you to have written JAMB and have gained admission means that there is something in your score. But sometimes the teaching method, the teaching pedagogy is one of the cankerworms that have affected the poor grades of students. Lecturers will come to class and we see these lecturers as unknowings. What we just do is to just jot notes. I want to teach you this one today. There's no any interactive section. There's no progressive tenets in class. And in the end, la cram, la pour. And then we will just try to pour everything down. So people are crazy crammers. I believe that, in my undergraduate days, I do not believe in overnight reading. Anytime we went for overnight, it was usually for you to go and see what your eyes are not supposed to see. A time I went for an overnight, I saw what my eyes was not supposed to see. at the back of the classroom. You know, people were doing something entirely satanic at the back of the classroom. I wanted to go and use the toilet. I wanted to go and use the toilet, and I saw a lady and a guy. Probably maybe reading was done at the back, but that posture was not a reading posture, and that is overnight for you. Even some people, they will crash out, they will sleep. You see them, we are going for overnight today. All of these paparazzi, but after 1 hour, I'm telling you, they are breathing every day like a dog, because hardly does anything productive happen overnight. What you are supposed to have learned 4 months in a semester, you want to cover it in one night, and then your brain now becomes bombarded. Telling you, I've seen somebody cried out of examination or before. She said my life is ruined. She said my life is ruined, that I could not even remember anything at all. That is and then do you know why? Fine, you might want to blame the student for so many reasons, that maybe probably they didn't read in time, but you realize that even lecturers have more jobs to do when it comes to actually encouraging progressive learning. Do you know that if, for instance, now I want to teach you guys African literature, and I'm somebody who has been grounded in the philosophy of progressivism, and I say, Gabriel, please come out. For instance, now I say, Gabriel, please come out, and just an instance, and I say, Gabriel, please come out, and then I say, okay, Gabriel, as an African, what are the things you even know about your country? And then Gabriel begin to tell me about probably civil war, probably slave, about as an African, okay, civil war in Nigeria, slave trade, colonialism. Then I said, okay, Gabriel has listed the points. What can you guys say about these things? What am I trying to do? I am trying to actually carry the student along. They will remember that kind of teaching better than when you just come to class and say, okay, African literature, this is one of the loopholes in our educational system. You want to teach students drama as a course. Let them come out and dramatize one scene. You will be Bayo, you will be Dekule. Do you know that at the end of that class, they will start calling themselves the name, and in the exam, they will remember that they acted, this particular character. That is what progressivist, philosophy is all about. That when there is experiential learning and teaching, we learn better from experiences. Some of the things that most of us are able to use here to fine-tune and broaden our point is because we learn them from experiences. How many courses can we be quoting in our head that, okay, I remember this course, but we could quote the activities that we did in school because these were gathered from what? Experiences. And this is the progressivist learning. I am a progressivist philosopher. I believe in collaboration. We have been able to achieve maximum production here because we collaborated. Because everybody feels involved. Sometimes you remember what happened maybe in day 2 or day 3 because it was true experience and not just given to us verbatim from the mouth of somebody we seen as unknowing, the teacher, the dispenser. The commissioner that came spoke about theme. She spoke about theme agenda as the thing that constituted the first 4 years of the current administration ruling. And if you check the curriculum, educational curriculum of any course, whether it is English, if you look at the preface, you will see that theme agenda. What is required of a 21st century student? Critical thinking ability, problem solving, decision making, independent thinking. And you cannot achieve this if you do not believe in the progressivist philosophy. Students who learn much better, they are students who have enough practicability and experiences to explore from. Do you know that sometimes you could remember something that you experienced than even when somebody comes out there and then pour everything out on you? Why? Because of the involvements. I don't know anybody that has ever had any experience with primary school students before, but you realize that the primary school students you are teaching might not even remember solely those conceptual things you are trying to ingrain in them. But those activities that you did during break time, sports time, that you say, okay, jump up, those are the things that will be ringing in their head when they get home. Do you know why? because they learn much better through experiences. And that is the sole aim of progressivism. Are we following? Yes. So individuals must learn to think critically and adapt to change. In the world today, nobody wants somebody that they will keep on spoon-feeding, and that is the truth. Everybody wants somebody that they can give to and can produce 10. So because at a point in time when you are to be spoon-fed, I'm telling you, even the person that is spoon-feeding you will run out of, of feeding. That is the truth. Because everybody wants somebody that, okay, once I charge you, give you the necessary tool, then you can from there produce more. That is where progressivism sets in. Are we following? Yes. Now, apart from progressivism, we have what we call socio-reconstructionism. Socio-reconstructionism. Ladies and gentlemen, when you hear the word socio, you know it has to do with what? With the society. And when you hear the word reconstructionism, from the root word reconstruct, what can you gather? Good, to make again, to readjust, to recreate. So social reconstructionism as a philosophy, it believes in the fact that society is a reformer. That the purpose of education is to reform individuals that are going to go into the society and become better individuals. When you say you are educated, your education is not just tested in the classroom. It is majorly, you are going to have your major test of education even in the society. For instance, now, if you say you study English, I'm telling you, people do not even know that probably there are different aspects of English. Yep. They just expect you to know some certain things. Yeah. They come to you and say, how is this word pronounced? What is the error associated with this? Why is this one not correct? And I think same applies to other courses too. So they believe that education aim is to reform. No matter how terrible you can be, I'm telling you, education should be able to shape you. And I will share one personal experience with you. I'll be honest, I stopped my education at GSS 2 second term. I didn't do GSS 2 third term. I didn't do GSS 3 at all. I didn't do SS1 first term, SS2 second term. I only started my education again at SS1 third term. And I was living in Ikorodu, with my parents, and I came back to meet them, and painfully, when I got there, I started mingling with some very terrible guys. Their goal was simple: go to work, make some money, and at night go out there and hunt for girls. That was the life. The life was not really, they were not educated, so there was no purpose and all. So at that time I was still going to school, but I didn't really find interest even in school, because I had a math tutor then that would tell me minus one plus one, and I would just see whatever comes to my head. I didn't know that, okay, minus plus this one is supposed to give you this one. And that was the way I was living. So there was a particular girl in my class who was my principal's daughter. We call her Omo by name. The girl she was extremely intelligent. At a point in time, they will be asking us questions in class, and the teacher will just say, Omo, please, just help them out. If you could hear me today, I'm proud of you. And she just say, please, just help them out. And she just stand up. Those girls that they will just wear those glasses and they have that nerd, intelligent looking physique. And I will say there's nothing I can do. I can never reach up to this girl's standard. And this girl will still wake up in the middle of the night and read. But that moment, my principal, Omage Dixon, he would on our assembly ground every day, there were 3 things he was always doing. Number 1, we learned Psalm 91 by heart. He will learn Psalm 91 by heart. And after that, he will come on the assembly ground to give us motivational speeches. He said that was the way that he could remove the devil out of our heart and then make us love education. So the man would talk and talk and talk, but many people did not listen because it was just like the regular thing. and he would try to tell us stories. It was from him I first learned of this man, Ben Carson, who wrote Gifted Hands and Think Big. And this man was always motivating us. But at that moment, even when I was in SS1 third term, I was still very much interested with the kind of friends I was working with, because the education has not actually been ingrained in me. So those guys were just into making money, and all of those kind of lifestyle. Ladies and gentlemen, just one textbook changed me and made me love education. And what textbook was that? Government, comprehensive government, changed my educational trajectory. If you look at the beginning of that comprehensive government, there's government as an academic field of study, as an institution of a state, and as an art or process of governing. That day, because my principal, whether or not you are going to pay your school fees, the first money that your parents pay to your school is for all the recommended textbooks. You must get all the recommended textbooks. So I got all the recommended textbooks. I didn't know what I was going to use them to do. I just said, okay, well, let's just get it. And one of these days, I just opened governments. And then I learned the definition of government as an academic field of study. Okay, maybe the art or process of government. I just learned the definition, and I was surprised that I could reproduce it. I went to do something, I came back, I'm like, what is happening? And a friend of mine came to call me that we should go and ball as usual. I said, okay, wait, before I go, ask me this thing again. And I reproduced it. And that was a turning point in me. I was not telling myself that if Ben Carson's life would be changed by his being able to talk about rock. Do you remember the story? Being able to talk about rock. Ben Carson was a dullard in his class, but one day he was forced to library by his mother, and they went to school one of these days, and the teacher was asking them about rock, and he was surprised that even the brilliant student did not know the type of rock, and he was the one who was able to talk about it. And that changed Ben Carson's life. He got to a stage, he got 99 over 100, and he was sad about it. And I was like, why can't I also deserve better? So I changed the pattern of my friends. Education had reformed me. You got to a stage, this place becomes sunken. You could pour water there and drink. And that was when I already had a feel with education. So education shaped me. A quote from a book, I'm telling you, you can see that many people that have come here have given out quotes. A quote from a book can change your life. Somebody's 10 commandments of life can be your own living commandment, and then it will change your life. Never underestimate the power of education. So that changed me. It changed my friends from there. I started taking and I told myself that I want to write my work once. Then I might go closer to the girl. And I realized, sometimes one of the things you learn from education is it is not competition. The best minds in the world are those who collaborate. You can learn from anybody, no matter what. Nobody achieves success alone. So this particular girl, or more, I got closer to her, and there was even a time that I was not staying with my parents anymore, because my parents they moved out of the Korodu, but they wanted me to finish my education. At the point that they gave me my food money, I remember that I bought biology essential textbook, the big one, because of that girl, because comprehensive was not enough. Essential biology is way more comprehensive than the comprehensive biology. And then I asked her one time, she said, I used my midnight to read, because one day I saw her watching television in the afternoon, and I told myself that if somebody like this could be reading in the midnight, probably watching television in the afternoon, I do not even decide to watch television at all. So education reshaped me, and today I'm enjoying it. So that is social reconstructionism as a philosophy of education. I was even going to talk about something before. My boss I work with now, currently my PPA, this is just me trying to appreciate the man, because when they see that you are in there for something purposeful, you'll be supported. Do you know what the man did? I've not been to work. We all submitted our letter of having to participate here, and the man has constantly been paying my weekly allowances. I just got one again today. He's a very good man, my boss at work. So he does it weekly, and what he told me was that you are young ones. I cannot say I will be waiting till the end of the month, because I realize that if it is money and feeding it can take weekly, then I'm going to. So, sir, I really, really appreciate you. And even wrote to me to say if there's any way we can also support you. But anyways, it's fine. But then the truth is, God bless him. So education, social reconstructionism. If you see that I am a living, there's a reason for that. So education must be able to shape you. You cannot, the most heartbreaking statement anybody can ever make to you is to say, are you sure you're educated? Did you pass through school at all? And this happens when education does not pass through you. Some people cannot bring together some statements. They cannot make coherent statements. They're already shivering, honestly speaking. You see, if it is there, it is there. Education cannot be swindled. If you do not have it, you do not have it. In the way you talk, education will reflect. One time ago, I went to the market, to get phone. I think I told you guys this story. I don't know. But when I went to get the phone, I needed a new phone. So I went to the market to get the phone. And when I got to the market, they sold the phone to me. I tested the phone right there. It worked. And when I went there, I spoke broken at first. After I want buy phone, Ogun State, they sold the phone to me there. It worked right in my face. My hard-earned money I used to buy the phone. So I got home. I owned the phone. It still worked, but all of a sudden, just boom, boom, boom. I tried to test it again. Then I just told my mommy that I've been duped. That I'll be I told my mommy that I'll be going back there. My mom said, the way African mother can be. You can't just go back there. Do you know what if they watch? I said, no, I'll go back there. I didn't have anybody to follow me there. But one thing I said I was going to do is that I was going to change my broken English to standard English. That was the logic there. And when I went back to the store where I got the phone, the guy was there. And then at first, when I got there, I was being calm. And I was like, you sold this phone to me? The phone was not good. And he was like, what's wrong with this phone? You took phone home and it's not working. They could be quite effronteous if care is not taken. So I said, if I'm gentle with this guy, I won't get this phone back and I won't get the value. So I turned it. I said, you lack conscience. This dubiousness of yours will be punished. When I came here, you spoke to me, I just dramatized, used big grammar, just put everything together. Then at one time, education teaches you to even be logical. I picked my phone, I'm like, hello sir, I'm not even collecting the phone again. I want an action to be taken against him. I've snapped his shop. I want him, So the guy was looking at me that, is this guy calling somebody? And he said, he didn't know that it was OJ. I called my mom, my mom was just telling me, that please be coming back. But I didn't let the guy hear what was going on. In the end, he just gave me my phone and said, just be going. And when I was going, at the point in time I was walking with confidence. As I got to one street, I took race. That she's not going to change his mind and come after me. But what I used there was an educational wit. You wouldn't have been able to. Some of us have used education smartly to create favor for ourselves. The way you speak can garner you respect, can give you opportunities. And that is the benefit of education. And mind you, education is not only assessed. What social reconstructionism makes us know is that education is not only assessed by grades alone. There are many people who have the grades, but then out there they are not employed. What will make you, have your full accolade is what you can now do, your certificate in the end. So that is very important. So social reconstructionism, rehabilitation, education should be able to change you. Are you following? So you can't say we are educated and they will still see. Even when there are issues, they say that when educated people fight, their fight is classy. You can't say you're educated and then somebody annoys you now. The next you are looking for bottle. I'll break your head. If you are wearing shirt, you first tie your shirt. Today we'll kill you here. But I think it happens. Even one time I saw videos of coppers fighting. I'm like, leaders of tomorrow, ladies, I'm telling you, if people now they turn it to stickers. They were throwing chairs like this. I'm like, we are supposed to be epitome. We are supposed to be symbols of responsibility because we are educated. When somebody has an issue with me, the highest thing I can do is to just avoid the person and not talk to the person again. Not hard feeling, but just avoid the person. But carry bottle or trying to go hard on the person, I don't think that works for me. Because you must show education in your character. Educated people's fight, is big grammar, not big bottle. Another philosophy of education to be explored is essentialism. Essentialism. When you hear the word essential, what comes to your mind? What is important? What is important? In the old days, 3 skills were considered important. Reading, we call them the 3 R's. What are the 3 R's? Reading, writing, and arithmetics. Yeah, just use that way. Arithmetics. Reading, writing, and arithmetics. They call them the 3 R's, but it's not like the spelling wise. So it is believed that you should be able to do some calculations, you should be able to read, and you should be able to write. Being able to write is not only what is done by those in the English aspect alone. Everybody needs to know how to write. Whether you study law, whether you study even pure mathematics, everybody must write. Victor, for instance, now is an economist, but he was just giving us the processes of writing grants. In his last speech, I think so, he was giving us the process of writing grants. And that's to say that you really do not need to study English before you can actually learn the art of processes of writing. In fact, the ability to structure your speech and put them in right patterns is part of the things that shows that you're actually a good writer. So essentialism, having the necessary skills that are 21st century skills that will be useful. You cannot amass everything. Now, let me share you guys just one recent experience now. A British school in Banana Island. I told my friends, Victor and this thing. A British school in Banana Island reached out to a professor of mine, reached out to the VC of Unilag, that the VC of Unilag should reach out to a professor in our department to recommend people that can actually teach in that school. And the professor reached out to me and said, okay, I should recommend people, for her. Then I recommended myself and 4 other persons. Do you know what happened? The woman rejected 2 people's CV just right now. That was what I was dealing with there. She said, these 2 persons do not have any focus. That is why when you are setting up your CV, I'm a CV expert. It is not, you cannot just put everything there. There are even sometimes that for a job that you want to apply for, there are some things that is not necessary for you to put there. So they put, somebody saying I'm in the media, I'm in fashion, I'm in finance, jack of all trades, masters of none. But this work is an educational something, and you do not have any school experience that you have taught. And 2 of them just got disqualified. That could be one very good opportunity that could boomerang them. So sometimes we need to have some essential, some crucial skills. What do? I do everything. I do everything is synonymous to what? You do nothing. What do you do? Okay, I am this. We have seen people come and talk about their specialty, and then they give us everything and you are interested. We've seen, for instance now, the madam that is there that spoke last night, you will know from her speeches that she's an educator. And she can go ahead to tell you from different aspects. Even mommy, we know that the specialty when they can school you from morning to night. But why it is even good to diversify, there's what we call integration in terms of education. But then it is still good to have aspects that you focus on. There was a particular girl that spoke. I've forgotten, I think Kiara. She spoke on this podium some time ago, and she spoke on fashion. She spent like about 1 hour, 30 minutes or thereabout speaking on fashion. And you will know, and she kept on bringing different things. She spoke about quality control, the printing and the delivery processes, and I learned, even though I'm not even in the fashion space, or I'm not even into woman fashion space. This is what happens when somebody talks about their specialty. Yesterday, a man spoke about marine time in the evening time. You could tell with the adeptness, the dexterity that this person knows his onions. Talking about the port, how many things Nigerians have, what they don't have, statistically. This is what happens when you are a master of your own field. So focus on the essential. It doesn't mean that you should not be able to. For instance, when I was growing up, I learned electricity, repairing something. I didn't finish it. I learned generator repair. I destroyed one of my boss' generator. They beat me anyhow. I didn't finish it. I ran away. Barbing, I learned barbing for like 3 months. But I do not really understand what it means that I'm learning barbing and I will be going home to go and be washing your clothes. And you'll be sending me around. I didn't know it was part of the barbing mentorship. I just thought I was being misused. Sometimes bosses do that, and you might see it as a sort of punishment, but sometimes you might perform an extra. Mentorship is all about serving. You can't be a boss without serving first. But that period, I didn't understand. I'm here to learn Bible. I'm supposed to be in show. But you may just tell me, "Where I carry plates, go and buy amala here." Then one day that he was not at home, and I said, "Okay, let me make little change for myself." And one boy came, so I put on the generator. So the boy said he wanted low cut. So I destroyed the air. I now saw that it will not give him back low cut. And I told him that I think skin is better on you. The boy said, "No, sir, I want low cut." So as I was trying to drag the boy, that was how the boy now, out of anger, he just ran out of the old place. And so before my boss, so the mother said the mother came to shop, and I was begging mother, "Please don't let my boss know." The mother said no. So the mother went and came back when my boss was around. So before she came back, I told my boss that the boy came today, and then I had to tell a lie. He said he wanted skin. So the mother the boy said no, that he has never barbed skin before. That didn't I know? My boy just said, "Okay, sit down there." All these O's beat me. At that time I said, this thing is not meant for me. So I told my mom when I got to know, I said, as I was coming, they wanted to kidnap me, that I'm supposed to leave this space. I didn't finish barbing. I went again, plumbing. I learned plumbing. I could tell you different kind of pipes we have, how to fix it, how to treat toilet when it's blocked. This basic I could do them. But I went to plumbing because of the money. Because those days my boss would make money, and my senior who was working with my boss, who brought me in, was my close friend. So if they give him like 20K, he would share it equally with me. So that was able to make me get my first Lenovo phone. But I was not even stuck with learning the thing. It was more about making money there. I didn't finish that until I left. Then I went to fashion designing. Fashion design, that one, I didn't even spend weeks there. Photography, somebody said I could take pictures. Ruth could testify, I don't know. But I could take pictures, not so well, but I know how to handle the angle. Yes, I know how to handle the angle, but I didn't finish that one too. Financial crisis or whatever, I left. So now the problem now is that you could see that I didn't specify in any aspects. So I cannot come and start talking about things I do not know. In the end, what happened? There are no essential skills. The way I will talk about reading, the way I will talk about teaching and writing, because this has become part and parcel of me, will be different from the way I will talk about maybe engineering. At a point in time, I will get lost. And that is the truth. So apart from essentialism, we have perennialism. Perennialism. I'm sure that you must have heard perennialism or something similar to that in agriculture. But this one is different. This one is a philosophy of education. And this is a philosophy of education that believes in everlasting truth, moral discipline. And this one is all about the idea that there are some enduring truths. There are some morals that they are for life, no matter how much the world has changed. Do you believe? There are some things in our life that no matter how much the world changes, they will still remain. There's a part of our living, a part of our nature as humans that can never be changed, no matter how much our world changes. So individual must learn to think critically. Universal and unchanging truth ideas about justice, morality, reason, human nature. You realize that to some great extent, there might be distinct level of thinking, but to some great extent, we still have some shades of morality. If somebody walks into this room now naked, I'm not sure there's one single person here that would justify that nakedness. Maybe somebody just came here naked and said, "Okay, so guys, where can I sit down?" I'm sure everybody is going to have a kind of this is because we have all shared portion of morality in us. So sometimes people say that our view to morality is different. Fine, it is different, but there are still some common grounds that we share when it comes to morality, discipline, and values. Somebody cannot just come to this podium and then take this mic and go and sit down with this mic and say, "Okay, I just want to play with it." Everybody will be furious there because we know that, okay, this is not right, this is not a good way. So it means that we still have some shared level of morality and discipline that will forever be part and parcel of us, no matter how much radicality, how much evolution or revolution that the world has encountered. Are we following? Yes, also, the goals should be humans should see enduring wisdom, intellectual and moral development. That is perennialism. That is why, do you know why they still teach us Shakespearean works? they still teach us some of these books. It is because they believe that these books still contain some universal truths. Shakespeare's work spoke about love, immortality of art. Immortality, I think so many speakers have spoken about immortality of art. There's one of the Shakespearean poem. It's not Shall I Compare It to a Summer's Day. It is Shakespeare. Shakespeare was trying to compare writing as an art to every other form of art. And Shakespeare was able to prove that the greater form of art in the whole world is what? Writing. Because writing is mobile, but other form of art are static. For instance now, he compared it with monuments. I used to know how to recite the French fan, but I don't have it here again in my potpourri. So he said monuments and stones, that at a point in time that there can be war, even mention mass. What's it called? They call it one allusion. It's not biblical. What's it called? Historical allusion. He said mass, the god of war, that it can bring his fire, and before you know it, a building is destroyed. There can be a statue of one popular person, but with time it will eat away, it might be destroyed. He compared it again to painting. Painting is there, but painting is not mobile. There's a huge lot of credit given to painters. The art is also powerful, but painting is not mobile. At a point in time, somebody can just scrape the wall. Somebody can just scrape the wall. Even the whole wall can burn down. But Shakespeare is not saying that writing is the greatest form of art, that so long as people will continue to read his works, that art will continue to live. Shakespeare has died a very long time ago, but we are reading his work in Nigeria, they are reading him in Ghana, they are reading him in Uganda. So his work is mobile, and that is the mobility of writing as an art. In fact, when Shakespeare wrote this work, shall I compare it to a summer's day? I'm sure that many of us are more familiar with that text. That are more lovely and temperate, even though summer. And then people said that Shakespeare wrote that poem to his lover. Critics have argued otherwise. For instance, now, if you are familiar with what they call the fairy youth. Fairy youth are a group of men that we call beautiful men. They are men, but they are so beautiful that they not have this feminine future. So it is said that Shakespeare has a kind of liking for them. There's even some hints at the fact that Shakespeare might be gay because of the way he endorses these fairy youths. Some said that sonnet 18, shall I compare it to a summer's day, is not even written to a woman, that it is written to Shakespeare to his own art. That I cannot compare my own art to a summer's day. That even a summer's day will fade away, and another kind of weather will come. But my art will continue to sustain. So long as men continue to breathe, so long live this, and this give life to thee. That is Shakespeare comparing his work, the everlasting nature of his work. Somebody spoke about the transient nature of time. Time goes, if you've read this poem, to his coy mistress, Andrew Marvel, or The Flea by John Donne. These are poets that they try to be, stylish, in the sense that they want to woo women. So they will now use language wit to woo women. For instance, now look at what John Donne did. John Donne said that, the flea, the mosquito beat him, and the mosquito beat the lady. He was on bed, he wanted to sleep with the lady, but the lady was resisting. So mosquito now came in and beat him and beat the lady. And John Donne was not telling the lady that, what is the purpose? Why you not wanting to have sex with me? At least by this mosquito biting me and biting you, our blood have mixed together. And therefore, what is the big deal you not having sex with me? Can you see that with? Just like somebody drinking from the bottle and you are drinking from the same bottle, you're not saying we have kissed. So even if we kiss physically, there's no big deal there. As much as we already put our mouth in the same bottle water, what then is not big deal if we actually put our mouth together? Metaphysical poetry, the poet wits. Andrew Marvel was saying that if you want to love me now, because everything will fade away, your beauty will rust away. But this brings us to is it Christopher Marlowe? The reply to the shepherd, the passionate shepherd, where the woman was saying that you can try to woo me, but all these things are not what I want. What I want is a love that cannot be affected by time. If you buy me any designer today, tomorrow it will become outdated. There's nothing that somebody gives you as a measure of love today. If it is not a love that can live forever, it will fade away. If I buy you iPhone 17 today, maybe in the 20 2030, there will be iPhone 30, and the whole back will be camera. And this one would have faded away. So it says that what matters is an everlasting love. So perennialism, all of these ideas that I'm preaching now, they are in the old works, the classics, but they are still up to today. This is why they believed in the everlasting morality. They spoke about betrayal. Most of us read Othello, didn't we? Othello, injustice, inability to discern. Some of these ideas of morality, betrayal, they are still even existent in our world today. And this is what perennialism as a philosophy of education is saying. That the everlasting truths, ideas are still sustainable even to today. Teach the student to build their intellect, teach the student to build their morality. These are the ways they can grow to become better persons, in life. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I have come to the end of my discussion. We have looked at philosophy of education, perennialism, the everlasting truths, essentialism, the crucial aspect of it, progressivism, experiential learning. Let students learn from experience, social reconstructionism, education as a means of constructing responsible people in society. If you say you are educated, it is not just by mouth. Let education show your character. Let education show in the way you relate with people in society, in the way you take up roles. I'm shy. Education even teaches what? Confidence. You can't be educated and be shy, because I'm telling you that knowledge will make you effronteous, audacious. You have this confidence in yourself. So existentialism, life is meaningless. Don't be deceived by anything that, okay, I am carrying the destiny to be rich, I'm carrying the destiny to be poor. What is made out of life is due to what? Your interaction with life. If you live a wayward life, if your life is zigzagged, the outcome of your life will be zigzag, and you reap the consequences. Essentialists believe that the consequences of life is reaped in life itself. There's no God anywhere that is going to come and judge you. That is their own belief, but as we have our own spiritual belief. But if you think about even these things, you see that there's sense there. If you are responsible, you are doing your life, you are okay, you are not trying to run ahead of yourself, you are being diligent, definitely you are creating a better life for yourself. But if you overspeed, one of my friends, a Yahoo boy, he lost his life. And what happened? He was trying to stab, he was having a fight with his sister. Charm is real. I never believed charm is real. Let me conclude this story. Charm is real. It could not be, it could be maybe superstitious. I thought it was superstitious, but it was real. There was a time in Ikorodu before education shaped me. I used to sing. Yeah, I used to sing. It was a talent gone. So this day, I went to school one day. So we used to be 4 friends. We have coded. We call one coded. We call one ID, Muiz, then me. So we used to work together in gang. We're the one running Ikorodu or Jomo, that side. Then one day I went to school and I came back. Then Muiz was closer. Even in the midst of friendship, there'll still be cliques. That is the truth. There'll still be somebody you are closer with. Even in an organization, there'll still be people that you are closer with. It's just life. So Muiz was my closest friend. Muiz was telling me that day that when you went to school, they said that one guy is better than you in terms of music. And he said that one of my friends in our clique said that who said that. And he wanted to always please me because I was like the voice of wisdom, even though I didn't know what I was doing, but I used to give them lines to use. So, and the guy was furious that why would he actually say something that can, dismantle the group. He was angry that he could say something that could dismantle the group. So, out of anger, all of us were going to the junction, and the guy was saying, why would you tell him that kind of thing? That why are you trying to say that? I didn't say it that way. And ladies and gentlemen, before I know it, they just started saying that, okay, if they burn you, let us lay it out. You know how we could look at be dangerous. So normally, physically, Muiz is supposed to undo that guy once in one grip and finish him. So I was surprised as to what had given the guy a effrontery to face Muiz. That is how, before I knew it, they just stayed at one place and I just said boom, boom. The old guy had loaded Muiz 2 heavy punches in his mouth. And Muiz was just looking at him like this and he could not do it. He was unable to lift his hand. There's something they call Agbama Gbowo. They will punch you and you'll not be able to raise your hand. So I was surprised that, I was trying to be neutral, but at the same time I was surprised that why was this guy not able to? He was just like, well, you are eating me. So the reality didn't dawn on him. So I was angry that he shouldn't have eaten because I'm like, he was trying to even support me. So I just told the guy that oh, you should not have done this. So the clique became separated. They went on their own way. Idowu and the other ID guy, Coded and the other ID guy, and me and Muiz. Then the following day, Muiz said he was going for a rematch. That this time around that they should go to an uncompleted building and they should go and lay it out there. So 4 of us went there again. The 2 of us, I said okay. The Idowu guy said, use anything you have on me. If you have bottle, please use it. It was a dangerous life. And the other guy was saying, no, he just punch for punch. Oh. The thing started again. Before you know it, Muiz wanted to give him. He just one blow that touched him, and the guy he was just pushing him. I had to rescue him, not by fighting. I just said please. Then I took Muiz's body home, not dead, but he was paralyzed, and for a day, for like a week in non-sickness. So I was so angry, but my anger was there was nothing I could do because I couldn't fight somebody who could beat somebody as empty as Muiz. Then do you know what happened? One day I made some insulting remark to that guy that was beating the other guy that you are so irresponsible that you don't even know what friendship is about. Why would you do this? And the guy said you are next. He said, and I knew that I was in trouble. So that day, I was upstairs in our house in Korodu, and my mommy told me to go and get something down, and I saw that the guy and other guys were waiting for me downstairs. At first, I wanted to maintain my steez and say, okay, let me go and then say, but I knew that if one person could undo my friend anyhow, then for me, they were like 3, I would not escape it. Then what did I do? I just went inside back. I called my mommy. I sat her down. I said, Ma, this is what happened. My life is in danger. There are some guys downstairs waiting for me. I might not return as your son again. You will not come and save me. So then my mother followed me. And when they saw my mother, because they respected her, they just said, we have to. So I said, my mommy, don't give them. They are trying to beat me. And my mommy just threatened them a bit. I was like, if you touch my son, do you know how you guys are used to be friends? What happened? If friendship is no longer going to work, just leave him alone. That was how I escaped that beating. But that thing made me realize that charm does exist. So don't honestly speaking, diabolism is real. And I later heard. So this guy, out of diabolism, I don't know. So one day he was fighting with his sister and he wanted to, stab his sister, and he stabbed himself in his hand and then he drew tattoo. So they were unable to find a place to treat him. So tetanus entered the hand and we just know he just died. At the age of maybe 26 or 27, and that was how he lost his life. So but education should reform, should change your life. Probably if I was still there, if I didn't leave that clique, there will be no Guinness record. I will be out there, smoking out, maybe smoking record actually. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this said, I would now like to hand over the mic to the next reputable speaker to take on the baton and continue to lead us into the glory. Thank you.
What a nice section. Hi everyone. My name is Adebisi Oluwabukumi Damilola, a fellow at Teach for Nigeria, probably working under Lagos State Tescom Service Commission. What an amazing section I had from him. He mentioned something. He said education shaped his life. I'm glad to hear that from him. Working as a teacher, I can say education is the very best thing. As a youth, if you are not educated, it is a bad thing. Because when we go out there, we see a lot of people, we meet a lot of young ones outside. So it is how we are, how we present ourselves, they know that this person is educated or not. So I would like to talk on the topic which says, why do we celebrate illegal money but shame legal small jobs that bring legal money? That's what I'll be talking about this time. I would like to throw this question to us. Why do we clap when we see our younger ones celebrating a car worth 25 million naira without knowing the source of the money, source of the wealth? Why do we see our younger ones, a boy of 17 years old, flaunting money in a party without even asking that where did the boy get the money? Yes, it's called to ask for, because that is what is trending now. That is what is trending. Now, all of us, we start thinking at home. We are not even thinking of positive things. We are thinking of negative things. When a child is talking to us at home, he or she will be saying school na scam, school is a scam, school is slow. Instead of us to be encouraging him or her that no, school is not a scam. When you get to school, when you face your studies, from there you can get a scholarship. From there you can be connected to people. You can be connected to higher people that have positive mindsets. When we celebrate illegal things, we are teaching our younger ones that crime is clever. We should not be. Now let us look at those women selling some things in our streets. Those women selling groundnuts, doing POS business, selling drinks, selling water, and using that business to send their 3 children to school. But instead of us to appreciate those people doing legal jobs, we are busy celebrating those people spending money that comes from a legal way. If we are to talk of what illegal money costs us, though illegal money costs us a lot of things, it costs us gain and it also costs us loss. When you get illegal money will cost you gain. They start respecting you in the environment, in your neighborhood. They start praising you. They start calling you sort of names. Odogu, Pablo. They started calling you many sort of names just because you have money. You are using big cars. They don't know maybe it is ritual you do. They don't know maybe the money comes from a legal source. Illegal money is a bad thing. Illegal money will give you quick money. You're busy going to party up and down, you start spending. Illegal money will give you new phone. Not just new phone, it gives you big phone. You start using iPhone 17. If we look into the world today, you see a 16 years old boy holding an iPhone 17 Pro. Where did such boy get that money? Is it from legal source or illegal source? Instead of us to talk to that young boy, we start praising him. Now you the rain now. You are the Pablo, you are the Odogu. Not even telling the boy what will come after that money. If you want to talk about the loss now, such boy spending such money at his age, before such child gets to 25 years, you might heard that the boy has died. Because me standing here, I don't believe in Yahoo again. There is nothing like Yahoo again. It is ritual. There is nothing like Yahoo because all these foreigners now, they are wise now. You cannot dupe them now. Currently they are wise. As Hush Puppy is now, look at where he's enjoying his life now. Though he's still going to come out, but now presently, where is he? You spending money now, you having huge money now. That huge money that you have, you go out there buying weed, buying LV drinks, drinking it. Meanwhile, you are damaging your body. You continue damaging yourself small, gradually, and when it gets to certain points, you died, which supposed not to be. Illegal money costs us a lot. Many of us here, we have child at home. Even many of us here, we have younger ones. As a mother, instead of us to talk to our child, talk positive into their life, we start encouraging them. Many parents now, they will be encouraging their child. See your friend, they will even be comparing their child to their friend's child. Look at so. Look at what he's using. Look at the phone in his hand. Look at the clothes he got for his mother. Look at so things he bought yesterday. Without even knowing the legal source, the source of that money. Maybe it is illegal or legal. as a parent, I think we have a lot of work to do in that way. Let's celebrate humble beginnings instead of encouraging illegal money that we don't even know the source. Humble beginnings pave way a lot rather than quick money, quick cash. The job we shame today are the job that saves lives tomorrow. That POS lady that you are seeing outside there, that POS guy you are seeing outside there can become a banker tomorrow. That woman selling groundnuts beside the road, that woman selling roasted banana beside the road can become somebody tomorrow. How do we fix our thinking today? The fixing starts from us. It starts from our home. It starts from our mouths. What we say inside our convenient zone. What we say from our mouths, is it positive things or negative things? You see some mother, when they are talking to their child, instead of them to say positive things, they start saying negative things. They start cursing their child. Don't you see so child? Don't you see so child? See the car you brought to this area yesterday. You don't even know the type of work that child is doing. Just because you see a child riding a Benz, riding the latest car, you want your child to ride the latest car without even knowing maybe the boy did a ritual or maybe he's doing legal work. You might be laughing today, but tomorrow, what of tomorrow? I think we need to start fixing ourselves from our home. We need to start sitting our younger ones down. Our sisters, our brothers at home. That girl coming to you, that boy coming to you, seeking for your advice. I think we need to start from there. Talking positive into their lives. Telling them positive things. Telling them that you can do it. This thing you are doing, if you do it like this, you can achieve something great from it. Instead of us supporting illegal jobs. There are many women outside there, just because they are selling alcoholic drink, so they already have it in mind that their girl child too, that's what she's going to do. Instead of them to encourage that girl, that young girl, face your study. I'm selling alcoholic, that doesn't mean you too will sell alcohol drink. If you face your study, there are people working with brewery. If you face your study, you can work there. There are many quality assurance people there. Instead of you, when customers come, you chase your daughter to them, go and sit down with them, be talking to them. You are spoiling that girl child. You are spoiling the child gradually, small. The child will be bringing you petty money. From there, you will be smiling, you will be hugging such child. Instead of you to correct her. That's illegal money. We must start fixing from our home. Fixing starts from us, even ourselves. Fixing starts from us. Don't let them fix our child from outside. Don't let them fix us from outside. Don't let us start comparing ourselves to other people. Let's teach work. Don't let us teach shortcuts. Shortcut is a bad thing. If you do it this way, you get money now. Instead of us to do the thing gradually, because it has a process. When you do it gradually, you do it great. But instead of that, you will just be telling the child, when you do it this way, you do it, you get the money. And when you do it right, you do it perfect. Let's protect our family names. If you do legal work, you protect your family name. But if you are doing illegal job just because you want to get illegal money, if you don't spoil your family names today, you are going to spoil it tomorrow. Because when you are caught, it's either you rot in jail or you'll be killed. Illegal money is a bad thing. Illegal money is not a right thing. Let's look into the world today. Many young boys, many young girls, they are spending illegal money. Even their parents don't even care again. Because that is what they want to. That's what they want. That illegal money is sweetening them. They want to choose with the big boys. They want to choose with the big girls. If we check social media today, what is trending there is either you see that a 24 years lady died, a 24 years old boy died. Do you ask what caused the death? They are running after illegal money. Fraudster. Let's praise the right thing. When we see that young girl doing zobo, let's praise her. Let's appreciate what she's doing. From that young girl doing zobo today, it can become a big company tomorrow. But just because that girl is selling zobo, you look down on the girl that who is she? What is she doing? You won't even want to move closer to the girl. But that legal job that girl is doing today, it can make that girl become somebody tomorrow. It can make that girl become a greater person tomorrow. Don't let us look at the present, but let us look at the future. For such girl child, for such boy child doing a legal work today, that means the future is bright for the child. When we do a legal work, what will our community gain? What will change in our community? Many things will change in our community. Firstly, poverty will reduce. When we appreciate legal work, that girl selling zobo, that girl doing knitting, that girl selling puff puff, that girl sewing clothes, that boy making shoes, that girl doing liquid soap. When we start appreciating them, it reduces poverty. And it even gives them high self-esteem. But when we look down on them, it makes them feel somehow. They will even feel like, are they women like this? Because with the way some of us look at those young people doing such things outside, it gives them low self-esteem. But if we appreciate them, if we appreciate their humble beginnings, it gives them courage to do more. It gives them opportunity to expand. That girl doing liquid soap today, a company can just contact her that we need your service. From there, the girl can get opportunity. Not just opportunity, but a greater opportunity. That girl sewing bags, her life can change from doing that. By doing so, we all grow together. By appreciating legal work, we all grow together. There are many students in my classes. When they come to me and share their story, sometimes I even felt emotion for them. Because I'm concerned about their life. Many of them, they tell me, they say groundnuts, they hawk. Some will even hawk before coming to school in the morning. So if I don't encourage them, what will happen to them? So the best thing for me to do is to encourage them, appreciate what they are doing, talk to them in a positive way. Not to look down on them. There are many teachers there. They look down on students. When they see young girls, young boys outside that they are their students, they look down on them as if they are nobody. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't. There are some of them, they will say, Auntie, we have to follow our mommy to where she used to wash clothes. Oh. We will help her to fetch water. So as a teacher, I will even have to put myself down as a counselor, counsel them, talk to them. Don't worry. Continue assisting your parents. I'm once like you before I got to this stage. Please, let's appreciate legal work. People no longer appreciate legal work again. People want to start using big cars, want to start using big phones without doing the legal work. There are many young girls outside, there are many young boys outside that they need positive people that can transform their lives. Not people that will mislead them. There is a boy that I met. The boy told me, I said, what do you want to become? He said, I want to become a Yahoo boy. I said, why? He said, that's what is trending. Me too, I want to make money fast. Me too, I want to be wearing big jeans. I want to be wearing big polo. I said, wow. It is because that is what he's seeing in his environment, where he lives. People he even lives with. That's what he's seeing every day. I have to tell the boy, instead of you becoming a Yahoo, you can even work as an hacker. There are many guys in school that are studying cyber security. Instead of you becoming a Yahoo, go to school, study computer engineering. That's a better one. Instead of you becoming a Yahoo. Okay, now that you say you want to become a Yahoo, now if you fraud a person and you get a big money, a huge money, and you are caught today, do you think you will be in your parents' house? He said no. You will surely be in the station. And you that your mom is even selling granuts. I have to encourage the boy. Yahoo is not a legal work. It is an illegal work that brings illegal money. Those people out there doing Yahoo, if they get to meet a right person that will talk to them in a positive way, their life can change. But people they are meeting, instead of them to correct them, they are praising them, they are appreciating them. Even people today, whenever they want to do ceremony, they prefer inviting Yahoo boys, Yahoo guys, Yahoo people, fraudsters to come to their party just because they are going to spend their money, lavish money on them. Why? Why are we celebrating illegal money? That legal job today, that small legal job we are doing today can become a greater one for us tomorrow. I myself standing here, I've done a lot of small jobs before getting to this stage? Is it selling of table water, selling of drinks? Is it fashion designer I want to talk about? Is it selling of church items? Is it POS business I want to talk about? But that doesn't mean I should stay in one place. I worked hard. I focused. Please, let's celebrate legal work. Let's celebrate legal work. Those young boys growing, those young girls growing, they need a positive people that will talk to their life, that will change their life. Not just us praising them. How much do you buy your phone? It's 2 million. Wow, now you dey rain now. Money dey your hand. That's not it. Sit that boy down today. Sit that girl child down today. This thing you are doing is not right. Do the right thing. When you do this, when you do that, tomorrow your life will become better. You will become a somebody. You can spend a huge money today and tomorrow you can meet yourself in the prison. Illegal money cost us a lot. Though the gain, you will smile. At the beginning you will be smiling. You start changing your clothes. You start using new phone. You start going to party up and down. You start making new friends. You start traveling up and down. People start celebrating you. People start praising you. That your environment, when they see you, they start praising you. They start saying, Tolu has come. Tayo has come. That's my child. Naim. You even knock the child on illegal work. And when EFCC is looking for that child, you'll be running helter-skelter up and down. You'll be looking for pastor to pray for you. You'll be looking for imam to pray for you. You'll be going up herbalist house. You'll be going up and down. And when such child is caught, that parents will be crying. But that parent would remember when he or she was praising that child. I think we need to start celebrating legal job that comes with legal money. Let's start encouraging those young teens outside, those young youths outside, instead of us appreciating the illegal money they are spending. Let's start appreciating those girls that has humble beginnings. That girl that do work in your streets there. I think we can start appreciating such child. Let's start mentoring that child. Let's start making impacts. Let's raise children who are not afraid of humble beginnings. Don't let us just raise children that will be flaunting money, illegal money. Let's raise children that appreciate humble beginnings. Because it is that legal money that will not end in tears. But that illegal money, that illegal jobs can make them end in tears. As a parent, I would like to ask, Are we raising a worker? Or are we raising a wanted person? Yes. Are we raising a worker? Or are we raising a wanted person? Because if you are spending illegal money today, tomorrow you might be wanted. If you are spending illegal money today, you might not have a sound sleep. Some youth of today, when it is 12 midnight, no sleep for them again. They dare not sleep. Just because they want to make this money, and not legal money, illegal money. Why? Let's raise a worker. Let's raise a better future child. Don't just let us raise a child that will make us to be wanted everywhere. Some youths of today cannot go out with their phone. Why? Just because they want to spend money. They want to chill with the guys outside there. They want to be like their friends. And when they keep spending such money today, tomorrow they paste their pictures on all social media wanted. They will be sneaking in and out of the house. What is the essence of the money you are spending without even having peace of mind? What is the essence of the money you are spending that you don't have sound sleep? Some of them, if they sleep, they even dare not sleep, because they know that when they sleep, it might be the end of their life. Why don't we start celebrating legal jobs? That small guy doing bricklayer, doing plumbing work, doing fashion designer, sewing clothes up and down, why don't we celebrate him? That young guy following bricklayer up and down, helping them to carry block, why don't we encourage that boy that you can become somebody? Keep it up. From there you can be connected to greater person. But just because that guy is not wearing big polo, is not wearing big jeans, you just look down. You look down on such child. There are many small guys outside there hawking drinks inside the traffic. Why don't we celebrate them? Instead, some of us will even buy drink from such guys, and we even go away with their money. Why don't we celebrate them? It is not their choice to be in that position. Them being in that position doesn't give them happiness, but they choose to do it. They choose to do the legal job rather than go into the illegal ones. There is this job that is trending that many people out there are doing, picking of plastics. You see them picking plastics on the road, picking plastics at events. They'll be picking plastics up and down because that plastics can be turned into something. Why don't we celebrate them? Instead, some of us, the way we even look at them, we look at them as if they are not human beings. I think we should start encouraging. We should start celebrating. When we celebrate them, when we encourage them, we are giving them courage that yes, you can become somebody, a greater person tomorrow. Parents, stop comparing. Many parents of today, it is comparing that they use to chase that their boy child, that girl child outside to go and do illegal jobs. Look at what Mommy Tayo's son has become. Look at the car he's using. Look at the house he built. Comparing destroys a lot. Taiwo's time is different from Kendi's time. That person that become a somebody today doesn't mean you too will not become a somebody tomorrow. That is the person's time. Your own time too will surely come. It's just a process. Patience, tolerance. If you are patient, you will surely get there. If you are committed to what you are doing, that legal work you are doing, if you are committed to it, you will surely get there. There are many of us, just because your child has make it, and not even in the legal way, illegal way. You start putting shoulder pad on your shoulder. You start abusing another person's child that see your head. You that you did not see, look at you. Look at my child. You want to be comparing yourself with my child. Just because your child is making money in illegal ways. That child in your environment, that child in your streets needs word of encouragement. I could remember vividly when I was in school. No supporter, nothing. But I just have to think that I have to get this money in legal way, not in illegal ways. I started doing POS business. I did the job and I was focused. I didn't let anything to put pressure on me. Many youth of today, when they see that their friend is using big phones, they start feeling somehow. Me too, I must get this phone. Either by illegal way or legal way. Many girls outside is because they don't see anybody to talk to them. They don't see anybody to advise them. They don't see anybody, any positive mindset person to mentor them. That's what makes them to be wandering up and down, doing illegal jobs. Many youth are outside there smoking. They have parents at home, they will be smoking outside, they will be selling drugs. Illicit drugs, hard drugs, just because they want to make quick cash. Some will even tell you that if you are selling hard drugs, you will make money there. You will make a huge money. They will tell you that if you sell these small amounts of hard drugs, you can get millions from there. They will only tell them the money. They won't tell them the effects, the disadvantage that comes after it. That youth, that boy, that girl that is outside needs a word of encouragement. If we start mentoring, if we start saying positive things to those girl child, to those boys child, I think we will have a better environment, we will have a better youth. That boy child doing Yahoo can become a cyber security officer tomorrow. That boy selling hard drugs today can become a pharmacist tomorrow. And for our girl child, we need a lot to do. Many parents are using their girl child to do many sorts of illegal jobs outside there. You send your girl child to meet your concubine to send you something. From there, you've already start introducing that girl to illegal jobs. There is a student, before we vacated this time, the student said, my daddy has 3 wives, GSS 1 students. I was already start knowing that my dad has 3 wives. My daddy did not sleep in our house today. It is until Friday my daddy will come and sleep in our house. Already that child is already exposed to some things. The woman, which happens to be her mother, will carry another man come to the house. What are we telling the girl child? What are we training the girl child for? We already exposed the girl child to something illegal. Because for you as a parent to do such things in the presence of that girl child, when you are not there, the girl child will want to try it. When you start noticing that GSS 1 student is already doing abortion, that's a bad thing. A girl child taking illicit drugs, taking unprescribed drugs, without recommending it for her. The girl child has already been spoiled, but it can still be corrected. But before such child can be corrected, things are already spoiled. I think we need to start mentoring. We need to start celebrating humble beginnings. We need to start celebrating that girl child doing legal job outside. We need to start celebrating that boy child doing legal jobs. Not just us praising that girl child that is wearing expensive clothes without knowing the source. What is happening today, I can boldly say it, the damage starts from the home. Because many parents now, they don't even want you to correct their child. They want to correct their child themselves. Meanwhile, they are spoiling the child. Your child is watching pornography videos. Instead of you to correct such child, you are saying, shebi you to your own is in your body. Such child is doing small things in the presence of her parents, but when the parent is no longer there, she will do more than that. If we start celebrating humble beginnings, I I think our environment will change. We will grow together. We will grow positively. That Yahoo boy you are hailing today, that Yahoo boy you are praising today, I think you can do so to that child doing legal jobs too. I think you can do that to that child celebrating, to that child doing legal jobs too. Illegal money has no future. It has no future. You spend it today, but tomorrow the money might not come again. Because where you are getting that money can be blocked. Illegal money, you can't use it to grow. If you look at those Yahoo boys today, at the end of that money, if you ask them, what do you use this money to do? They won't give you tangible things that they use the money to invest on. You can't use illegal money to grow. You can never grow when you are spending illegal money. But if it is legal money, you know that it is your sweat. If you are spending illegal money, you can't use it to borrow. Even for you to go to banks, you'll be looking at your back. Are they not tracing you? Are they not after you? To even enter bank, you will even have to call the account officer. Can I come now? Why? You can't sleep well with it. If you are spending illegal money, you cannot sleep well with it. Illegal money doesn't reduce poverty. It doesn't reduce poverty. It just hides it for a short period of time. That's just it. If you are spending illegal money today, it doesn't reduce your poverty. It only hides it for a short period of time. Because that illegal money you are spending today, tomorrow it will no longer be there. At this point, I would like to pass on the baton to the next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, world. Good evening to all the dignitaries listening, and good day wherever you are. Hope you're all having a good time.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and like she said, money amplifies what you have inside of you. So how you get it matters. All right? Okay. It's been quite a day. It's the 16th day originally.
Yes.
Wow! Congratulations, everybody. Wow. The topic I want to discuss is a little bit personal, and I didn't want to take it personal. So when I looked at my notes and I saw that I had taken it personal, I had to rewrite. Meanwhile, let's go. My topic is all's not fair in love and war. A resolution to gender wars. Okay. Now, are we all familiar with the term gender war? Yeah, I believe so. And somehow, whether you like it or not, whether you choose to or not, there's kind of spectrum that people have on this gender war. But the Commissioner for Commerce spoke earlier, and she separated between equality and equity. All right, and that's a very key point. Now, before we go on, I would like us to just get our pens and our papers. You know, I like us to be very active whilst we are listening. Okay? And so, I want us to think about these questions. I asked a few questions yesterday on strategic thinking. And that was because I was thinking about this particular topic as it has played in my head from the inception of this program. But I've been a little bit scared of sharing it because I want to make sure that I pass out the message clearly without you misunderstanding me. Because in communication, if people do not understand what you are saying, that means that you have not communicated properly what you meant to say. So I want us to go into a stream of consciousness. Now, as men and women, when did we stop seeing each other as people, but as opponents? So as a man or as a woman, as a man, when did you stop seeing a woman as a person, but as an opponent or an object of an object that you want to oppress or dominate? And as a woman, I would like to hear your answers. When did you stop seeing men as partners or as people, but as your opponent? Please think about it. I want you to think about it. Was it when you were 5? Was it when you were 6? Was it when you were 15? What gave you that mindset that somebody of the opposite sex is evil? Now, who taught us that love is a competition instead of a collaboration? When you hear about marriages that have failed, and you hear people talk online and say they would not want to get married. So the question now is, when did love become a competition instead of a collaboration? All right? The third question, what pain are we carrying that makes the opposite gender feel like the enemy? What pain are we carrying that makes the opposite gender feel like the enemy? The next question, are we reacting to each other or reacting to wounds that have never healed? So as a lady or as a man, are you reacting to men as the entity of men? Are you reacting to women as an entity of women? Or are you reacting to a wound that has not healed? Now, this one is for the men. Can a man truly thrive while resenting a woman? And women, can you truly thrive whilst resenting men? You don't really have to write all the answers down, but you can write down the questions and think about it. Because yesterday in strategic thinking, I spoke about worldviews. And I believe that it is high time we deconstruct certain worldviews that we have. Now, what would change if we choose understanding over winning? Because sometimes I see some podcasts, I see some interviews, and I notice that they are just talking, nobody is listening, and they don't want to understand each other, they just want to win the argument. Now, if we are honest, do we want connection or do we just want to be right? Do you want to connect or do you want to be right? And finally, these are questions on worldviews. And for those of us who are yet to choose a partner, I would think it's a question, these are questions you should solve before you delve into that world. What kind of world are we building if men and women keep pulling in the opposite direction? What kind of world are we building if men and women keep pulling in opposite direction? I used to be in the literary and debating house as a kid. I think one of the most terrible conversations are Doctors are better than lawyers. Boys are better than girls. Farmers are better than teachers. Unfortunately, I believe many of us have been shaped by these conversations, because the conversation on gender wars now is not just fighting for a right or fighting for a seat at the table. The conversation now is women are better than men, men are better than women. That is how that conversation sounds. What a man can do, a woman can do better. Why are we lying to ourselves? It is not correct in any single way. What a woman can do, a man cannot do. And there are many things that a man can do that a woman should not do. Have you ever heard the sun contesting with the moon? Or the moon saying what the sun can do, the moon can do? Does the sun hate its position as the sun? Or does the moon hate her position as the moon? Okay. We all have our devices, don't we? A lot of us are charging our devices now. Your phones come with charger. Imagine the charger contesting with the phone, saying what the phone can do, the charger can do better. Or what the charger can do, the phone can do better. This conversation makes no sense. Biologically, we are asking for equity. The Commissioner of Commerce said equity is different from equality. Equality means giving everybody shoes, the same shoes. Equity means giving people shoes that fit. At a certain age, it's okay for me to wear 6 inches. I could wear 6 inches from VI back down to Surulere, and I will not feel pain. I could wear 6 inches and stand on the bus, the BRT bus, and I'll be fine. But I can't do that now. If I do that now, I'm foolish. It will have effect on my health. So imagine me competing with a younger person, that what the younger person can do, I can do it better. That's not true. There are things I can do, the younger person cannot do. There are things the younger person can do, I cannot do. I'll tell you a story. Please, in this teaching, I'm going to illustrate a lot of stories. A gentleman was working with a lady. He's very good at what he does. And this lady, for some reason, goes, you know what, I'm a feminist, I hate men. She's not a feminist. She's not. Then, there are cleaners in the office. The office is on the island. These cleaners come from the mainland, female cleaners, very early, every morning, to clean their very massive office. They come to work tired. Moving around in Lagos is like traveling. If you sit down in one spot in a vehicle for 3 hours, you have traveled. Are we together? Yes. Ideally, after traveling, there's what they call jet lag. And so you should rest from jet lag before you start to work. If you do not rest, it is recipe for high blood pressure. And high blood pressure is a what? Silent killer. Now these women hustle their way down to the office. They get to the office before everyone. And because the office must be clean, they clean the office from 7th floor down to ground floor. Now the woman decides to get a machine. Yesterday I spoke about lifting iron buckets. There are some buckets that are already heavy. Before you lift them, before you put water in them, we used to call them pail back in the when I was a kid. When you lift them, if you don't have weight, it will throw you down and you have not yet put water. Imagine when you put water in it. Are we together? Now some machines are called heavy lifting machines. Now when they brought this machine, The guy told everybody, come and learn how to use the machine. The female cleaner saw it and said, this woman wants to kill us. We can't use it. So he taught the guys how to use the machine. Do you know she gave him a query? She gave him a query and said that he was depriving the women from getting the knowledge of using that machine. I would like to ask you a question. Did he deprive those women the opportunity? He didn't. In this particular case, can you say that what a man can do, a woman can do better? Then she went like, I go to the gym. I lift up 80 kg. Is it by gymming? You are in your fine house, taking your AC, eating your jollof rice, eating your fried chicken, eating your salad. You drive in your Jeep, and then you go to the gym, you do exercise, you say you are lifting 80 kg. This woman probably hasn't had breakfast. If she's had breakfast, she's been taking Gary. You know, I was looking at Swallow Foods, and I found out that Eba doesn't really have any benefits to the body. Nothing at all. Nothing. So right now, I removed it from my list. We are either doing, if it is not fufu, it is wheat. If it is not wheat, it is millet. If it is not millet, it is pounded yam. Because I cannot be investing in food that has no nutritional value. If you want to eat cassava, let us eat cassava. Are we together? So these people do not eat healthy food. They usually eat chaff. Whatever they eat is not even enough. They buy street food. How do you expect them to have the same strength as you? Now, you might say there are women who drive trucks. There are women who drive heavy machines. At what age? Have you entered an Uber ride before and seen an old man? Have you seen an elderly man drive Uber? Yes. You need to try them. I've entered Uber. I engage my Uber riders. I've seen men who are in their 50s, who are in their 60s, who drive Uber. Some of them in their 50s and 60s are using that Uber money to support their children in school. I've seen responsible men. Okay? And I've also seen women who are older, who do jobs that they know they find easy to do. I think some statements are rather ambiguous. There is nothing wrong with who you are, with being who you are, with being how you are. It is not a competition. Girls should be girls. Men should be men. And I'm saying this as someone who was practically a very wonderful feminist and very hateful of men. Are we together? There are some things that life will teach you. And I believe that this gender wars has a lot to do with family dynamics. With people refusing to sit down and take responsibility for their decisions and for their actions. The family is the smallest unit in society. And if the family is the smallest unit in society, the family is responsible for the kind of people that exist in a society. If there is no balance in the family between father, mother, and children, and if all the families that exist are toxic families, then there's going to be a problem in the individuals that are in society. I'm sorry to say that at the very moment, I am kind of scared for the future of Nigeria. In the sense that, family-wise, I think that the percentage of toxic homes has greatly increased. I said before that there's a difference between a widow and a single mother who has been divorced. There's a difference between a single mother who was married and divorced and a woman who was never married. And there's a difference between a woman who was never married and a woman who was raped to have a child. You see, if you are raised in these dynamics, plenty things are going to happen. If somebody comes from a family of divorced parents, and that person does not work on themselves genuinely, there is a 70 to 80% chance that you yourself will be divorced. And if you yourself are divorced, it is like dying 2 times. If somebody's father dies, and people are saying, my daddy did this for me, my daddy did that for me, my daddy did this, my daddy did that, my daddy did this, you can say your father died. But if the parents are divorced, what do you say? If your father just went, MIA, missing in action, what do you say? I used to look at a letter that my dad wrote to me when I was 8, promising me plenty things, promising me to come. He never came. Watching your parents break down, the parent that choose to stay, watching them fall apart, and sometimes kind of resenting them for not choosing wisely. I remember when I was 12, thereabouts, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I said I wouldn't get married. I said I'll get pregnant at the age of 21, 22 after I graduated from university. As a matter of fact, I didn't even want to give a father to the child. I was going to go and do that sperm bank pregnancy, have my child and raise my child. That was my plan. And I'm a vocal person. I told my mom when I was 14, 15, I had read so many books and read books I shouldn't have read. And I told her, that's what I'm going to do. Because apart from what happened in my home, I didn't even see a single happy married life. Not one. The only places that they ended up happily married were in fairy tales. One of my neighbors was always beating his wife. The other one refused to work. He was just at home morning till night. And the wife was doing all sorts of businesses, always getting in debt. They hadn't paid their rent for like how many years. So I told myself, this is not attractive. There's a very big lie about this concept of marriage. Now when you see certain women coming online and speaking against men and saying all sorts of things, you think they're crazy? Do you think they just wake up and decide to be crazy? Now, unfortunately, men raised in such homes, it's not even good for them either. Because these men do not have good mentorship. The mentorship they have is their suffering, angry mother, telling them that if she hadn't met their father, who is not ready to stand up to his responsibility, their life will not be so. And these men also develop a level of resentment for their dad, a level of resentment for their mother, a level of resentment for themselves. Now this is a very, very important dynamic I want to take us into. What happens most of the time is that men in this particular category kind of have hope. Just like the women also want to have hope. And they tell themselves, I'm going to change my life, I'm going to change my dynamics by marrying somebody who comes from a different background than mine. Then they decide to marry an intelligent woman. They always go out after the most intelligent woman. I've noticed that men from toxic homes, they don't ever go after toxic women. They go after intelligent, gentle women from a good background. The woman's destiny has been set up for her. And what do? They do not have the capacity to maintain the peace and the aura and the vision that this woman has. And they begin to slowly destroy her. Why are they destroying her? Not because they want to, but because the brain is a muscle. And their brains have been trained somehow to believe that a man and a woman cannot walk. And their brains have been trained somehow to believe that they cannot live in peace. I will go personal because you are not getting me. I will go personal. I didn't want to, but I will. So I did come from a toxic background. Okay? And I did somehow find light and somehow I changed. But in my mind, I still did not want to get married because I saw men as an error until I met my husband. Okay? It didn't start off that way. It was a very slow thing. I started off by showing him everything about me that I felt was unattractive so that he will not be interested. But the more unattractive I tried to present myself, the more I seemed to have gotten his interest. And in the relationship, before the marriage, I broke up with him at least 15 times. Without any reason. Just because in my mind, as a man, I just feel he's an error. And when he will call me, oh, you used to call me very sweet. But I say, don't tell me that. Something like fine girl. I say, stop. Because mentally, you are trying to manipulate my mind and trying to soften my very strong heart towards you. And I did not want that. Anyway, we got married. Alright, now, let's skip all that. Let's get to the nitty-gritty. You see, my usual level is not peace. Do you get what I'm trying to say? My usual is not what? Peace. And secondly, I'm not used to seeing men the way I was beginning to see him. And so in the middle of the night, for no reason, I can wake up like a witch. I'm not joking. And I would have conjured all manner of thoughts. I don't know where these thoughts are coming from. Imaginations just running through my head. Are you with me? I would say, come, let us go and pray. I would say, come, let us go and do what? Pray. We would have one song that I would sing. Then all of a sudden that thing would just come out. You this, you that, you this. And I would begin to say all manner of vile things. They will just pour out of me. Remember what I said about the barrel yesterday? I said it's an overpouring barrel of the content that is inside of you. And so the anger and the hatred that I felt towards my dad that was unresolved, I was pouring it out on him. Are you getting me? Now this is not a joke. This went on for at least 3 years. Are you listening? 12 midnight, I'll wake up, I'll just start rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. I'll just go like, you get what I'm trying to say? Then he will get up from where he is and go to the room. Guess what? At least he's gotten up, Abby. He's gone to the room. Shouldn't I leave him? No. I will get up. Subconsciously, I will follow him. Pa, 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 pa. I don't even know where these words are coming from because I'm not an abusive person. Pa, pa, pa. And you look at me. And I would not be able to control myself. Deep inside my heart, I'm telling myself, stop. What are you doing? Now at a point in time, I'll be desiring that he should beat me. Now, I'm telling you what is going on because I'm speaking as a female. Are you listening to me? I think the last time it happened, I told myself, what is wrong with me. Good thing for good counselors, good thing for good books, good thing for the Bible. I was able to recover myself. All right? It's been 11 years now. Are we together? Yes. Now, let's flip it to a man and a woman. Are you with me? Let's do what? Flip it to a man and a woman, because you've heard how it is now from my point of view. It is exactly the same thing with a man from a toxic background marrying a woman from a stable home. That thing he's doing is a subconscious thing. He is angry that his mother left his father as a child. He is angry that his father left him as a child, and he has unresolved issues. It doesn't matter if he's a Christian. He might know Christ, but he may not know himself. Are you with me? And so now he is jealous, subconsciously jealous of you, because you are the representation of everything that he desired that he never had, and he's not sure he could ever be. So when those demons are talking to him, he is not aware. When those things are moving in his head, he is not aware. He wants you to feel his pain. He wants you to know what life is like from his point of view. And that's why you hear some men, they go crazy, they tear their wife's certificate. They are trying to suppress you, to bring you down to their level, because they don't know who they are. The problem with this matter is that if we don't solve it now, we will have a cycle. We will continue reproducing a cycle of dysfunctional families, and at the end of the day, we will have a cycle of dysfunctional society. I will advise you that if you come from a toxic background, tell yourself the truth. Find yourself. I know you are a Christian. I know you are a Muslim. I know you can quote the scriptures from Genesis to Revelation, but you need to be purged. Trauma is trauma. You don't push it aside. Peradventure, this place is dirty. Okay? And I sweep the dirt under the carpet. I sweep the dirt under the carpet. I sweep the dirt under the carpet. One day, that carpet will lose shape. Somebody's leg would lift it up. And what would happen? All the dirt will show. You need to consciously find who you are. I didn't tell you how we got married, right? I said I broke up 13 times. Didn't I? Yes. 15. Yeah, thank you very much. I reduced it. You know, the last time, we were watching a movie. I just said, you know what? I'm not really feeling this. I'm going home. Bah! He left before me. He stood outside. I wore a black dress, purple scarf. Don't forget daddy. Because that's the day I said, oh, it's like this the person. You understand? So I was outside. Then he said, who are you? I said, what do you mean? What kind of questions? I said, define yourself in one word. He said, define yourself without telling me your father's name, your mother's name, without telling me I'm a Christian. Who are you? And I looked at him. I was like, what kind of question is that? How can I define myself in one word? I told him, okay, you define yourself in one word, since you are so savvy. And he gave me one word. I said, okay, fine, you know yourself. And then he went, you know what? Let me tell you what I want with you. I want to see you thrive because you're very smart. I just want to see you thrive in my life. Not my father, not my grandfather, not my uncle, not my brother, not my pastor, nobody had ever cared about me thriving. Do you understand? You have no idea what flashed through my mind when he said that. I don't even know the expression on my face, but I'm sure it was not a smile. My face went deep in thought. And I went home. I didn't give him an answer. I said, you know what? I want to think about this. And after I had purged myself, crying some tears I had refused to cry, said, I want to do this and I want to finish it. Now I've not regretted it. This message is specifically to women from decent homes. Women who do not have experience with people from toxic homes. And this message is also to men from decent homes. Men who do not have experience with women from toxic homes. You are trying to... I tried something yesterday that the brain finds it difficult to adjust to change. I wasn't joking. Joyce Meyer wrote in her book, and she said something. She said that when she met her husband, she splashed water on him with an hose. And that guy was anointed to marry her. I can't say anything more than that. Because apart from that, she was an addict and she was always smoking. And she already had a child. And the man said he had prayed to God that he wants to marry a woman who will need him, whom he wouldn't mind taking the back seat for. So when she splashed him with water, he said, oh, this is the woman I'll marry. But then in the marriage, Joyce Meyer is not used to peace. Her father is a drug addict that molested her. Her mother is a drug addict that did not even care. So she's not a peaceful person, so peace was strange to her. So when she just sees him watching TV, she will be very angry. You, this man, I'm doing all these things. You're watching TV. And he had done everything to make her happy. Then he told himself, you know what, I can't make you happy. You're going to have to learn how to be happy by yourself. Joyce Meyer smoked for 10 years, even after she gave her life to Christ. Yes, it took her 10 years to stop smoking because some habits are difficult to change. I often think that the messages that pastors come on stage to preach, somebody started smoking, the person stopped immediately. I think it's an incomplete message. Because ideally for your health, if you just stop smoking all of a sudden, you can die. Or you can become mentally insane. Because like somebody said, it affects your brain. When you hear that somebody was smoking before and the person suddenly stopped, let me tell you something, it is a miracle. It's like hearing that somebody's finger was cut off and that person's finger grew. For someone to stop smoking, it takes some level of, first of all, they will remove some things from your body. You will go to rehab. The same way you started small to get to that level, you will stop small. And for some people, it takes them years. But if you are consistent, you will stop. And if you have people who love you in your life, like Joyce Meyer did, she had her husband in her life, you will stop. At the end of the day, who is the pastor? And the who is popular between Joyce Meyer and Dave Meyer? Joyce. And if not because she talks about him, you won't know about that guy. That guy doesn't care. He has given her all the light. I don't even know how it is. He's not even intimidated by her. That is how you know a stable man or a stable woman. A stable man or a stable woman is not intimidated by their partner's success. Let's say, for example, your brother does something amazing. You guys come from a flourishing home. Your brother wins a contest or a competition. Are you angry that he won? Are you jealous that he won? So why is it that in marriage, your partner, the person that you chose, because you did not choose your brother, you did not choose your mother, You did not choose your father. You didn't choose your sister. Why is it that the person you chose by yourself, you said, oh, this person, I'm going to love you? Why is it that that person, when the person is succeeding, you are angry? It means something is mentally and psychologically wrong with you. Because you chose this person. You didn't choose your daddy. You didn't choose your mommy. You didn't choose your brother. You didn't choose your sister. In the world that we are living in today, if your sibling travels abroad, you may not see them for the next 15 years. Are you aware? But then you will choose a partner that will go to bed with you, wake up with you, sleep with you, live with you, listen to your stories, you listen to their stories, you guys will do things together and you cannot be happy for that partner. Something is psychologically wrong with you. You owe it to your generation. You owe it to the world. And you owe it to yourself to fix yourself. You owe it to yourself. People who wanted to make their mistakes have made their mistakes. And unfortunately, if you check the dynamics, they didn't mean to make those mistakes. So you can forgive them for making their mistakes. But then it starts with you. What does it do? It starts with you. It starts with you saying, okay, what do I need to do? What do I need to change? Do I need to focus on my education? Do I need to come out in flying colors? You need to prove to yourself that you can win. Do I need to learn a trade? You need to learn a trade and then succeed at it. You need to find yourself. I like Smooth Teacher. There was something he said. I don't really know his story so well, but then he said something. When he had finally made it, are you together? He wasn't all about the women. But when he had finally made it and he had money, he said, you know what? I have so much money. I'm just looking for who to spend it on. Are you together? You cannot be in the journey of your life whilst you are still healing, whilst you are still discovering yourself, then decide to go and marry somebody. That is sheer wickedness. Because you are not going to be a good partner. And I assure you, you will be a terrible father. It's not compulsory. Your mother will say, go and marry, go and marry. It's not what? You are not with me. I said it's not compulsory. Even though your parents are shouting at you to go into marriage, to run into marriage, it's not what? Compulsory. Okay? The terrible thing about these family dynamics is that we would have an increment of people who are not smart. If you're living abroad, in schools, you will see a child that is doing very well, and suddenly the parents will be separated. Suddenly that child's academic level will drop. What they do abroad is to ask the child questions. They follow the child home. And if they feel that the child's place of abode is not safe for that child, they will take that child away from that parent because they want to save the child. When you hear about Steve Jobs, what you hear about Steve Jobs feels that his parents just donated their body parts to create him. The mother donated her womb, the father donated his sperm. Because both of them were not capable of being parents. And why weren't they capable of being parents? They had not worked on themselves. This gender wars that we see online, I think is a design. I do not want to say what I do not have as facts. But I have read some articles on gender wars. And I feel that the gender wars is more announced in Africa. I don't see too many white women or Asian women complain the way African women do. As a matter of fact, somebody said African women are beginning to lose their identity. The lady who invented feminism is a white woman. She did not invent it to save any African woman. She invented it for white women to vote. And if you listen to her speech, she said, how come black men are voting and white women cannot vote? So what she was saying is that white women, they are more intelligent than black men. And saying that black men should not be voting. So it was not even made to define African women problems. And it is something we have carried on our head, trying to define ourselves by it. I'm not saying that women don't have rights. You do. And you have a right to choose the person that you live your life with. If you observe, my topics have been progressive. I spoke about how the eagle lives and how the eagle chooses their partner. You have a right to choose someone that you will live life with and do it well. The same way you have a right to choose your friends. And if you have dreams and if you have passions, you have a right to pursue your dreams. You have a right to pursue your passions. You have a right to become. Let us say the family is a bird. A bird has how many wings? 2 wings. You have the left wing and you have the right wing. Have you ever seen a bird flying with 1 wing? Once something happens to the wing of a bird, it can't fly again until it is what? Treated. So let's say the left wing are the men and the right wing are the women. So what you guys need to do to fly as a society is not to hate each other. It's not to compete against each other, but to work together. The sun works in the daytime in certain parts of the world, and that's why our time is different. And whilst the sun is shining here, the moon is doing her work elsewhere. And then when it is time to interchange, they interchange. Do they argue? Maybe when we have eclipse, that is when they argue. Probably they are commuting. The sun and the moon come together. Ooh, you have an eclipse. That happens sometimes once in 100 years, but because of global warming, we've had eclipses that are very unusual. So if the sun and the moon know how to work together, if the wings of the bird know how to work together to make a bird fly, humanity, men and women can work together to make our society fly. Please, I'll be concluding in a few minutes. Gender wars is defining young people today. A lot of young people don't even know why they are fighting. Okay? I heard a story in the hotel this morning about a lady who called out a guy to an expensive restaurant. She's the one that called him out. She asked him to lunch. Said, come, let's go and have lunch together. And when they went to have lunch together, this lady asked the guy to pay. And the guy said, you're the one that asked me to come for lunch. I can't pay. The lady goes like, I made my hair, I did this, I took taxi, you have to pay. In business etiquette and social etiquette, the person that calls for the outing is the one that pays. Let's say we have 3, 4, 5 friends here and I say, you know what, let's go out for lunch. Who will pay? Exactly. So she's the one that called for lunch. The guy didn't call for lunch. It is her that we pay. I am not denying the crimes that have been done to women. I'm not denying it at all. And yes, terrible men did terrible things. And the men who did those terrible things should be punished for what they did. But because one man or a few men have done terrible things does not mean all men are terrible. And the truth is that terrible women have done terrible things. But the fact that some women have done terrible things does not mean that all women should be categorized as terrible. It is high time we come down to the table and discuss. And like I said earlier, as birds, let us decide to make our society fly. Men should caution men, and women should caution women. But at the same time, it is not a competition. Somebody's life might be different from your life. You cannot hate another woman for having a different opinion from you. She is at that level. Allow her to be. And you cannot hate another man for having a different opinion from you. He is at that level. Allow him to be. But there should be security for the young ones and for the future. And on that note, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am, for that insightful presentation on gender war. Good evening once again, everybody. Good evening, Nigeria. Good evening, the world. Good evening, Africa. Today, in the next few minutes, I will be talking on the truth about executive presence. How many of us have heard that phrase before? Executive presence. Maybe you've come across a video on YouTube on it, or how many of us, is the term familiar to us? I'm asking a question. Executive presence. Executive presence. We are not familiar with it. Executive presence. Ms. Elma is familiar with it. He has not here, of course. Okay, so today I'll be talking on executive presence, the truth about executive presence. And if you have not heard of this phrase before, I would really want you to listen and learn. Because in life, whichever way you want to, whether as a professional, as an employee, as a business owner, this particular skill, let me call it a skill because it's part of soft skill that everybody is supposed to have as compared to the technical skill. But I titled this presentation The Truth About Executive Presence mainly because there are a lot of what I can call myths around executive presence. As a matter of fact, if you go to the internet to research on it, there are some ideas that are not really right about executive presence, which is that many people think when we say somebody has executive presence, we say the person has deep voice, attention grabbing. Somebody enters the room and everybody knows that the person is in the room. Some people term executive presence as being loud. That okay, when I enter, they should know that I am there, as being loud, as being commanding. In fact, the way some people explain executive presence, you could term it as if somebody that is arrogant, which is not the idea that what executive presence is talking about. So the myth about, before we talk about what is really executive presence, what are the myths around executive presence? It could mean when somebody say that I entered the room and you are being loud. You know that there are some, in fact, I was watching a particular YouTube video, and don't even let me use a particular YouTube video. If you attended Mrs. Showemimo's session, I think there was something she said that, for example, maybe there is a lady that they are in an event and she has just been bragging, just being too loud, too noisy about her achievement, and that one person just comes and said just one sentence, and everybody shift focus to the other person. That is a typical example of somebody with executive presence. That other lady that is being noisy and being loud and being too much overtly bragging about her achievements, it's not necessary. The person too, you might be saying that, oh, they really need to know that I am there. They really need to know that I am there so that people will know that I can do this, I have this. But that is not it. Most times, many people think that executive presence is what you do not necessarily have. There are people that do not have it. They're not okay. I need to inculcate it. So, but the idea behind that is that many people think they have to change their personality to have this executive presence that we are talking about, which is not. It does not have to be. You do not have to change your personality. You don't have to change your personality. You don't have to say, oh, I am somebody that is quiet. I am somebody that is calm. I am somebody that even if I'm in a place, they may not necessarily know that I am in a place. So does that mean that I have to be loud? I have to change my personality to something else for me to say I have executive presence? Capital no. So it is not change of what? It's not change of personality. That is not what executive presence is all about. So what is executive presence? And that is ability to connect. Ability to connect. And another meaning is that it is the ability to be present. When you are somewhere, they know that you are there, and mainly because of the value and the way you present yourself in that word, in that space. The value you pass and the way you present yourself in that space. There are some people that they will get to a place, you will know them, but you will know them in the negative light. And do we say those people have executive presence? You will know them, but it is a negative thing you are going to attach to them. No, because we are going to talk about some components of executive presence, and you are going to know that it really goes beyond the fact that I can command the room. In fact, it goes beyond I have confidence in speaking. Is your character aligned? Is your value aligned to what you are saying? So executive presence, it also even starts from how you relate to one person. How you relate to one person. Ability to make somebody feel seen, feel heard. Ability to connect even with one person before you connect to people in the room. Your ability to connect with each person. So there are some people that you will go to some what's it called? Let me use this as an example. Although I've turned this thing I want to say, I've turned it around, but some people that can understand it maybe get it. So some time ago, some people and I went to a place, and the thing is that this particular receptionist in this particular person, each person encountered that person at different time. You know that it is different that we not encounter somebody at once and that person behaved badly, just one. But just imagine for maybe like 8 or 10 people to encounter one person at different time, and all the 8 or 10 people have negative thing to say about that person. In that case, I don't really think the issue is the people. In that case, the issue is that person, because they do not encounter you at the same time. How come they have the same negative thing to say about you? So it's not really about I want to make when many people go to places for the first time, maybe they attend events, there is this urge to say you want to perform, this urge to say you want people to know that okay, you want to be prim and proper. But how you relate with one person, how you relate with somebody that asks you, please, is somebody here? How you react to the person that, oh, somebody is sitting there. That is what we are talking about. How you are able to connect with one person. I think it was Miss Elma that was saying it in her speech yesterday about the very first time that she came to this organization. That she mentioned that immediately she entered the gate man there smiled at her, and she felt okay. I think this place I can relax here. That's what we are talking about. How? So it's not many people, they want to, when most people are in a place, they want to fake it just because I have to be professional. No, that is not. Executive presence is not a cloth you wear just because you want to let people know that you want people to see you in certain light. It's not a cloth you wear that when you now get to let me get home, I've already left that place. Let's be real. No, it should be the real you. Because what we call executive presence is still about your what? It's still about your character, your value you can deliver, and the kind of person that you are. So when we say you have the executive presence, we say your presence can generate trust. People can trust you just because they've met you, just because of who you are, just because you've interacted with them, and they can say, oh, this person, I can refer that person. The lady that spoke up after the honorable commissioner, she mentioned how somebody referred her. So there must have been a way she reacted, or she communicated, or she related to the person that referred her to for that role. And that's why I said yesterday, it's not that people do not want to refer. It's not that people do not have opportunities, but they are scared of their reputation. Because if they refer you and you go there and misbehave, they will say, okay, if this person can misbehave and you can refer them, that means your values align. So when people don't refer and they don't tell people opportunity, they are more scared of their reputation than just not wanting to help you. It's not really that they do not want to help you. They are just scared of their reputation. Because you go there, you misbehave, you have already painted them as people that are not trustworthy. And I think this is something that every one of us should have in mind. If somebody opens a door for you, do well to do good in that room. Because immediately you misbehave in that room, know that you've closed that door to many people after you. Many people may not be able to enter that room again. Because for somebody to have put your name out for something, it just takes grace. So use that room very well. So that's just by the way. So the impact an executive generates in an ecosystem, that is executive presence. And please don't say it, this word. And after this presentation, we might also, I believe many of us, we are young people, just research on it, go on YouTube, watch videos on this particular topic. It's something that everybody should just be knowledgeable, because that's why we see the main reason why many people say, young people, you cannot really do this thing with them. They are not. It's not really about young people. It is not. At least most of us that are here, we are young people, and every one of us that have been here have shown a level of integrity, shown a level of diligence, shown a level that, okay, these people, we can trust them. And that is it. So when people are just talking about maybe this generation these days it's not everybody. It's not really everybody. So it is very, very important. And the point I wanted to make is that don't let us be deceived by the word executive there, because maybe executive maybe is only for CEOs, and not at all. It is something that wherever you find yourself, when you incorporate, it will even determine how you behave. It will determine how you relate. It will determine how you connect. Imagine, I saw something on internet a few weeks ago. Somebody went to an event, just like you go for a conference, and then I think the person was sitting. I don't know whether anybody saw that video. The person was sitting, maybe he stepped out, somebody now sat there. So he now came back and said, okay, please stand up. And they turned it to physical fight. Can you imagine? It literally turned to physical fight, because both of them are just wrong. That's the thing. Because the person that sat there, okay, the person that was sitting there could have just said, I really don't want this thing to lead to something else, let me just find somewhere to sit. And the person that probably saw a bag or something there and took that whatever and put it in another place also is wrong. And then just doing that to the extent that it now turned into a physical fight is something that is totally wrong. They did not even think about their reputation. When people hear reputation, we think we are talking about when somebody is already 70 or already 80. As we are now, all of us, we are building our reputation. We are all building our reputation. As all of us are here now, there are many people that they will do
contract together, they will do project together. It's just because, oh, I think when we were there, this person showed a level of what? A level of discipline and seriousness, and just from there. And that is what we are saying. So it is what? It is the impact you feel, how you make people feel. It is not about you trying to be somebody else. And that's the thing. Many people think, oh, executive presence is I want to behave. I want to command the room the way this person is commanding the room. This person is, there are people, our personality types cannot be the same. We have extroverts, we have introverts, we have people that are neither extrovert nor introvert. So you cannot say that you as an introvert, you want to be behaving as what? As somebody that's an extrovert. No. Even in speaking, there are people that they will get to the what? To the stage. They will be what? They will be everywhere, this thing. And some people, they will come, they will what? They will speak calmly. You know, me now, I try. Sometimes I will start calmly. When I get to the middle of my speech, it's as if I'm fighting with somebody. And one time I watch my video again, I'll say, calm down. And I'll tell myself the next time I will calm down. But unfortunately, when I get to the middle, I would have forgotten that I told myself that I will calm down. So you can see. So I cannot say I want to be talking calmly as somebody now. And somebody cannot say, I want to be speaking. No. Look at, for example, look at the preaching of Bishop Oyedepo and Daddy Gio. You can't compare it at all. But you cannot sit under both of them ministration and not be blessed. So both of them have different way of what? Of communicating, of preaching. So that is it. It's not copying somebody. It's not that I want to be like somebody. That is not it. It is you what? It is you amplifying what is already inside of you. That is what we are talking about. So because the more you try to say, I want to be like somebody else, that cannot be emotionally sustainable. You will drain yourself. You can't just model, I want to model. No, you will drain yourself. You will drain yourself. So it is ability to what? To connect, ability to impact, ability to act in such a way that you will be remembered. You will be remembered. So executive presence, it boils down to authenticity. How authentic are you? It is who you are, and you want to amplify who you are. You are not trying to be somebody else. You are not trying to be what? To be somebody else. Because if you try to be somebody else, that can lead to imposter syndrome. Yes, it can lead to imposter syndrome. It can lead to low self-esteem. Because you are trying to tell yourself that who you are is not enough. You have to be somebody else for you to impact. You have to be somebody else for you to connect. Not at all. Not at all. So I'm going to talk about the 7 C's of executive presence. 7 C's of executive presence. And the first C is character. Character. You know, that's why I said that executive presence is not a performance. It is not something that you say you want to copy. And when we are talking about character, we are talking about integrity. And that's why I said when they open that door for you, if somebody is magnanimous enough to mention your name in a room that matters, don't go there and spoil the person's name. Because the way you behave will make them to say, no wonder, it was this person that referred you. Well, I can't expect less. But imagine you delivered less. Imagine you delivered less. So, integrity, authenticity, transparency. Yesterday we talked about standard. What's your level of standard? What principles do you have? What are you consistently allowing in your life? What kind of employee are you? That's the character you are building. That means you are building your executive presence brick by brick. What kind of person are you? If they take a fraudulent contract on your table, would they be sure that, don't worry, it will pass? Or they will be sure that, we don't really think this can pass? That is your executive presence. Because one thing is this, I still said yesterday, one thing is that people that are probably fraudulent or people that do not
that they know that their own way is not straight, they can identify people with integrity. Yes, they can really identify. They will just put you at your place. When any opportunity comes, and even they themselves, they know people that they cannot put their own personal thing to handle. They will remember you that, I remember this guy then. Very straightforward and transparent. He will fit this word, he will fit this opportunity. Remember, we say that it is how you are able to connect with one person. It is how your presence is generating trust. And you cannot generate trust. You cannot create trust if your character is questionable. You cannot generate trust if your character is questionable. So, integrity is part of the character we are talking about. Authenticity, transparency. Are you somebody that's at workplace, when they are saying office gossips, you are there? You shouldn't be there. It's none of your business. Yes. It's none of your business. It was Miss Emma that talked to us about maybe the first week, about maybe a place. Those people did not know that one of the employees there is this, maybe the cousin of the boss. They did not know that is the cousin. Everything that they are saying has been downloaded to the woman every day. So office, that is you are building your what? You are building your personal brand, you are building your executive presence. Even so much that when you leave a place in a way that you can come back. They'll say close a door in a way that anytime you want to open that door again, you yourself, guilty conscience will not be worrying you. Exactly. You won't be feeling bad. You will feel confidently. There are some people now in places where they worked before, they can never go back there to say, I'm just here to say hello to you. Because when they were leaving, they've done all sorts of things. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. There are people that it is people you are working with presently that will even mention you for bigger opportunity. And as young people, we are young. Most time we really do not most time want to make some sacrifices. That's why many employees, we think employers are using their head most times. That's why they are using you now. They are using you. It's not every time they are using you. No. Know that if you are not there, the organization will survive. I mean, before you get there as an employee, the organization was existing. So if you are no longer there, it will. Just that when you are in a place, do your own best. Do it diligently. Everybody will know that this person, at least, he did his own best. Transparency, ethical action. Have your own moral principle. Those are the things that make up your what? That make up your character. Have something that you can never do, even if they offer you the highest amount of money in this world. But some people's moral principle now is still questionable. When they get to a place where the junction where it is being questioned, they will fall. They will think about it that this money, I know what it will do. I know the kind of car we use this money to buy, and then they will change. Have something that you can never do, even if they offer you the highest amount of money. That's your character, which is a big component in your executive presence. The second C, charisma. Who has heard of charisma before? What's charisma? And somebody has charisma, that presence, that magnetism. But to just say, I just like the way this person connects. That's your charisma. I just like the way this person connects. The warmth, approachability. There are some people that you can never even, before you even say good morning. Some people, they will greet you good morning. You cannot even have the decency to say good morning, reply. Some bosses are like that. But I think the people are really changing, and that is it, because it just goes beyond you running a business. What is happening with the people in the business? That is it. Charisma is the approachability. You shouldn't be coming and your people working with you, they are working, they are not doing anything wrong, but their blood BP is already on the what? On the high. Approachability, warmth. It was Smooth teacher that made it. I still referenced it when he said they wanted to make him the what's it called? Is it the head teacher or something? And he rejected it, rejected that role until the CEO called him. And when he got to the CEO's office, he asked the CEO, "Ma, how do you want me to answer you? How do you want me to talk to you? Is it as an employee or as a mother? Should I talk to you as a mother or I should talk to you as the CEO?" And the woman said as a mother. That was when he opened up to the woman. It is because that person, as a leader of that company, has approachability. That is how she could do that. The charisma, your warmth. Do you have empathy as a person? Do you have empathy? If something happens, do you give people benefit of the doubt? Do you give people benefit of the doubt? That's the charisma we are talking about. The third C, confidence. Confidence. And what's confidence? How you are projecting your authority. Confidence is not synonymous to arrogance. Confidence is not synonymous to arrogance. Somebody that is confident is not somebody that is arrogant. Your confidence means that you have a self-esteem that you can make your point, pass your point in an authoritative way, yet not demeaning. In an authoritative way, yet not dismissive. In fact, a confident person is somebody that is open to the opinions of others. Because even when we put it into the word, if we go into the line of public speaking, if we say that somebody is a confident speaker is also a confident listener. It's somebody that is aware of the word, of the audience. So it's not just when I say confidence, we are not saying that you just want to have the say. We are not saying that you just want to be the one to say everything without you giving ears to other people's opinion. There's no way you can lead as somebody and you just want to be the hero. You just want to be the alpha and omega. There are some employer that if somebody just have a contrary opinion, and that's the thing, nobody is an island of knowledge. Even as normal individual, some people, immediately somebody give you a contrary opinion, you will see that person as bad person. You always want the opinion. You are the one seeking advice, yet somebody is letting you see something in another light. You are already seeing the person as a bad person, and it's because you don't want good for me. Next time the person will say, okay, that thing is good, though, even if they know that it's not good. Projecting authority and leadership. That's the third C. I said the first one is character, the second one is charisma, the third one is confidence, and the fourth one is credibility. Credibility. And credibility is that you are an actor, you are showing forth your expertise consistently. It's just similar to the definition of a good employee that Mr. David Brown gave us. Someone that is giving a certain level of standard, acceptable level of standard consistently. In your workplace, they've already told you in your job description, or you know the overall vision and goal of your company. So you will be a good employee when you are consistently giving a certain level of standard. Acceptable. What is acceptable? You are giving it consistently. That is credibility. Not that you are on 2 points today, tomorrow you'll be on 8 points. You are on 3 points today, next tomorrow you are on 7 points. In fact, if your boss wants to put you as in charge of a project, you will first of all be scared and go for 7 days fasting and prayer. Because you are not constant. You know, somebody that is even constant 2 points, I know that this person is on a 2 points. It's even better than somebody that is not stable. Because we don't know what you will say today. We don't know whether you will say something happened to your grandmother, that's why your project did not deliver, or something happened to your laptop as you were coming to work. Because such person that is not consistent will be such person with any form of excuses. And to them, those excuses are what? Are genuine. Credibility. When you have expertise and you are consistently delivering what? Delivering that expertise. You follow through what you commit to. You don't make commitment and you go back at what? You go back on it. You are not credible. They should be able to hold you with your words. Your yes needs to be yes and your no needs to be what? No. Credibility. And the next C is connection. And connection is saying building strong what? Strong relationship. Knowing that there are some people that you meet that may be ladder to where you are going. And connection does not mean that you are faking it just because you want the person to what? To be in what? To see you in a particular way. No, you can't fake empathy. You cannot fake connection. You cannot fake who you are. If you are not good, you are not. You just have to know that you are working on it. You don't fake who you are not. Connection, building strong relationship, having empathy. Having empathy, and then the way you are interacting with people, the way you communicate. The way you communicate, even if somebody does something to you, but the way you are going to express it and trash the issue and not the person. Not that you want to talk about what somebody has done to you. You are what? You have already even what? Said a lot of bad things about the person. That's not good enough. And the next C is composure. And composure is ability to remain calm even in face of pressure. Ability to remain calm even in face of what? Pressure. Look at an instance that Mrs. Showenimo gave us about. They've already booked the hotel. She was there the night before. She had already what? Checked through the rooms and said, okay, we'll be here tomorrow. In fact, this is where the flower will be. This is where everything will be. And she got there on that day. The receptionist gave her key, opened the hotel room. Unfortunately, she met a man with what? So in fact, at that moment, she was what will happen? What will happen? She could have, but instead of even creating a scene, she just had to calmly think of what is the word, what is the way out. And it depends on this thing. It depends on what you have trained yourself for. If you have trained yourself for complaints, that anything that happened, that because in this life, you are not always going to be faced with things going what? Going smoothly in your what? In your life. No, it's not everything that is going to, I know that this is what will happen by this. I know that when I leave this place, I'm going to get to this place by 4 o'clock. When I get home by 4 o'clock, I'm going to. Most time, life does not work like that. What if you are going and unfortunately something happened on the road and there's traffic? You now have to stay for what? For 7 minutes, for 7 hours. Yet you have to know how to remain calm under pressure. Calmness is needed when what? It is when there is pressure that you need calm. It's when there is storm that we say, what kind of storm is it? Let there be peace. When there is peace, we may not necessarily pray for peace. It's not when there is war that you pray for peace. So, is calmness or composure is ability to remain calm under pressure. So she was able to calmly think about what way out of that particular situation. And the last C is clarity. Clarity. That's clear communication. As a professional, so as every one of us that, as maybe most people here, some of us are maybe core members, as you be living or moving to your career, this thing is needed. Whether you are an employer of labor, or you are self-employed, or you are even an employee, this attitude, these attributes are what you should have in your life. People should know that, can I vouch for this person or not? Clarity. How does this person talk? Not necessarily about English or maybe phonetics. No. How does this person talk? What's the tone of communication? Because sometimes it's not about what you say. It's about what? How you say it. Take this now, please. Take this now. Two different things. how you say your tone. But some people say that's just how my voice is now. You have to work on it. That's how my voice is. I mean, people always say that I always sound as if I'm fighting. Why must you sound as if you are fighting? It's something that you can learn. Communicate in a respectable way. It doesn't mean that you will let people step on you, or maybe people treat you anyhow. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Clarity. So the 7 C's of executive presence once again include character, charisma, confidence, credibility, composure, connection, and clarity. And another one I will then explain, another component of executive presence I will talk about is your appearance. Your appearance, your mode of dressing. Your mode of dressing. Last week Saturday, they did Creators Nexus. I still reference in one of my speeches during the week, but I attended virtual because I was at home on Saturday. I just joined online, and this woman was also one of the speakers, Funke Akindele. One of her points she made, all other points, but she made this one that I just want to reference. She said, because that program is majorly for creators, content creators or creatives. You're a photographer or what kind of people, young people. She said another thing she wants to add is that dress well. Dress well. Spend on your appearance, not being extravagant, but invest in your look. Dress in a way that you yourself will know. There's a way that you dress sometimes, and it adds confidence to you yourself. And it will even determine the kind of appearance you want to put out to. That's why you cannot judge some people that, some questionable form of dressing. That's probably the way they want people to see them. But you are the one that you know where you are going. You know the kind of people you want to meet with. You know the kind of people, you know the kind of environment, you know the people you want to relate to. You may not be there right now, but you know that one day you are going to meet yourself there. Dress well, dress decently, be modest. And dressing well does not mean breaking the bank. Do it according to what you can afford. It's not necessarily, but invest in your appearance. Invest in your appearance. I think I can't remember that person, but I came across that video on Instagram, and that guy was saying that when they were young, anytime they want to travel out of the country, that their father will make sure that they are on suit, that you can never, that they will be telling their father, now I look at this person now with hoodie and all that, but their father will tell him and his brother that no, that's how you are going to, that's how you are going to show. That he did not really know what the father was really building in them. It's just a few years later, he and his brother now were now traveling, and they were on maybe economy or something. So his brother now said, let's try something, let's go to the other first class, business class, let's just enter the place now. The one that's, what if they send us back? And say, if they send us back, we will come back. And just young boys, they now decided to go. Lo and behold, nobody sent them back because of the way they are dressed. Nobody sent them back. But just imagine they look wretched or tattered or this thing, they will know that you people do not belong here. Exactly. They will know that you people do not belong here. But when they see them, they know that if you do not belong here, you cannot be like this and come here. They know that you are here. It's very, very important how you dress. How you dress. It does not mean that you should follow the trend, whatever. You are the one that know where you are going. Your appearance, understand your environment, understand where you are. And appearance is about understanding what is, most of you just have to look around what is acceptable here. It's like this is what they are doing, and you yourself, you will adjust. Don't say that's me, this is how I do, this is what I wear, my body my rights, my body my, what's it called, my body my choice. If you cannot, your body your choice, but stay in your house if you want to do your body your choice. But you are in a place, maybe a place place of work and you see the mode of dressing, you conform. I attended a Christian private school. You know, there's a difference between attending a private university and then when you now attend a Christian private university, you should know that the level of their strictness is on another level. Our skirt then, it has to be 3 inches below the knee. 3 inches. When you are coming to school then, when you are coming, resuming, that's what those mommy potters will be at the gate. You now line up. You know, that's what they say, some schools are Redeemers University. I said some schools are glorified secondary school. Thank you. You know, we will line, they will open your box. That's the thing. Because aside from the clothes, they will have to check whether you carry contraband or not, whether what you are not supposed to bring, you bring it. But that clothes, if you now find yourself, maybe you carry that thing inside, there are some days you would have dressed in your eyes, so you're already going to class. You can even be late. Just let one of those women sight you. You are going back. Go and change it. They will not allow you to leave that hostel that day. But the thing is that if you know, at least before you enter the school, it's already there. They would have been giving you that this is our mode of what? Dressing. So somebody cannot come there and say that, this is how I do, all this. When I was there, no trousers, no, you cannot. As a lady, no, you can't. But being there is understanding. So what we are saying about appearance, understand your what? Your environment. In fact, they will look at your hair. There's the length, I've forgotten, is it 3 inches or something? It cannot pass 3 inches. So if you do an extension, it cannot pass, I think it's 3 inches or something. So it can't be, okay, you not do it, you not be reaching your bum bum. No, when you get to your house, you can do that. But my point is that everybody conform because you know that this is what is allowed here. So when people go back home, that's why most times if you see some people's picture when they're at home and when they're in school, is 2 different things, 2 different pictures, 2 different life, and that is it. You may, when you get to an environment that allow that. And now when we've now finished school now, is anybody holding me? I mean, that's 5 years ago now that I've left the place. Is anybody holding me that, okay, you must do 63 inches below the knee skirt? I don't even or you must not wear trousers. I don't even know the last time I put on skirts most time. So that's the thing. So my point is that understand your environment. And do not be what? Do not be rigid. Do not be what? Do not be rigid. So that's why when people get to school, and when people get to the place of work, you have to understand what is allowed there. And not be what? And not be rigid. Okay, so because I don't want to. So moving on now, I want to then tell us the techniques to improve your executive presence. The first one is to strengthen your leadership skill. And leadership is not commanding. Leadership does not mean you are commanding. That's not what leadership is. Leadership is about influencing. Influence people. That's what leadership is all about. It's about when you tell people to do something. In fact, when you have an influence, when you are a true leader, you do not have to even command. When you have to command, you have to shout. You are not a what? You are not a leader. You are not a leader. When you just have to shout before people what? Before people do what they have to do. Strengthen your leadership skill. Another way is to improve your communication skill. Improve how you communicate. It's very, very important. Improve how you communicate with people. Refine your language. And even the communication skill is also about your presentation skill as well. Understand that you are going to be, you understand that you cannot be quiet about who you are about and what you are good at. Like what Mommy Showema told us, don't be invisible. Be visible. It does not mean you are proud. Brag about what you do. So presentation skill is something you also have to learn how to do. When people meet you, please tell us about what you do. In 1 to 2 minutes, you must be able to say something that will make an impression on that person. Yes, you must be able to do that. That will make an impression on that person. And that person will just remember one day. They will just need. You know that it's not about giving somebody your business card.
just about handing out business card. You must be able to make an impression that when they remember, when they see your business card the next time, they will remember, oh, it was that lady that did this, or it was that guy that did this. Your what? Improve your communication and public speaking skill. And you can do this by practicing. Practice regularly. That's the thing. Practice. And then another way you can develop or improve your executive presence is to build your personal brand. Build your personal brand, especially maybe on social media, on LinkedIn especially, as a professional, as a creative, as whatever you do. Let people go there and see that you have what that is showcasing. Because when we say that, be visible, I mean, it's not just okay, go to newspaper, nobody reads newspaper. At least you know where visibility is, what is gotten this day, is shown this day. Build your personal brand. Let people know. As a lot of us are here now, we are doing, in fact, we were encouraged, okay, post about this, tag School of Eloquence. Let them know that, okay, you are also part of something great, something amazing that is happening. And by doing that, you are also building your personal brand. And then you have to also enhance your decision making under pressure. That is how to build your composure. Enhance your decision making under pressure. Grow yourself in a way that you can make a decision in face of of pressure or of anything that is disturbing. That's why when you see some people, maybe they are stuck in traffic or something that they cannot control, they will start complaining. No. They will just they will start complaining, they will be throwing tantrum like a toddler. You can't control it now. You can't. You have to enhance your decision making under pressure. And the next thing is to develop your emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is very, very important. How empathetic are you? How about your listening skill? Because if you cannot listen, you cannot be empathetic to another person. Conflict resolution. Are you somebody that try to resolve conflict? Or if they bring something to you, are the one that even add insult to the injury of the person? It's very, very important. And then another one is to manage your time. Time management. These are the things you can say that executive presence is not something that, oh, I don't have it, and it's not something that you are going to copy somebody. It's something that is already ingrained in you, or if it's not ingrained in you, you improve it. Time management, very important. And as an executive, as a professional, learn to delegate. Learn to know work that are important and urgent. Learn to know how to outline your tasks and how to do time blocking. And the last one is networking. Attend events, go to places, network with people. People are your business. People are they are your businesses. No, go to events and network with people. Don't just go. There are people that go to events for the purpose of snapping pictures. A picture that you can go to a photo booth and do. Don't go to an event without at least connecting with 5 people. It's very, very important. And as I round off, executive presence is something that everybody needs. And executive presence is not you becoming somebody else. It is not you changing your personality. No, that's not what executive presence is. You are an introverted person, you are a calm person, you have to maintain it. And that's why I'm giving us the C component of executive presence. It does not mean that an introvert should become an extrovert. No, that is not what executive presence means. And I will encourage us to do further research on this subject as an individual that really want to change level and want to become the better version of ourselves. Thank you very much for listening to me, and now I'll be passing the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful one, Sister Elizabeth. Okay,
Good evening, Africa. I remain Edetua Roots, and going to be speaking about society and tradition. And I'm going to link the society and tradition to an African novel which is called Things Fall Apart. How many of you have read Things Fall Apart here? Things Fall Apart. You have not read Things Fall Apart. You have not started reading. That is just it. So if you have not read Things Fall Apart, I'm so disappointed in you, because that is the first African novel. Things Fall Apart is an first African novel written by Chinua Achebe. It's the first African novel written by Chinua Achebe in 1958, before other African literature novels started coming out. So he also wrote more too. So this first African novel, even when I was teaching my students, JSS3 students, I was like, have you guys read Things Fall Apart? They were like, no, they have not read it. I think it's just only one person. So like, you guys for real, Things Fall Apart, you guys have not read Things Fall Apart. I said, okay, that I'm recommending to you guys now, go and look for it. Probably you go to the bookshop, school bookshop, and get one copy for yourself and start reading it, because there is no how you are going to if you go to university, or probably you're supposed to read it in your, probably in the senior, you will still read it, because it's an African novel. I believe everybody, both whether you are a science student or an art student, is required for you to read that novel, because it portrays Africans, like it talks about mostly Africans and the first literature that Africa have established. So I'm going to be talking about the society and tradition, and I'm going to be linking into this Things Fall Apart, and it's, should I say, in Igbo setting though. And when we talk about society and traditions, there are plenty things that involve society and traditions, and I'm going to be laying emphasis on giving points, and also we'll be linking it to what happened in the novels, so people that have read it to understand it better. Yeah, but you still understand that I'm explaining it for those that have not read it. So please, after this, please try your possible best to read it. I think there's have the soft copy of summary of it online. You can also read it too. So we talked about respect for tradition customs. Respect for tradition and customs. The Igbo people strongly follow their traditions. When we talk about respect for tradition, not only the Igbo people, like I said, that it's just I will do it in the Igbo setting, you get. So in our various tradition, wherever we are coming from, I believe we have tradition and custom that we have in our various languages. The place you are coming from, they have customs. The place you are coming from, they have tradition that you are going to abide, that you can't go against all these rules. And in the example of the novel, when the oracle orders the killing of Ikemefuna, the people obeys without questions. By what? They show how tradition value many people. They have to obey their feelings by obeying the gods. Okay, I'm going to tell you about this Things Fall Apart, about Okonkwo and Unuka. Unuka is a very lazy man in the community of Umofia. So it's very lazy that everybody in the community dislike him a lot. They despise him. They feel that he's a very lazy person, that he cannot do anything for himself. He's always borrowing money up and down, borrowing food and other things. So he's very lazy that even his son Okonkwo was ashamed of his father. So he was scared that he don't wanted to be like his father, how lazy his father is and how angry his father can be sometimes. So he feel that he don't want to be like his father. He wants to prove to the people of Umofia that he's not like his father. He's stronger than his father. He don't want to be lazy like his father. So Unuka, on his other hand, is always lazing around the community, asking for funds, borrowing money up and down, owing people's money, looking for troubles and other things.
So Okonkwo's son was one of the greatest person in the community. Why was he a greatest person in the community? He was able to fall Omalize the cat. There is a pod in the community. If you see most tradition that if you want to marry the princess or the queen, if you're able to fight, you'll have a wrestling battle scene, that if this person should eat his back, so he should sleep on his floor, probably his back on the ground, this person has faith. So the person that fall the other person will be able to marry the princess, right? But in this sense that if you're able to force someone down and the person back touch the ground, you become the greatest person in the community, that everybody is going to respect you. So there is this person, Omalize the cat, is the greatest among all, that nobody, no warrior that can defeat him. So Okonkwo, on his other hand, was able to defeat this Omalize, the person that the almighty person that they feel that nobody can defeat him. So Okonkwo was able to defeat this young man in the community and fall the man down. So he was announced as the greatest person in the community of Umuofia. So he has that ego on him, that he's a fearless person. He's not like his father. He's always the greatest among the greatest. So people respected him for that. And in that custom tradition, when they talked about the oracle stuff, that you are meant to obey the oracle. Whatever the gods have said you should do, they must do it. If the native doctor or the herbalist will come out and say something about the community, that the god say you should do this, the god say you should do this, you are expected to do it no matter what. So Okonkwo, on his other hand, has a son. It's not really a son. There's a boy that he stays with him, that normally the boy see Okonkwo as his father. So according to the boy, is an outsider though, but according to the gods, they say that the boy that they told Okonkwo, the native daughter has told Okonkwo that the boy that normally call you father, that you have to sacrifice this boy to the gods. Imagine someone that is living with you. It's a small child, a small boy that lives with you, help you around both in farms and everything. And you take this small child as your son, that the child used to even call you father. And for gods from nowhere just tell you should sacrifice this boy, innocent boy. So they have at that given situation, they don't have any other opportunity or probably any opinion for them to disobey the gods, because they have to obey the rules, that they have to obey the custom and tradition of the gods. So the god said that okay, sacrifice this child, and you sacrifice. Even people were like warning Okonkwo, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that. But even before Okonkwo has to take that decision, Okonkwo went through hell. It was, if he should not do this thing, and people are going to take him as a loser. They'll take him that he's just like his father. So that fear in him, that he don't want some people in the community to take him as for granted, or someone that does not have power, or cannot say something on his own. So he has to do it by all means, no matter how hard it's meant for him to do it. But he has to take that decision, because he has to obey the rules of the tradition of the gods, or probably and again, for him not to be seen as someone that is fearless to the people. Even our people were like telling him, advising him not to do this thing, not to do this thing. So I don't know, he was able to do it when he and the little child was going to farm. So the guy was in his front. They're like, he never knew that the person that he called father will kill him one day. And Okonkwo used his hand to stab the boy. To show that how people, traditions and customs in our society, people don't joke with it. People don't joke with things. During the olden days, like without the god's permission or anything,
There's no how they can do anything. They must obey the rules and all these things. So that was what happened during that process of the death of Kemefuna. They all talked about the religion belief guide. Religion beliefs guide life. Religion controls decision, justice, and daily activities. And it portrays in the novel is that before any major decision, the people consult the oracles of the hills and the caves, showing the dependence on their spiritual guide. So if they want to do anything in the community, they must consult the gods. To show that how tradition was important then, that they cannot take any step without consulting the gods. They see the gods as they are all and all, that without the gods they cannot do anything. So they always consulting the gods for them to move ahead of what they want to do. Then the importance of the hero work. Society respects individuals who work hard and succeed. You see that Okonkwo was a very hardworking person. Okonkwo make sure that he don't want to be like his father that was lazy, Unuka. He work hard, he go to farm, like he has a bank, he has a food bank where he store most of his food items. He was among the richest person in the community. That even people you have to come for him to exchange of coins and goods, or they even have to exchange money for him. They'll collect the money, they'll collect most of the food items for him. So he makes sure that he work hard. He doesn't want to have the picture of his father being lazy. It shows the people in the community that he's not like his father, and he proved them wrong in any way he can do to prove these people wrong, that he's not like his father. And Okonkwo became widely and respected in the community through yam farming, unlike his lazy father Onuka that don't do anything at all. So this is how the community see you. When they see that you're a very hardworking person, they'll respect you. During then in the olden days, when they took tradition so serious, you see that if you're a farmer, you are rich. It's not like now that 21st century that a farmer, they feel that farmer is not rich. Then like they are the richest. So no matter how Okoko was going to the farm to harvest his yam and that, he was the richest, and he made sure that he was hardworking, feed his wives. He didn't even marry one wife. He feed his wife and his children. He proved the community wrong. So he was respected in the community. He was respected in the community because of his hard working and how he was fearless. And when he also has to follow the Omalize the cards too. Then number 4 road is that the gender roles and inequality. When we talk about gender roles and inequality in society and traditions, they see women as people that are made to end up in the kitchen, probably to take care of the house, give birth to kids. They don't put them among what is going on in the community. In fact, they are not expected to be there. Whenever the elders are doing meeting, women are not supposed to be there. They feel that it's a taboo for women to be there. In fact, women are not supposed to engage in any conversation. So the men now, they are supposed to be what? Dominant, while the women are limited roles. They are meant to take care of they see women as weak person. But in the other hand, Ezine was she's very fearless, and she's stronger than Unukaso Nwoye. So she used to Okonkwo used to tell his son, every time you sought his son, that you cannot be stronger than me. You see the way I'm very strong, you cannot be like me. He will not be comparing his daughter and his son, that look at the way Ezine, female for that matter, is stronger than you. So he was putting pressure on his son to make sure that his son must be like him no matter what, even if his son was not behaving the way he used to behave. So he wanted his son to behave like him. He hated the fact that his father was very lazy. he despises it, so that he has to go through many things for him to prove people wrong that he's not like his father, for him to prove people wrong that he can never be like his father. That even when one of his wife was engaging in conversation on it that does not really concern her, she has to shut his wife with gun because she puts her mouth where she's supposed to not, like she puts her mouth where she's not supposed to say something without giving opportunity. So to show that there's still women as a weak person, as a weak gender, they are not supposed to engage except in anything doing them in their traditions. So Okonkwo never respected his wives. He never see them as people like grown or people that are supposed to be among them. So he brings his wife so low that they are supposed to be at home or end up in the kitchens, to show that the society and the tradition, how things were doing that area, to show that even till now people are still doing it. Till now most communities or societies or villages, they are engaging themselves in such as, to show that most areas have not really developed despite the fact that we are even in 21st century. This society and tradition are still taking place till now, to show that when Chinua Achebe was writing this novel, he has to bring out what happened during that period, even during the colonialism, what occurred during those periods, how women were treated, how people were living their life then, to show that then and now is not the same thing. So if we feel that we are being developed in society and Africa are developed, so he was able to write this is for us to know that this thing actually happened, and these things that happened, and this is how it went. So we're able to know the literature of everything that took place. So when you are reading this thing, you know that the place you are coming from, the tradition that happened then, before the white people came into this world, before the white people came into Africa, before the white people were able to colonize us for us to become where we are now. So in that society and tradition, they also talked about the justice and punishment. Law are enforced strictly according to the tradition. And the example in the novel is where Okonkwo was exiled for 7 years after accidentally killing one of his fellow community or one of the fellow villager. He mistakenly or accidentally killed someone. So he was exiled for 7 years, to show that no matter how big you are in the community, no matter how people respect you, you must, no matter any punishment that is given in the society or in the community, you will go through that punishment. That even when doing then, if you engage yourself in stealing, they'll have to kill you because they'll banish you from the community, to show that this thing actually happened. No matter how Okonkwo was he has brought nothing but good things to the community. He has proved to himself that he's not a lazy type. He has been good to the community, hardworking and everything. And no matter how great he was, that even people were scared of him, he still has to go through that punishment because he accidentally killed one of his person. So when he came back from the exile that he went for 7 years, he noticed that the community has changed. White people has come to the community to convert them into Christianity. When he came to the community, he saw different. He was so disappointed that even as he even came from that 7 years, he was trying to even prove that he's still strong, like he's still the same person he was when he left. But he could not do anything because it was too late. Before we go there, we talked about the community unity. The society value unity and collective decisions. when the villagers gather in the meeting to settle disputes and make decisions about the community, showing strong communion life together, to show that the decisions that they will make in the community must be carried out. Nobody decision is left behind. So doing then in the tradition that if anybody should bring decisions on anything, they'll make sure that they carry each and every one of them decisions, and they make sure they will come together. They only depend on people that they come together. If they are having war against any other villagers, they will feel that they will come together to make sure that they fight that villagers. They will make sure they stand as one. Not now that most people that we don't even stand as one again. We don't see ourselves as one nation. Everybody is just fighting for themselves, fighting for their families, fighting for their own pockets. They don't care about other people. So most people are not living one. They feel that, oh, this one is Yoruba, this one is Hausa, this one is they will be discriminating yourself from this set of people. And the nation is supposed to be one. It's not like them when everybody is just one. They come in together, they make decisions, they do things together, they make sure they fight what they want to fight to better the community. Not now that everything has changed. So everybody is fighting for their own selves. Then talked about fear of weakness and failure. In fear of weakness and failure, weakness is despised, especially among men. They feel then when you are weak, they feel you are not a man. They feel this person is not man enough. You don't have say of yourself. You can't do something as a man. They feel if you're the type of person that you are always differentiating yourself from such things, they feel you are very weak. So Koko make sure that he never have any character of his father. He despised his father's character so much that he hated his father. He never used to care about his father. He don't even feed him or anything. So among them, Okonkwo ate everything associated with his father, Unuka, because he was seen as weak and unsuccessful, to show that he despised weakness than any other thing. Even people in the community be like always insulting his father, Unuka. They will insult him, they will disgrace him. They will look at the way you are behaving. Look at the way your son is doing very well, and look at the way you cannot bring something for your son. You cannot do something for your family. You cannot even feed your family. Everybody in the community hated him because of his laziness. So for that, he despised his father. He swore to his life that he will never be like his father. That no matter what, he will prove everybody wrong that he's not like his father. That was what gave him the morale to kill the child that calls him father. That was what gave him the morale to do things that he's not supposed to do, because he wants to prove to people that he's a strong man and not a weakling, to show that he went through sacrifice to do all these things. Then the impact of colonialism in Christianity. This colonialism in Christianity, that is when Okoko came back from an exile after 7 years, when it came and it found out that the community has changed. The white people has come to colonize the community. He was so disappointed, so he feel that he can stop it. He was able to kill one of the white men. Even as he killed, it was thinking that they will fight, they were able to have war within him, and the white people will have war within him. But they found out that these people did not even come for war neither. They not come for war, and the villagers did not even say anything about it. they feel they don't see, they just kept quiet over all these things. They were being influenced by these white people. And when he found out that everything has gone bad, that even his old giant and great man is no longer the way he is, is no longer the way he is before. So he was so disappointed and he hanged himself at the end, because he don't want to see himself as a failure. He despised it by all means. So he feel that if he cannot stop these white people, he cannot stand seeing these white people converting these people or his community into Christianity. So he has to kill himself at that moment. He's hanged himself. So that shows that how Okonkwo despised weakness doing then. So they talked about the conflict between old and new. That conflict between old and new ways, some people accept change, some others resist it. Even when as the white people came into the community, some people changed, they adapted by the white man's influence, and the rest resist most of it. That is the reason why you are seeing most people practicing this tradition till now. The stubborn ones, they feel that it's their tradition. They can't wave that they cannot put their tradition into one side. That is what their forefather has passed to them. So therefore, they will pass it to their generation. That's why you are seeing most people still practicing this thing, even till dates. People accepted and people don't accept it. So we believe that we that were here, we accepted the white man's decision. That is why we are here. That's why we are in the Christianity way. We are among the people, or probably our parents or our forefathers are among the people that accepted the white man's decision. So the people that do not accept the white man's decision, they resist the decisions. They are still now till date doing that tradition, because they believe that is what they have been doing at the beginning before the white people came. So people were able to choose, and people were able to adapt to it. The missionaries built a church in Umuofia, and some villagers joined them, creating division in the community. They built a church, they did so many things in the communities. From there, they start converting. That's why we are seeing Christianity in dates. This is how it started. People that were able to accept it, they accepted it, and their life has changed. People that did not accept it, they are still doing it in dates, and they feel that they will do it and they will going to pass it to their generation. That's why you are seeing most people are still practicing these traditions now in their various communities. So I believe probably if you are a Christian, probably so your forefather accepted the decision of the white people. That's why we are here. So we're not able to be among the people that resist these decisions. They talked about believe in faith and personal chi, which is God. People believe destiny influence success. They believe that destiny will influence success. So if you believe this thing we actually worked for you, you can go for it, and I believe that this thing is going to bring success to you at the end. So in the novel, it portrays when Okonkwo believes his chi supports his success, but later events suggested faith always plays a role in his downfall. So he feel that is the gods accepted his faith, accepted him, like he believes that the only God that he can serve is the oracle, but he never know that faith can bring his downfall. So he feel that there's nothing he can do at that opportunity. Even his own gods cannot come to their rescue at that moment. He was able to hang himself and he died. So this is how these souls were converted, and this is how it came about. So the people of Umuofia was able to adapt to this white man decision, and they started bringing most of their people into the community. That's why you see most of the white people using most of our resources to convert it and start selling it to us. So they were able, even as they were helping us, they were getting from us. Even as they were helping us, they were getting from us. They were able to, yes, fine and good, they were able to expose things to us. That we even have resources, we don't know the type of resource, we don't know the useful of these resources that we have. They were able to expose us to all these things, and they get these resources, they go to their country to manufacture it, and they bring it back to Africa to sell it to us, we that even have it. That is why you see most of all these white people, you feel that the type of people that actually brought downfall into Africa, but they actually helped, they exposed us to many things. They were able to bring things to the world. We don't even know what is mirror then. We don't know what is in most of the material they do use there. They were able to bring it to Africa, and we start making use of this thing. We feel that these things we are not used to it, so we are adapting to things like this, and they touched us up even as they were making use of our resources. So thank God that now we already know the value of what we have, and we are started making use of our resources very well. I know most of them, they are still doing what they are doing though, but at least it's rare to see most of white people are collecting our resources and taking it over there to manufacture, to bring it there. So I feel this Africa has now developed a society point that we manufacture most of our items ourselves, or most of our goods ourselves, and sell it here in Nigeria. Probably they don't have the equipment and the tools. You see them taking it to outside country, they manufacture, they will bring it here to be sold. So this was how the tradition and society took place during the era of the British colonialism. So this was what happened. If you should be able to read this novel, you're able to expose in so many things that you do not know. It will expose you to so many things, even things that the white people brought into the community, and what actually happened during that period. So if Chinua Achebe was able to write this novel to we that we don't know, we're not there when this thing was taking place, so was able to write it to us, for us to read it, so it shows that this is where we are actually coming from. This is what our forefathers went through. This is what they were serving. This is the tradition that we have been doing then. Even when the tradition of when the killing of twins, thank God for Millie Celeste that came to stop the killing of twins. Surely the white person that did it too. Show that they actually imparted, even they took from us. But now we have realized what we have, and it has better most of us in Africa. So in society and traditions is a very important thing that most people would not like to throw away, just like our Nigerian writers. So he was able to write more of novels that are related to these things too. If you were able to watch There Was Once a Country, what happened during that British colonial too, how they came into Africa and they used most of our people as slave trade. These are the things you are supposed to know, are supposed to be exposed with. As an Africa, you don't need to just discard most of the literary works that our authors have written for us. So it's good to know all these things to show that we actually in Africa, we have actually improved in so many ways. That if such thing want to happen, we know how to go about it. So that's why it's being distributed to most universities, most schools, for people to read. Even the child I'm currently doing lessons for, I even have to tell her that all these novels that she's reading, this will not really, although it will improve your reading ability, fun and good, but you will not, this thing will not really give you what you actually want. You get. So I was able to refer her to these things fall apart for her parents to buy it for her. So she's currently reading it and she's reading it perfectly, and she was like, it's very interesting. I would even like to read it more again. Even when I was in school, I read it like it's like 5 or 6 times himself, to show that it's a very interesting this thing. Even most of his novels he wrote too. We talked about the I think the drunkards, the wine drunkards too, by Amos Totula, something like that. Yes. So yes, he was able to adapt for what Chiwa Achebe wrote, and so most Nigerians and actors have written most of all these things to expose us in so many ways. So I encourage you guys to read it and try your possible best to understand. Not only reading it, try to have the knowledge of all these things, what happened, and if you're able to read all these things, you can able to still tell these stories to your children too. Tell them these are what actually happened then, and this is what Nigeria is currently is now. So it's able to expose them to so many things, and they will have idea of all this. And if they even go to school, it will be like something that they have been reading for years. So at this junction, I'd like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Ruth, for reminding us about where we are coming from, right from the time before colonialism and then during and after. Thank you for calling back our tradition. Thank you so much for that. So, within the minute I have, I want to quickly talk about. So, within the minute I have, I want to talk about a generation without compass. A generation without compass. If you have read the story about what Adolf Hitler did during his time, the guy wreaked havoc. He tried his best, he tried all his possible best to have power. And if you have watched movies about the Holocaust,
Yes, Holocaust.
yes,
Very interesting.
interesting. That's not it. So it's not an interesting movie actually, but then I understand what you meant by interesting. Yes, yes. So, but then during the during the reign of Adolf Hitler, there's a particular quote that were attributed to him. There were some things that were in speculation that the man said he want to do, probably he want to become, or his goal. Although they were just speculation that these were the things he said, but part of the quote they said Adolf Hitler that was attached to Adolf Hitler was that he said that he wanted to raise a generation that is without conscience, that is without mercy, and that is without restraint. That was his goal. He wanted to raise a generation of youth that are without conscience, that are without mercy, that are without constraint. That was the goal of this man. See, when we talk about somebody who wants to raise such a generation, there are some things he will need to put in place, and there are some things he will need to have in store. There are some mechanisms, though they could be by force, but the major aim to achieve that thing is not by force. That force is just like a grease that will make him do what he wants to do. He said he wants to raise a generation, the first one that is void of conscience. It means a generation that doesn't have a moral boundary. A moral boundary. There is nothing in that man that will tell him this one is wrong, this one is bad. It is now a generation that will now be asking, not is it right, but will be asking, what can we do? Or what can we get? When you have a generation that a man's goal is to build a generation that does not have conscience, and aside from that, he said he wants a generation that doesn't have mercy. And you can look at the havoc he wreaked during his lifetime. You will realize that the man does not have mercy. He doesn't have mercy even on himself. How much less on other people? If himself doesn't have mercy on himself, how much less other people? And this was what he wanted to go. I mean, this was what he wanted to build. Now, when you now look at the world we live in today, in our own generation today, in our blessed generation today, as we call it, or as we have deemed it fit, we can be building a very powerful generation. we can be building, we can be fortifying a very powerful generation. But at the same time, while we are building a very powerful generation, we can also be building a very broken generation. Because unintentionally, unconsciously, by the system that we have built around us to make things better, to make things work freely, to give us this joy of what we are doing, we are unconsciously building a generation that is lacking conscience, that is without mercy, and that is without restraint. That is the generation we are building today. Because the question for this generation is not that, is this current generation powerful? That's the wrong question. The question is, what is shaping the idea of this generation? Let me ask you a question. Please, just look up a bit. Let me ask you a question. Have you seen this Nigerian movie? I think it was written by, a Ruth Kadri that wrote this movie, where a student was trying to date the teacher. I don't know if you've seen the movie, where the student, Nigerian movie, yes. Yes. That's why I'm specific about who wrote this one. Yes, and I think it came out recently. Now, I'm not a fan of Nollywood, but due to some of the things I'm doing and some of the work I have in my hand and what I need to know, I'm beginning to build a little interest just for the sake of my work in that regard. So that is why sometimes I just go and see what they are doing there. But now in this movie, what happened was that there's this teacher who was teaching in a particular school, and then while he was in that school, there's this other student, I've forgotten the class where that girl is, but then the student was developing feelings for the teacher. Now let's put other things aside. Let's just look at the fact that we were able to write a movie where you have a teacher, where you have a student developing feelings for the teacher. Now that aside, another one just came out of recent, almost the same thing, where you have a student developing feelings for the teacher. And then even in this particular one, the teacher and the student ended up kissing in the school. Now, when you look at the narrative they are trying to create, if you look at the message they are trying to pass, you will tell that, okay, at the end of the day, this movie will tell us, okay, as a student, you don't have to have feelings for your teacher. That could be the goal of what they want to achieve. That could be the aim. Okay, at the end of this movie, we should be able to tell the student that you do not need to develop feelings for your teacher. That is the goal. But that is not only the goal. Another goal that is silently buried in these movies, in movies like this, is that there is nothing bad. That if you are a student and you have a teacher you like, two of you can be dating. There's nothing really bad there. It is also a narrative that if you like him and then he too likes you, you two can have fun. There's nothing bad there. It's a narrative we are trying to create. And at the end of the day, the goal of all this, remember at the beginning, we do not try to build a generation that lacks conscience, that lacks integrity, that lacks mercy, that lacks restraint. But by the time we are going to arrive at the end of the journey, we will realize that we have, by neglect and by rejection and unconsciously, we have built a generation that lacks conscience, that lacks mercy, and that lacks restraint. Let us look at what is forming this current generation. Number one, that is what I'm looking about now. See, this generation is one of the best generations whereby we are most connected. We are connected by social media, we are connected by email, we are connected by phone numbers, we are connected by, just mention it. This is one of the best generations where every one of us is best connected. Online, offline, we are connected. Which means in the olden days, you need to come to my house to see that I've gone to farm. But today you can just put a call through to arrange for a meeting, and I'll give you where to meet, or you come and meet me at home. Which means we are connected more in this current generation compared to how we have been connected before. However, even though this is the best connected generation in history, it is also the generation that have the most fragmented human being who are not put together, human beings who are not organized, human beings who are not being able to think for themselves, to think deductively, human beings who are not able to make decisions for themselves, who cannot boldly say, I've thought about it, and here's my conclusion, and then they stand by it. Because we are most connected, but we are the most fragmented of them all. And how do we do it? We scroll through pain on social media, And also we laugh at things we should not laugh about. Take for example, if you see someone's sister misbehaving on TikTok, you can easily watch it. You see someone elder sister, younger sister misbehaving on TikTok, you can watch it and laugh and blame them and move on. But now, if you now narrow that thing to be your own younger or elder sister, then the narrative begins to change. The feelings begin to change. So we scroll through pain on social media, and then we laugh and watch things that we shouldn't be laughing. We laugh at things that we should not be laughing at, because we feel it's becoming normal. And there is no time that someone wakes up one morning and says, "This morning I'm going to lose my conscience." Nobody says that. It is little by little erosion of mind, little by little erosion of your values, little by little erosion of your mindset, of the things you feel you believe, of the places you feel you will never be there, of the things you feel you will never say. When those things will not be eroded at once, no, the society is wiser than that. But they're beginning to pick on you little by little, in bit and in bit, until every of your value is being eroded. And also we consume everything we see online. It doesn't matter where they're coming from, we consume. And once we have the data, we consume. We just go there. It's just one click away. It's just one button away. It's just one like away. It's just one share away. We like everything now, and we comment everywhere. A guy came to my house, I think, is it sometime last year? Yeah, sometime last year. He's into this cyber security of a thing. So he came for a conference in Lagos, and he was telling me that there are things they can do now, that if somebody comes to them for an interview, I think that one has even been for some time now, that while you are sitting there, while the HR is interviewing you, all your social media handle that you have submitted, this one are not going through your profile alone. They are going through every of the comments you have ever made on social media. They are going to look at them. If it is just the post, because no problem, they will just go to your own personal handle and then they will look at the post, which means that is all they could see. But today they are now going beyond posts. There's a way they can check every comment you have ever made on social media, where you are insulting somebody's generation, where you are dragging someone's father on Twitter, where you are insulting someone's mother on TikTok. Every of those things will come out. And aside from the skill set you possess, aside from the things you feel you can do, at that point in time, it is your life on social media that you have lived, maybe thinking you are living it secretly, that will now bring you to bear. A guy was saying something on social media. I was watching him last night, and he said something profound, which may not be true, but then it has some sense of reality in it. He said that in the next 10 years, that an average guy who wants to get married in Nigeria should prepare for a bad news. And what's that bad news? Of you knowing fully well that it is possible that your wife's nude is online somewhere. That was what he said. That it is possible that your wife's nude is online somewhere. She may not even know. And you may not even know. Maybe at the point of marriage or at the point of wedding, she's by Christian content, she's now converted, speaking in tongue, mother in Israel. And then one day somebody will just stand somewhere. Maybe that day something happened. Just go to his laptop, just fire on the laptop, and just press on or two, and then enter. And I begin to say, and I was like, then when this happened, I was in the world, but now I'm not in God. It doesn't cure the error that has happened. Even though it may not be true that 75% of it will be true, but then he said that there is much likelihood that the people who will be getting married in the next 10 years, that it is possible that 75% of them have their nude somewhere online that they don't even know. And once that thing comes out, they share it anywhere. That is the generation we are building little by little. That's why I say that we are being fragmented. We may be connected, but even in our connection, we are still fragmented. We are not united in values. We are not united in purpose. Everyone believes differently, and everyone have this different value. Our culture may be different. Our custom may be different, and our tradition may not be aligning. But one thing is sure, that there's an African culture of morality, that these are the things as an African that you must not do. But in this world where we live in today, we scroll past our own reality. I mean, we scroll past our freedom. We scroll past our rescue. So we have a world today that can feel anything but still feel empty. By drinking, they want to feel it. By smoking, they want to feel it. By dancing, they want to feel it. We feel everything, yet we still feel empty. Because there is no fulfillment in whatever it is we claim to be feeling. Look at TikTok, for example. TikTok today now is what it was actually made for discovery. If you've discovered something, upload it online, let us see it. People elsewhere who saw what you discovered, who want to maybe invest or do something likewise, a community, they will come together. But in Nigeria here, it's a different thing. It's a different ball game. As a result of that now, attention has now become currency. And your own outrage is now a strategy. Take, for example, look at when Pella and Jarvis were having whatever their misunderstanding. And then he wanted to commit suicide. He went on live. Like, how? You want to really commit suicide? And then you went on live. No. Which means outrage. What people call outrage today is no longer outrage. It has become a strategy to get more money, to get more followers, to get more views, to get more likes, to get more comments. An algorithm is not designed to say that, okay, this particular comment should not count. This particular like should not count. Once there is comment, algorithm is meant to pick it up. Either they are insulting the person, either they are cursing